good, stars bright, come good, just right. Wow, want that sun.
Wow, cool.
Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15 di hari yang kedua, minggu yang terakhir di regular season kali ini. Kita akan melihat match pembuka antara Navi dan juga EVOS Fams yang sayang sekali kedua tim ini sayangnya sudah ditentukan tidak lolos playoff. Tapi nggak apa-apa karena sudah bersama Alisa di sini. Halo.
Halo Mbak.
Namanya siapa?
Namanya Erwin Saputra.
Erwin, kamu nih EVOS Fams atau Navi Nation?
EVOS Pembangs dong.
EVOS Fams, gimana perasaan kamu? Sayangnya tim kesayangan kamu kali ini belum berhasil lolos playoff nih.
Ya udah pastinya sedih ya Mbak ya. Yang pertama kan nggak lolos playoff. Udah berapa season juga nggak lolos kan. Udah bukan 1 kali 2 kali EVOS nggak lolos playoff. Ya sebagian dari EVOS Fans pastinya sedih banget kan. EVOS nggak lolos playoff di season sekarang.
Tapi sebenarnya harapan kamu di awalnya pastinya EVOS bisa untuk lolos playoff ya. Karena melihat di awal-awal season nih tampil lumayan prima nih.
Ya bahkan di awal season saya kira EVOS bakal juara. Makin lama makin terpuruk.
Sayang sekali ya, namun gak apa-apa banget. Tapi kamu sebagai EVOS Fans masih datang ke MPL Arena, masih dukung, itu luar biasa banget loh.
Iya dong, harus dukung dong sebagai EVOS Fans. Walaupun nggak lolos playoff, kita tetap dukung.
Betul sekali, dan kalau saran dari kamu nih mungkin ada gak sih pesan-pesan buat EVOS Fans atau enggak untuk khusus untuk EVOS. Gimana cara supaya bisa comeback stronger di season depan nih?
Ya harusnya lebih semangat lagi sih buat season depan EVOS. Walaupun kita sekarang jelek, nggak lolos playoff. Semoga kita next season bisa juara lah harusnya.
juara ya pastinya dan keep stronger, selalu comeback stronger juga. Apalagi untuk macan putih kesayangan kita. Dan ada pesan semangat gak sih buat hari ini nih? Khususnya mungkin buat pro player favorit kamu di EVOS, silakan.
Ya buat sekarang ya mungkin kita main have fun aja lah sekarang. Walaupun kita mau menang juga tetap bakal lolos playoff juga kan. Ya semoga aja menang sih, tunjukin yang terbaik buat kalian EVOS walaupun gak lolos playoff.
Tunjukin yang terbaik karena pastinya ini adalah saatnya EVOS bisa membuktikan bahwa walaupun tidak lolos playoff namun permainan mereka tetap bisa diandalkan. Thank you so much Ilham.
Ya,
sampai bertemu lagi dan pastinya kita akan melihat apakah di match pembuka kali ini akan dimenangkan oleh EVOS atau Navi. Kita akan lemparkan ke Bude Clara Mongstar. Silakan Bude, take it over.
Yap, dan semangat Super Fans tentunya masih bergelora untuk menyambut hadirnya hari yang kedua di minggu yang ke-9 di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Tentu saja semua Super Fans sedang berkumpul untuk mencari tahu bagaimana performa tim mereka di minggu-minggu akhir. Karena ini bisa menjadi modal mereka untuk babak playoff dan mungkin juga modal mereka untuk season selanjutnya. Karena di pembukaan hari yang kedua ini, dua tim sayangnya mereka harus terhenti perjalanan mereka di babak regular season saja. Tim Navi dan juga tim EVOS, mereka harus bertanding untuk mungkin detik-detik terakhir mereka di regular season di minggu yang ke-9 saling berhadapan satu sama lain. Kalau mengingat bagaimana EVOS hadir season 15, tentu kita tidak menyangka bahwa mereka akan berada di posisi ini. Mereka pernah berada di top 2, lalu terjun, lalu sempat naik lagi. Tapi sekarang mereka sudah berada di zona merah dengan adanya dua veteran yang bisa dibilang membawa daya dobrak yang baru untuk EVOS. Tapi kali ini mereka harus berjuang untuk poin yang lebih baik. Dan kalau kita lihat dari Navi sendiri, mereka memang belum mendapatkan satu match win pun. Namun kalau kita lihat dari match-match terakhir dari tim Navi, mereka bisa dibilang memiliki kekuatan lebih dibanding awal-awal season. Perubahan demi perubahan mereka hadirkan. Dan juga ternyata Navi adalah tim yang memiliki pool hero terbanyak di season ini. Di bawah naungan Coach Do. Tentu saja semuanya berharap bahwa Navi bisa mendapatkan kemenangan pertama dari match mereka. Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana untuk detik-detik akhir kedua tim ini, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua super fans yang tetap mendukung apapun yang terjadi dan apapun hasil dari tim-tim yang mereka dukung. Dan juga Bude ingin mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moontown, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Sponsor Head and Shoulder, Official Coffee Partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa advertiser kita ada RSW Helmet. Dan tentu saja kita menginginkan untuk mungkin ini menjadi bekal mereka untuk next season. Back to back tidak lolos playoff tentu bukan hal yang diinginkan bagi tim-tim yang bertanding. Season 15 sudah mereka kerahkan, namun kita masih ingin melihat pula bagaimana mereka akan finish dengan super kekuatan kedua tim ini. Memberikan hasil yang mereka miliki dan hasil terbaik tentu ingin mereka dapatkan dari EVOS dan juga Navi. Siapakah yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di leg kedua ini? EVOS memang menang di leg pertama, tapi Navi kali ini juga sedang membara. Mari kita sambut, inilah dia, tim EVOS dan juga Navi.
The clock is ticking, but the race to the playoffs is done. So basically, for EVOS and Navi, it's all about their pride. Welcome to MPL ID Week 9, day number 2. We are approaching the finish line for the regular season. Still with me, Realize, Miracle, and Arashi. And we'll be accompanying you today on 3 amazing matches. Even though all is set in stone, the playoffs teams has been confirmed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first match really won't change anything, but we will have some seeding placements later on for Alter Ego versus Onyx, especially that's going to be the battle between number 4, number 5, number 6. Technically, they're still battling for 3rd all the way to 6th place, and that will kind of matter, because if you're 3rd and 6th, you'll be in the same bracket as RRQ Hoshi. And if you're 4th, 5th, you'll be in the same bracket as Geek Fam.
And Geek Fam, they secured upper brackets yesterday against who, Rashi?
Against who?
I
Best team in the
forgot
world.
against who.
Best team in the world.
Against Emon's team, I would say.
Oh,
Bigatron.
Emon's team.
Nah, I mean Bigatron. I'm sorry for that. But what do you think about yesterday? Geek Fam having toppled down Bigatron.
I mean, it seemed like a tough match, man. Hopefully we'll see the same kind of energy, the same kind of competitiveness today in these 3 matches. Like you mentioned, later on, there are going to be questions about the standings, about the points they have, basically. The first match, though, I feel like, again, like you mentioned, it won't really change anything. But I feel like, especially for the fan base, right, for the EVOS fans, for the Navi Nation, it's going to be a great match to see, right, what kind of tone, what kind of energy is the team going to use, going to bring going to next season? Because a lot of expectations are there. People are saying, oh, EVOS might be figuring it out. They're saying Navi coming in with a new, a new different look might be the way to go. So I think that's where people are kind of curious.
Yeah, an amazing stack of matches for today. But of course, we'll take a slight glimpse at the regular season standing. So for RRQ, Hoshi, and Geek Fam, both respectively number 1 and number 2. Bigatron follows suit with Onyx number 4, and Alter Ego and TLID still battling it out in 5th and 6th place. But for EVOS, for Dewa, for Navi, it's game over. So it's not now all about them just setting the mood right for next season. Maybe work a few things, a couple of things, a thing or two to probably learn from this season and then reset for next season. Even if I feel like for the Navi Nation, for the EVOS fans as well, a lot of disappointment that they have been bottling inside of them, and there have been criticisms towards both teams by their own fans. But it seems like if they can start right now, if they can just wipe the slate clean and focus on things for next season, they do have a chance in working on something.
For sure. Well, we have an audience topic voting here. EVOS versus Navi. Who will end their lose streak in this match? Ladies and gentlemen, they're both on a generational run. One more than the other. Navi currently are on track to not just break Wolf's record, but to shatter it. 0-16 is the goal, I feel.
Oh no.
And EVOS, well, they're not exactly 0-16. They're still far off. They're actually 7th, not even 8th. It's Dewa who are 8th. It sounds weird, but I think EVOS would love to just stay at 7 over dropping down to 8th place. Because Dewa are looking pretty good right now.
They do. And they took a game off of Onyx yesterday.
And
First
a match
game
over RRQ.
A match over RRQ as well. 2-0, Chen with his debut. Of course, when it comes to youngsters and rookies making their debut, it has been a common theme. But for Chen yesterday, of course, playing for RRQ is something very, very huge, and it's a pleasure for him to do that. But of course, pressure is still there. What do you think of the chances of EVOS toppling down Navi today?
But EVOS topping on Navi?
Yeah.
I feel like they have a pretty good chance still, because even though EVOS, they have disappointed the fans and they haven't really been on their A game, overall, if you look at the performance, even at the stats here, if you look at the promise on the rise, is what the asset is saying here, we can see that for EVOS, the stats are very much still there. The combat stats, the objective stats, there's still great things to talk about when you're talking about EVOS' performance. Unfortunately, all that greatness cannot be translated by the team to a victory performance in the match overall. Meanwhile, for Navi, it's almost the exact opposite. Even if they do win, right, I feel like the moments where they do well, we still have that question in the back of our heads, like, are they winning because they're good? Are they winning because the opponents are trying something out? Did they get lucky? And when these are the reasons for victory showing up in your head, the team isn't really in good shape.
Yeah, we don't want it to be a battle of blunders. And obviously, as the poster suggests, promise on the rise. Fans, they don't want to be sold promises. They want to be sold actions. They want to be sold by victories that the teams can be able to achieve. And for EVOS, it has been a very hard time. They haven't been able to pick up a single win yet after their win a few games ago. And for Navi, it's all about just stopping that win and finally getting that one win on their scoreboard. There's currently 0-15. And
Listen.
Yeah.
They're 0-14 right now.
0-14, yeah.
Winning won't do them any good. I'll be honest with you. Like, do you want to be remembered as just a team or the team?
I guess if you want to go down hard, you're gonna go down crashing.
Yeah.
I mean, might as well go big or go home.
Go big
Literally.
or go home. Hey, that's true. and you can finally break your
Yes.
curse. But for the audience at home, they still feel like this time it'll be the Tigers that will rise with their claws. It is the White Tigers, obviously, EVOS currently. As the polling suggests, 66% believe that they will be the ones to grab the win. What do you think about this?
I think, again, it makes sense stat-wise, but I do, more than just the win likeliness, I'm more curious to see what kind of strategy they're going to deploy. First of all, you have to start all the way from the bottom with the foundation and talk about who is going to be playing. Which is funny, right? We're in the last week of MPL ID Season 15. Why are we still asking who's playing? This shouldn't really be the case. That alone for both these teams, right? Na'Vi and EVOS both introduced a bit of a change just last week. So before talking about what kind of draft, what kind of odds, who's playing?
Who's playing?
Do we know?
It has been a repeating theme, a recurring problem for both of these teams, that they have no concrete starting lineup. Do you think this is the main reason why they're struggling to get a single win, Mirko?
For sure. When you have to shuffle between different rosters constantly, when you have to, again, like re-synergize with the new teammates that you get, it's always going to be a bad time, in my opinion, unless you already have that synergy beforehand. Like, again, I feel like a lot of people will bring this up when they're talking about EVOs. Look what they did at Season 13. They promoted 4 MDL players and they were able to make it to MSC. Yes, that was 4 MDL players who had played before together in Liga Nacional for EVOS Holy before they were promoted, and they kept the synergy that they had before already. What we're seeing from EVOS and Na'Vi now, it seems like, again, just individual pieces being moved around at a really weird rate towards the end even, right? Yeah, so it's not really, I don't like it. I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, a constant shift of roles as well. Like, we have been saying this since the get-go. When Cars was moved to the Rome department, it is, I feel like, in my own opinion, a waste of talent. This guy is very, very solid the XP lane, and he has been rumored to be one of the best as well. But now that he's moving to Rome, it feels like Na'Vi, they don't have that power anymore. They used to have 2 win cons. It's either through Sive or through Cars. But now it's just up to Sive. Cars, moving from XP to Rome, he has been from an incredible XP to an average roamer.
Well, I mean, that's the problem here. The fact of the matter is, no matter how good you are, the roam is a supportive kind of role. You cannot really, quote unquote, like win a lane, win a matchup from the roaming position, right? You only affect the rest of the map, which is good in a way. But with Cars, as much as we know about Cars, I feel like we've heard the stories we heard about the guy is that he's really good at calculations, right? He's good at, at
Maths.
figuring things out, the maths, right? I think we heard it from Mr. Wijaya
Mr.
himself.
Wijaya. Shout out Mr. Wijaya.
He's a math kind of guy. He likes counting. And that's great in the laning phase where each minion, each gold advantage, each point of EXP can really, be a factor. In the roaming position, not so much. So you're moving your impactful, like proactive player into a reactive role almost, and man, that seems like a tough way to do it, honestly.
Yeah. And we saw the ping check. It was Erlan and Sive. So talking about Erlan, obviously, you said it, Mirko. You have been a preacher for this guy. Back then Doma, now Erlan. He hasn't been given the chance to play that much last season. This season, he had his fair share of spotlights.
Yeah.
Stole the Lord, got the kills, got
killed.
Got killed as well.
Became the scapegoat.
Yep. Do you think this season is enough to kind of measure what Erlan is capable of?
You got something to say, Arashi?
Well, I mean, how is that fair? Because he hasn't really been given the same
Exactly.
opportunities.
What do you mean?
right?
He has Arashi. That's as good as it gets for Erlan. Like
For
seriously.
Erlan.
Yeah.
You
For
think so?
some reason, EVOS just don't want to give this guy time, even though he's proven many times before, even in international events, when he was Doma, when he was playing for EVOS Icon, he was performing. But at this point, yes, I am an Erlan believer, but it really comes down to how EVOS want to use him. If they just want to give him one game, sure, let it be.
Questions arise as the lineup is rolling out. Feb, Woshipol, X-Magic Cars, and Sive.
Feb in the lineup, even though right now it's March, or May actually.
It's May.
Feb, let's see what he can do, man. We talked about the roamer and EXP difference. Let's see if they have cracked the code, found something that will work.
They started with 1 XP laner, ladies and gentlemen. Today we see 3 on the roster. Will Na'Vi do it? Will they break the record of the winless season.
Of course, Navi. Again, I don't like to say this, not this Vincere means born to win. But they are still winless.
Hey, you gotta say that.
Can't. Yeah, nobody understands Latin here, so yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. But of course, EVOS, who will play? Will it be Erlan or will it be Brand? It will be Erlan. Miracles, go.
Oh boy, man, this is the Kras lineup that they were waiting on, that they kind of show up on. But now they have to really prove to everyone, the opponents, the casters, the audience, and the fans back at home that they have what it takes, they have that synergy, and they're gonna try and build it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the White Tigers of Indonesia, trying to break the curse of 7 EVOs!
And even if they don't have anything else to play for, they still have one thing in their names. Pride. The pride of the EVOS fans, and they have to defend that pride today. You don't want to lose to Navi.
Oh man. If on top of their performance right now, they do lose to Navi, you can already expect, you can predict the kind of storm that's going to approach from the social media side.
Oh,
but right
man.
here, this is the brains behind the entire operation. Coach Dow and Avil with Raiden and Caleb. All right, big questions here on stage today. Can they outsmart each other? And again, we want to know, what kind of strategies can you come up with here in the final week of Season 15?
Speaking of Avil, we had this conversation backstage. The emergence of the coaches that came from,
The different game.
different games.
The migration.
Cascute, obviously Miracles go.
Oh my
but
God.
I can't believe a team sold to Cascute, by the
Me
way.
neither.
And we talked about Zephyr. We talked about other coaches as well that are coming to the scene. But it feels like everyone is successful except for Avil. What do you think is the problem with Avil? That he's not finding the same success as his other companions?
The thing is, I don't think we can blame it on just Avil. Like, in the past, I've always been, very, very honest when I criticize players, coaches, managements, but really for EVOS, I think this is a reoccurring thing at this point, right? They always manage to find a scapegoat. Back in the day it was Age, back in the day it was Brands, back in the day it was Dreams Hijume, now it's Erlan. They always have to find a way to blame someone. But at this point, you gotta think about it like in a different way. This is a whole new set of players, a whole new set of coaches as well, with Avil coming in, and it's still the same result.
Yeah.
Could it be that it's not a player issue? Could it be that it's not a coach issue after it has happened this many times?
Which is interesting, because when you see Avil talk in the losers interview, he's a very insightful guy.
Yeah.
And we agree with a lot of the points he's making. But it seems like whatever he's saying there doesn't translate to what a team does in the next week, in the next match of EVOs. So that is definitely a legitimate question. I believe the players, from all the other players, the audience as well, would really want to know, right? Want to have some clarity on the issue.
XBTR, by the way, Shive.
Like a direct comparison with the Red Raider, Iman and Sive. Well, obviously Iman, I'll say it now, yeah, he is currently the best goal laner in MPL ID.
Thank you.
He's number 6.
Thank you.
And by the way, if we take a look behind our backs, it feels like the White Tigers have been deserted by the EVOS fans. No supporters at the arena.
That's
But the
a
keys to
lot.
victory, Arashi.
Well, this is a lot of keys of victory here.
It's with a Z, Arashi. Keys, not even keys with an S.
Interesting. Well, more fundamental drafts here for EVOs. Improve the mid-trio synergy, be more calculated initiating, especially for Suelo. Oh, name dropping it right there.
Wow.
Support Albert, win Erlan's matchup against Shive. Don't make a mistake in a team fight. Make sure that the drafts isn't too straightforward.
Yep. Don't swap rosters mid-season.
Don't swap the rosters.
Don't add another player.
No, exactly.
Don't find a scapegoat.
Don't try to blame it on one guy.
Yeah, it really seems like there's a lot of win conditions right there. And there's more that isn't really written down just yet. On the other side,
my
though.
God.
Good
Yo!
luck to end the lose streak, Navi.
No specifics, no instructions, no
Good.
nothing, no keys.
Good luck.
Do you want specifics? Because that list is going to be like 20 points long.
Hey,
You
don't
might
do
have a
them
longer
dirty.
list than EVOs, you're right.
Exactly.
So all we can say to Navi is good luck. Is that it
luck.
though?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Navi fan.
Hey,
I'm a fan of Shive, Washer Paul,
Simple.
XBTR by the way, and Car.
cars.
And Aldo, bro, like seriously. I want them to win.
Yeah.
But I want them to be in the history books even more, though. Like, it's a clash of what I want, man.
But is it good history though?
Hey, good or bad, it's history.
Hey,
History in the making, as we speak, man.
As OG said, alter ego akan mengukir sejarah. That's what he said in the Indo broadcast when
Yeah.
Alter Ego almost did it. Like, Navi, you don't want to be remembered as the team that almost went 0-16.
It's like that meme, you know, when like, oh, why to go to hell for like, you know, only a couple of violations when you can just do all of them
You
and
could
come
be-
down there a legend.
Dude, here, it would literally be a moment for Navi to be like, it can't get any worse. It won't. Like, next season will be better. They can confirm it.
that's true.
Right?
Or they go 0-16 this season,
Uh-huh.
and they go perfect next season.
Exact. See, you can't get worse. You can only go up from here.
Yeah.
So start the point, like, start low. Keep their
0-15.
expectations low for next season. Everybody's going to be like, oh, Navi, they're not going to make it to playoffs. And then they sign King Kong and Kelra, and they get Sans, Keyboy,
Everyone,
maybe,
maybe they'll put Skylar out
Eman.
of his rest.
they'll get Eman as a sub.
A sub.
As a sub.
They'll
a
get
sub?
XP lane. Tyron.
Wow. Will they get Mobazane too?
No, you don't need that guy right now.
For DJY.
No.
We talked about it.
No, listen, if they wanted to go 0-16, they should have gone DJY this season. But
Right.
hey, man, DJY's, you didn't even get to play a single match. And his team went 0 wins.
See, I mean, you know, it seems like the solution is pretty obvious in our eyes for, you know, the DJY matter. But man, is this the trading mindset, right? Hey, you know, we're already on the way down. Might as well go lower so we can win more on the way back up.
It's like an anime story. The main character always starts low, bro.
Yeah.
It's like a Jackie Chan movie.
It's, yeah. Yeah, but like, imagine, right? I mean, the character will be almost killed, or like
Yeah.
he'll get a beating, or he have like a tough childhood, and then he just rises up to be a goat.
It's exactly like
Hokage.
Boruto.
Yeah.
Get the heck out of here, dude.
Bro, come on.
Hey, listen.
We're talking
I was
about his
indulging
dad.
myself.
We're talking
right there,
about
bro.
the real legend, not that Boruto stuff, all right? You can even, like, it's in the name. It's bored. Boruto. It's boring.
Exactly. We're talking about the real legends here,
The
my friend.
goat.
The goat.
Naruto, Sasuke,
Sakura.
Kakashi,
Ino.
Hinata.
Tamari.
Ah, you like Hinata?
Yeah. Big eyes.
What's
Big eyes.
what's to not like about Hinata, man? She's
Yeah.
great personality.
Oh, so you
Does he
think
have multiple personalities?
No, I don't think so. Hang on a second. Well, you can make an argument for multiple.
For like
but-
2, right?
Yeah, exactly.
personalities?
But moving back in here again, yeah, this is the anime story here, especially with the Naruto collab in
Yeah.
full swing.
So who's Sasuke? Who's Navi's Naruto?
Wait a minute.
Evo Sasuke.
Wait, yeah, you're right.
The colors.
Ah, that's true. Yeah.
And also the situation, you know, because initially at least Sasuke was higher,
up.
right?
You're
And then
right.
there was a downfall period,
Yeah.
right? Yo,
But Naruto has started from 0.
Navi?
exactly.
Oh
yeah.
my lord.
Naruto, he was hated
Just-
by the whole village.
Listen. Naruto was garbage
Yeah.
up until, not the show, I mean like the character. Like he was bad. I mean like he was weak. He was weak up until he learned the power of QB.
That's true.
He was 0-14 in a way, metaphorically.
Yeah.
Until he learned how to control the QB.
And he learned the Sage mode.
Jiraiya
Yeah.
told him or taught him how to do the Rasengan. So maybe that might be Aldo's Jiraiya. Raiden is Minato or something, you know? Like, Cars is Naruto.
Cars?
Yeah.
I think it's Sive.
Worship Paul Sakura. Okay, never mind.
Interesting.
Are you trying to imply something there?
No. You know better to go.
You know better.
You know better?
That's a fair point. That's
You know
a
what's
fair
better though? The drafting phase, because we will see what compositions will come to swing in this drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. A focus band straight away to the knife fab of a strong pick and the Fanny, respected fully. Albert can be a menace in that Fanny pick as well.
Definitely has a killer instinct, has the explosiveness that is required to really get big impact on those assassins. Navi though, again, what do they want to go with right here? So far in the season, we've said that Shive can be a good option, but then Washapal seems to show some improvement, right? But in that case, they need to get him something good, something with impact here in the jungle position if they want to try and pitch him up against Albert.
And a Hayabusa ban coming full circle for EVOS. It's denying Washipal of yet again a strong jungler But Joy and Suyo still up for grabs. Or do they ban out the Kimmy here? But if we talk about banning the Kimmy, yesterday Bigatron felt like they had an answer for that Kimmy, the Baxia pick. First pick, you know, the passive that the Baxia has just deletes the damage that the Kimmy has.
That's why for me, I'm questioning now if the Baxia is really that broken, or if it's just specific teams that can make it work. Is it just Onyx and BTR, or is this just a new meta that we're going to be seeing? More utility over Assassins.
Yeah, that meta that is coming back to us feels like a
with
season
the win.
12.
Vandemore!
Oh, that's true.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
But
Evos. Wait, where are the Evos fams at?
I have no idea.
They're not even here.
Twice the amount from the Navi Nation here. They've always been winning though in the cheer battle.
Yeah.
So they're keeping that streak strong when it comes to the cheering department here. But now, Harriet's first pick for Evo, so Erlan on a familiar pick.
Yeah, so Harith for Erlan. This was the same mechanism that they brought when they were facing against Onyx. They let the Fanny go to give and supplement Erlan with the Harith pick. Is he that good of a hyper carry to be given the Harith? But obviously Baxia again, an answer to the Harith with the presence that just denies the shield that the Harith has.
Dude, the thing is, leaving the Fanny open is one thing. Leaving the Kalea open with a Baxia is another. Again, if you want to talk about Worship Paul and how he's been very inconsistent, how mechanically he hasn't been the great in his first season, that's all fair. But the Baxia is exactly what would work with Na'Vi, especially the Kalea. This is a signature pick for Cars in Rogue. His first match as a roamer was a Kalea and it was a win against Onyx in game 1.
Yep.
The Farsa and the Chip gonna be locked in here by Evos. But the thing is, Baxia kind of wants you to group up and fight him. As long as Na'Vi stick together, this is going to be a pretty solid lineup. They can go for the... no Granger. What do they go for now? Moskov? They just go Moskov here? Or do they need a mid laner, like a Valen?
I wonder if the Harriet is still in contention for both teams. Technically for Na'Vi, it's not the worst of options. Good kite ability, good crowd control on top of you know, being able to hit while moving backwards. It's the right idea if you want to move with a Baxia, right? Fight with a Baxia. But Valentina becomes the option right here, so potentially a battle of shortcuts or a big crowded airstrike for Na'Vi. Evos though with the lead in the macro gameplay department. What else do they want here? Are they gonna try and force Na'Vi to go for some weird counters, or do they have bans in mind here for the lanes instead?
Say goodbye to Suyo for Evos. I expected Suyo to be picked up earlier. Now it's definitely going to be banned out. Oh, they go for the Ling first. Interesting. But I believe the Suyo should be coming up next. Yeah, the Ling is a signature pick. Not this season. We've only seen it once for him. The Suyo really should be what they prioritize. Unless they are thinking, we have a Baxia. Neutral objective control, we should be able to win against the Suyo anyways.
But is Washipol tested though in the utility picks like the Baxia in the jungle? That could be the problem as well.
He's not tested. That's your answer. But if I was Aldo, I would do the same thing. If he hasn't been performing on Assassins, put him on an easier hero to pull off.
Doubling down on Washipol.
Although with those utility picks, pathing, right, and decision-making becomes a big factor, and we know that Washipol does struggle in that department, so we have to wait and see if he has shown improvement in that department, aside from the mechanics. But for Evos, going with the Beatrix ban right here, they fully expect that Na'Vi are going to go for some kind of pick-off, burst-heavy scenario. Although, with the Valentina already shown, not as much burst damage, I think, that they would require. No assassins, no burst mid lane. It really has to be someone in the gold lane if it has to be paired with the Kalea. So, with that logic, what works there? The carry? To shred someone down when the Kalea goes to the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, listen to the roars of the Na'Vi Nation. They're still up in their feet, despite the current situation that Na'Vi is in. And now back to the draft, the glue taken out. And one last ban for Evos. Will it be a possible jungle closing for Evos?
So that's the answer from Aldo. They're not going to ban out the Suyo because they think that the Baxia will win out in the neutral objective battle. Or it's a Baxia XP and we're going to see a Suyo for Na'Vi. I think it's unlikely because it's a Harith Farsa. Those two are amazing against Suyo now.
No magic resistance anymore for Suyo, so obviously he's going to get shredded down and bursted down by the Harith and the Farsa. Last ban for Evos. The target a marksman, possibly just close the jungle as well and force the Baxia to go XP or roam. But they close out the Lucas in favor of themselves right here.
Again, the possible Baxia flex and the Kalea flex is a bit too much for even Evos.
Especially with the Valentina picked up by Na'Vi already, it's a understandable concern for Evos for sure. Not for Na'Vi though. Again, what do they really want to go with here? I think in theory, fighters make a lot of sense with the lack of damage. Technically, they need some early game to really make these the Baxia and the Kalea a real threat. You know, because otherwise, if Evos get something big, something bulky like a Godlord, like a high loss, then they can just tank the damage and walk away. Gonna be the Airithel. Kite ability. We've seen I believe RRQ come up with that as a solution against a chip.
And yesterday as well, Bigatron with the Airithel and Baxia.
I think it's going to be an Angela.
Angela.
Yeah, we're going to see the same composition the BTR went for.
So basically, anti-regen, anti-shield, but they themselves have to sustain to fight the longer game.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a chip, when you have a Farsa. Yeah, that now makes sense for Na'Vi to pick up the Angela.
I like it.
It is a possibility because the Airithel as well will be so benefited by the hard guard as well from the Angela. Movement
The
speed,
Baxia too.
shield,
Exactly.
Baxia as well, yeah.
About to say, back then when the Baxia Angela was meta, that thing ain't dying, bro. You can throw the whole truck, the whole SUV at it. It won't matter. CC and Guinevere though, more crowd control, more damage. Not a lot of frontline though for the side of Evo, so they better get the ball rolling, man. If they're the ones trying to withstand the damage coming through, especially if it is gonna be an Angela, oh boy, that's a tough ball to slow down.
Could it be even dirtier? Could it, like, Angela's one guy. What if you have Florin? Is that a bit too crazy? Whoa.
Benedetta.
That's, I think, crazier. They don't go for a healer.
Okay.
Benedetta and XP.
Yeah, so they want to countermeasure against the CC. But Benedetta up against the CC. How do you describe that lane, Arashi?
Benedetta against CC? I feel like the CC wants to force the Benedetta into a duel, right? The Benedetta wants to clear the lanes and leave. That's the thing with these heroes with wave clear. Sometimes it doesn't even matter if you don't win the lane out. All you have to do is clear and get the rotational advantage. If you look at Navi's complete roster here, yes, they lose out without a shortcut in the rotations, but every single one of them are very mobile and they're gonna get places faster than Evo's. So Evo's gotta be careful, especially before that level 4.
That's true, they have the Baxia, they have the Benedetta to really just match the global presence of the chip and they can play the side lanes. But obviously now, it's all down to this match to decide their pride. And for Na'Vi, it's to end their winless streak. It is game number 1 of Natus Vincer Na'Vi up against EVOS.
Cast your votes in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Na'Vi or will it be EVOS who takes this match? Na'Vi currently 0-14 in the standings at 9th. EVOS, 7th place.
7th place, that's the magical number for Evos. Seems like every single season something has to do with the number 7. But already in the mid lane, you're seeing the pressure from Na'Vi. They do have a lot of brawling power with the Kalea, but Sibe,
Purify already.
Very early on.
But look at Cars setting up for the gold buff.
It's close by, and this gold crop will be contested. And Adelan will surely be able to take it now. Emblems though by Indehome, anything in particular, Arashi?
With the bracement for X Magic, so he's not going to go for those Starlium side aggressive, heavy mid lane style by all means. But along with that, Festival of Blood and Rupture for the Benedetta. Going to be a lot of damage. Feb, if he wants to go with this aggressive configuration, he just got to make sure that he actually wins out the lane and gets something to do. For Evos though, with the Wilderness Blessing on both the chip and the mid lane, the Farsa, the Swalo, that's going to be a lot of roaming potential, but in order to do so, they need some more levels to actually clear out faster. Because for now, Cars and X Magic are going to be too difficult to deal with. Hito,
Shield Unity, everything used up on Key, forcing the flicker out. Washa Paul does a good job at clearing and... Oh, by the way, what do you think about the Guinevere jungle? Is this like a... Is this good?
Yeah, Guinevere jungle.
I feel like it's not awful.
Whoa! Spatial migration!
Answered.
Reading out the dash, first blood for the baby alien. Cars are walking up now, going on to Albert. 3-man stun! X-Magic coming down as well. Reggie able to go for the vengeance. Albert taken out. And it's Na'Vi with a victory. This should be free.
We had questions and Albert answered it straight out. Is the Guinevere jungle good? The answer was yes for the first blood, but the counter initiation, the rotation from Na'Vi, is no less stronger.
Oh, they want to go for it. Reggie caught in the bad spot, doesn't have the vengeance either. They won't push into the enemy jungle. Maybe they will. Only the green camp.
And now the big question is, how does EVOS answer the heavy rotations coming in from Na'Vi? You have the Box here that could just roll around, the Kalea, always so proactive. How can EVOS tame down this pressure?
They have to really use the chip in efficient fashion here. There's a window. There are windows of opportunity where Na'Vi couldn't possibly just stick S5 all the way from 2 minutes into the game. So when they are spread apart from each other, that is where EVOS needs to strike. We saw that earlier. That was a successful gank from EVOS, a pickoff onto Feb. But because of the speed of the rotations from Na'Vi, they're able to capitalize and actually get the more beneficial punish.
Whoa! 2 million, Papulong. Cars walking up, looking for Tsunami Slam. That's gonna be Albert with the spatial migration. Cars, able to go for it. In the back, flicker out. Feather airstrike stolen by X-Magic. EVOS, that's a curtain call on Feb.
Right. Unfortunately, we couldn't look at that prediction for too long. That was 2 million voted by Papulong there.
Everyone has voted Na'Vi.
Unanimous decision. Oh, flicker from X-Magic to dodge. Special migration from Albert, but it's all good for now. And Na'Vi, it seems like they have control of the early game.
They do have, I'm not sure if I would say control, but they definitely have a lot more ways to threaten EVOS right now. Ooh. Hey, though.
On a bad spot, doesn't have the shortcut, gonna be slowed down as well. He surely will fall. One last shot, no! He survived, Shive! Didn't want to go for it.
Man, that's Na'Vi though, taking full control in the early game. And looking at the level difference though, Albert has been able to match the farming speed of the Baksha, so credit to him for sure. Aside from that, again, it's just the waiting game. Now with the objective in the picture, it's gonna be, again, a beneficial situation for Na'Vi to be in. 1v1 though, Reggie.
Almost hitting the solo on Feb. Key looking for the shortcut. Will be Cars who gets engaged on. Key does have the shortcut. Will place it down next to Washa Paul. Reggie comes in, and that's going to be an all-in. Spatial migration about Requiem now with Zaman Force placed down, but it's going to be Washa Paul still surviving somehow. Erlan unable to get the kill down. X-Magic still there. Erlan finding the kill on guard, but now it's Washa Paul with a shield into the one more time. Shive walks up Feb in the back by the flow. Finds Erlan. Shive still kiting away. What a sidestep! A purified out, but Albert gets the fadeaway kill. Feb on Sway Low. Looking for the kill now. Sway Low won't be able to survive. Feb! Petrify! Reggie gets the kill back.
A bloody fight for the turtle, but it feels like it's an even trade, would you say, Arashi?
I think it's somewhat even, and on top of that, the fact that Na'Vi are able to get some things, I mean, that's what they want to do, but EVOS, they actually, if they trade evenly with Na'Vi, it's going to be beneficial for them. They want to get to that late game where Sway Low is going to have that damage, where Erlan is going to scale out of control, where Key is finally going to be able to use the chip shortcut in a more efficient manner. So Na'Vi, with this early game power, needs to go and pick fights that they can win, and they have to select the targets properly, because if they spread out all their damage to all 5 members of EVOS, they don't have enough damage to take everyone down.
Whoa! Aggressive Erlan zoning 2 in the back. Washa Paul stopping a flank from happening there, just running around now. No Zaman Force has to purify. Washa Paul with a play stuns! You can purify stuns, but you can do nothing about slows. Albert in the bottom lane able to find the kill. The Tsunami Slam purified out of by Sway Low. 1 for 1.
Erlan gets snatched away, and Na'Vi, they're not toning down the pressure. It's constantly just thrown at EVOS. And this Baxia pick, it feels like it's been utilized perfectly by Na'Vi.
Just using the rotations and the ganks really, really well. And the fact that they're able to actually get 2 kills.
Shortcut.
Oh, hang on.
Cars actually jumps in, forced the flicker out. But that'll be it with the shortcut.
Back to the point, they're able to get the kills onto Harith, onto Erlan of all people, which is great for their win conditions. Now, with 5 seconds to go here for the turtle, Na'Vi definitely trying to rotate over EVOS with that chip. Can't find anything just yet. Whoa!
Spatial migration, but it's only onto the roamer. Car's gonna be taken down by the airstrike there, and that's gonna be Q picks up the kill. Now Feb jumps into the back line. Petrify! Sway Low caught in the final blow. X-Magic gets the feather airstrike to find Reggie, but it will be him knocked up, and X-Magic will try to flicker out Erlan. What? He didn't go for the kill. He went back onto Washa Paul, who's still alive. 3v3 on the turtle, but EVOS can't go for it.
Hesitation from Erlan to not deal the final blow to Washi Paul now. It gives a window of opportunity for Na'Vi to probably contest the turtle. But as for now, it feels like EVOS, they have dibs on this objective.
Oh,
Archer the conceal already. Washer Paul looking for the angle. Pops in a shield unity now. Zaman Force coming down. Two-man stun. Washer Paul jumping over the poisons as well. But he's going to be stunned up by the spatial migration as Feb jumps into the back line one more time. Again, Feb won't be able to dish out enough damage and he gets taken out by Erlan. Curtain call locking him down and they're both running the wrong direction. Cars guided by the yo-yo.
Total bloodshed in this game. We have to take a breather because it has been constant action and fighting for the past 7 minutes.
and with that style, with the brawls and the even trades from both teams, EVOS has found ways to really get ahead. Na'Vi seems to be doing somewhat okay. They're still only 4k gold behind, but 3 kills. The most kills on the game is onto Feb. And every single fight, he is just diving towards the back, trying to take out Suelo, but he's only able to do so after Suelo has outputted all of his damage. So Na'Vi isn't really winning out in these fights at all. And slowly but surely, that rotational advantage is slowing down, man. EVOS now are in position to receive the charge coming in from Na'Vi, and they're losing vision of what their win condition is.
Yep. Okay, Magic though. The Feather Airstrike is popped away without a skirmish even happening, so this might be a loss for Na'Vi. And Washipal might roll into the backline. But for EVOS, it's all about spacing out and waiting for Key to pop the shortcut. Reggie can just play in the side lanes, and so does Feb, because the shortcut will just open up spaces for them to then TP into the team fight. So it's all about the side lane pressure now for Na'Vi, and probably for EVOS as well, but I feel like Benedetta will have the upper hand on just clearing the waves far side. Now for Adelan, it's up there to just push and shove the wave away. For Na'Vi, it's all about engaging.
Sway low. It's caught in the bad spot. The conceal won't find anyone. Oh, it finds Key in the back. Oh, spatial migration! Albert gets the knockup for Reggie to find his 3rd kill.
That's a Guinevere pick, just working so well for EVOS. It can farm pretty well, good sustain, and it's also an extra engage tool. Knowing that their roamer can't really go for the engage, the fighter being able to do so is a great blessing for EVOS here, allowing them multiple avenues to really stop Na'Vi, to catch him off guard. The man down, Washipal.
Uh-oh, he's all alone. 1v4. Pops into Poisons is able to bait out some time. The spatial migration used up his Erlan, jumps over to Zaman Force over to Chive. Washipal taken down by Erlan.
That's a free turtle now for EVOS. As Baxia gone in an instance for Na'Vi. Will they want to contest this? Feels like Feb is preparing his sword for that. But for EVOS, it's all about focusing Key from the flank.
Looking for it. Tsunami slam to the back, but Reggie has the vengeance. Erlan looking for some on force on X Magic. And that's it. Na'Vi don't want to fight.
They lose everything. They lose a neutral objective. They lose the purple buff from Na'Vi as well. Oh man. EVOS are taking control here, and Erlan, despite the earlier setback, is 3-2 and 2, actually the highest amount of gold in the game. So if Na'Vi's plan was to shut down Erlan, that has utterly failed. Now if you're in Na'Vi's shoes, you have this Benedetta with a full damage build, Hunter Strike and Malefic Roar. Who do you go for? You can't really go for the Herald. It has to be only the Farsa. So there's no real solution here for Na'Vi to try and deal with the snowballing Herald.
The Guinevere as well. Tanky build for her to just be the front line to engage. So no magic builds, obviously, for this Guinevere as of now. But the Lord up top having to be dealt with for Na'Vi. It's all about just defending their base, waiting in the back, waiting for a moment to turn things around. For EVOS, it's all about shoving the wave inside and knocking the base of Na'Vi.
Ooh, he was looking for a play down below, but he knows that Shiva has the Purify. He's trying to keep the... Oh, the Holy Defense gets procced anyways. Erlan. Yikes. Now looking for the base turret up top. Feb and X Magic will be the ones to clear it out. No base turrets with the First Lord.
Right now, if you're Na'Vi, you're stuck in a tough situation, man. 8k gold behind on a composition that wants to brawl, that wants to go front to back, but unable to match the damage output from your opposition.
Yeah.
And no real way of clearing safely and reliably either with the Valentina and the Irithel. So they're just waiting almost for the inevitable. Unless EVOS really make a big mistake here somehow, in the decisions, in the rotations, it's gonna be tough. The fact that they're able to do all this without really using the benefit of that shortcut from Key, I mean, says something about EVOS.
So that's a problem, right? Not having a good high ground defense for Na'Vi. The question is, how do they want to fight through EVOS now that they can't really clear the base that that effectively. And as for EVOS, it's now just waiting for the timers to come in. And like you said, not even breaking a sweat to pop the shortcut by Key means that EVOS, they have the upper hand in every department in this game. 8.8k gold lead. And this time, I think they're just going to wait for the Lord to spawn. For Na'Vi, it's just regaining small controls, minute details in their own jungle. For Albert, just scouting for potential engage. Now they go out of their base. Now they want to try to reapproach the lanes and just control the equilibrium.
Look at the gold difference here, 3,000 for the EXP lane and the jungle position. So EVOS are definitely out-farming Na'Vi at a very, very rapid pace. You saw the fleeting time there picked up by Cars though, so he's still hoping to find ways to make the plays happen for his team. As of right now, even if he gets a jump onto Sway Low or Erlan, the Purify is there. Na'Vi just don't have enough damage, and EVOS are immediately on the Lord. I don't think Na'Vi can do anything about this.
Is it geekable? Worship Paul. Looking for a play. Oh, the poke. Half HP Key in the flag shortcut coming down. Now Albert will be looking for the spatial migration. Worship Paul falls.
Fab in the back, just trying to run back. Cars so low, and Reggie gets the kill. Adelan as well, half HP. Short defense from Na'Vi, but 2 gone. And now it's EVOS bouncing back to the Lord.
Clean Lord take there for EVOS. Jump on it, punish Na'Vi for overextending. That's where they bring in the shortcut play there. So they're doing a great job just using the shortcut play when it's necessary. And unless it is, they just keep it in the back pocket, and Na'Vi are constantly kept guessing. They have no idea if Key right now is scouting out for information or somewhere behind them. And you know, the approach with more quality compared to quantity from EVOS really is working super, super well. 11,000 gold lead with the next Lord. In theory, this should be an all-in end angle for EVOS. Although Na'Vi earlier, they showed that Shiva at least has some damage to speak of, almost taking Erlan down to a quarter of HP. He certainly is the only hope left for Na'Vi to turn this around.
Yep, the Erythel Sive with a huge burden behind his back. But it all comes down to how EVOS want to charge this Lord into the base. And Na'Vi, one last stand for this game to hold on.
Let's see if they can. Erlan, Swan Force over to X Magic, still the kites.
And
Spatial migration, and Worship Paul gets caught up!
Fab in the back, going in, but the Lord is just exposed to the crystal. And EVOS, they go for the end. Na'Vi crumble in the last stretch as EVOS, they scratch onto Na'Vi with a 1-0. The White Tigers online.
Man, dominance showing there for EVOS, showing the difference in understanding of the game, in the macro movements, even in the team fights. This is a team that wanted to scale a bit more, that wanted to abuse that chip pick, the shortcut, and yet even without being allowed to, even with Na'Vi getting the brawl advantage and composition in the early game, EVOS are able to shut them down in dominant fashion, getting their late game scaling composition online at 14 minutes.
I was questioning, actually, you know, the defensive build from the Guinevere. Obviously, you want damage in the jungle, but it feels like it's all coming to fruition. The fact that the Guinevere will be the front line for EVOS to just counter-engage or even engage, because they don't really have a hard-locking tool. Only Chip with a crash course and maybe a shortcut to boot, but the Guinevere with the Violent Requiem still just becoming such a menace for EVOS, and that was a very strong initiation tool for EVOS, and Na'Vi left without an answer.
A new tech revealed by EVOS, a Guinevere. If the Fredrin and the Baksha is taken out, maybe the Guinevere could be the answer for the next utility jungler.
That's true.
And the fact that you are very, you're kind of independent, you don't need a lot of resources, no mana requirements. We saw that Albert built in that Sky Guardian helmet very, very early on. And that means that on the Guinevere, you ain't going home, dude. You're just staying on the map indefinitely. And that is how they're able to match a lot of that rotations coming from Na'Vi. Because Na'Vi was winning, but when you don't have to come back to base, you know, EVOS, they completely abused that.
It's roaming around, and yeah, it feels like we talked about the early rotation of Na'Vi being so strong. Yeah. With the Baxia and then the Kalea as well, but the Chip and the Guinevere was also there in response to those two threats. And of course, the crucial moment, Arashi.
So one of the big fights there, we can see the damage from Na'Vi definitely still is very relevant, but look at how they're targeting, right? It's almost like they're responding to who's in front, who's closer to us. Oh, it's Albert, go on him. It's the other guy, go on him. And they can't do that when they are the ones trying to brawl, when they are the ones trying to punish.
Yeah. Man, talked about the defense from Navi as well. Sive was supposed to be the guy to carry the whole, probably damage output from Navi, but it didn't come to fruition. Now your MVP, the player of the game, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is Albert, with a new pick, the Guinevere pick for him at least this season.
Started with that spatial migration there. Fortunately, Feb ran into it. That's unfortunate for him. But afterwards, take a look at this fight yet again. Look at the targeting here. Even though Evos were clumped up together, there wasn't that big moment there. There wasn't a big Electro Final Blow Petrify into a stolen Feather Airstrike. None of those big moments ever occurred. Navi were just trying to scramble individually against the full teamfight effort of Evos, and I think that's why they fall short here. And in the early game afterwards, after Navi were unable to get the ball rolling, to get a full shutdown or a snowball, even when they dive to the backline, it seems as an over-reliance on Feb to really do damage, to really carry the whole team fight, and realistically, it just isn't enough. Evos are able to withstand or kite away from most of the damage and then turn it around. And again, when you are the one in control, you do not want to trade evenly, 1-for-1. That is what Navi were doing, and Evos were happy about it.
Yeah, but aside from that, another question that arises is, how does Navi, how can Navi not deal with the Guinevere, right? They had the Baxia to just crash first time onto the Guinevere. They had the Kalea to lock down the Guinevere, but why is that the Guinevere always able to get the upper hand on the players of Navi?
It's also just because Navi are so passive, dude. Like they don't take position. Again, up against the Guinevere, you kind of want to initiate before the Guinevere can initiate. Especially with a Guinevere who has retreat. Usually, you're kind of scared opening up bushes because the Guinevere has the flicker, right? You can spatial migration flicker and then the backline gets caught and you're like, oh, all right, GG. But this is remember, the whole reason as to why we don't see Guinevere as much anymore was because of the big nerf to the range of the spatial migration. Usually, well, back then, you could spatial migration and flicker, and it would be outside of your view.
Yeah.
But now, it's inside of the view, so you can still see it. Especially with retreat, not flicker, there should be a very reactable spatial migration, reactable tool. So, Navi just played it too safe against Guinevere, and Guinevere loves going up against people who are passive.
And I think they weren't utilizing their damage that well either. You saw that in the early game, the only real threat, the only real guy that was doing a lot of damage was, for the most part, X-Magic. And again, he was sitting in the back, playing like a Peel Valentina. He was sitting near the backline, terrifying people, when he should be going forwards, trying to assist with the pickoff, with the burst damage. Right? Because there's a limited amount of damage coming in from Navi. The moment they used the Tsunami Slam into the two bursts from Valentina, right? The Terrify, and then Benedetta with the Active Final Blow, there's no real danger zone, danger tool anymore. In contrast to that, for Evos, even after the big ultimates are down, Reggie is still going to be doing a ton of damage on the CC. You know, Albert is still able to fight even without the Violet Requiem. So all of the members of Evos want these prolonged fights, and Navi just don't have the tools to really seal the deal before Evos can catch a second wind in the middle of a big team fight.
Yeah. And indeed, for Evos, that's one way to counter, engages coming in from a strong Kalea, from a Baxia as well. But now the question becomes, would an Angela pick be better than the Benedetta? To just peel for the Erythal, to give Sive that safeguard for him to keep on just, dispelling the damage.
For me, the big problem wasn't really like, sure, I don't really like the Benedetta, but the big problem for me was the CC. They should have banned out the CC instead of a Ling or a Glue. Like those two, I would much rather go up against a Ling or a Glue when I'm on Baxia, compared to the CC. The CC just shreds through, again, the main winning condition of Navi.
Yep. And of course, I gotta ask the Gemini AI for an answer to the Guinevere. Because when it comes to gaming as well, the latest Samsung Galaxy S25 series is the real champion. The smartphone is incredibly powerful for gaming thanks to the Snapdragon 3 Elite for Galaxy processor built on 3 nanometer technology, making it the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device. This is a cutting-edge performance, and your gaming experience will be super smooth and totally lag-free. And back to my point, the Gemini AI Or Gemini? Gemini?
Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini.
What should I ask Gemini?
How do you counter Guinevere?
Hey, how do I counter Guinevere?
Just hey. No title, no name.
Hey, Gemini.
Hey, Gemini. Hold up.
Gemini still...
Hey, Gemini. How do I counter Guinevere?
Gemini?
So don't you worry. It's reading.
Still reading. Because it needs to process
Just a sec.
information.
Saying just a sec.
Yeah. Still processing the information
Is a
because...
formidable hero in Mobile Legends, known for her burst damage and crowd control.
Ah.
Thanks to her signature combo, Spatial Migration, Skill 2, followed by Violet Requiem, Ultimate. The key to countering her lies in disrupting this combo, or mitigating its effects. Here's a breakdown of how to counter Guinevere. 1. Counter heroes. Most effective way to deal with Guinevere is by picking heroes that can. Negate her CC, heroes with built-in CC immunity or cleanse are excellent. Diggy, his ultimate time journey.
There's gonna be, it's a whole list, but Diggy, Wan Cho,
See?
Ruby, Martis, Lunox, lock her down. If you can prevent her from jumping in, or chain CC her after she jumps, she becomes very vulnerable.
Wow. Gemini AI is better than my epic teammates.
Oh, for sure.
So insightful.
Jinx. Can't speak now.
Can't speak for eternity. Can you read the last part?
Remember, you owe me a drink if you do that. No,
Of course, buy now and get cashbacks up to 3 million rupiah and get 6 months of Gemini Advanced for free. So hurry and buy because the promo ends on June 16, 2025. I believe that's the final of the MPL ID playoffs.
Yes, that is.
So, in
11
conjunction.
11 to 16 or
11 to
15?
16? Yeah, I think we have to recheck our
15,
schedules.
15.
But yeah, because the promo ends soon, so you gotta grab now. Exclusive for MPL viewers, you can also get a free 25-watt travel adapter and a Shop App e-voucher worth 500,000 rupiah using the voucher code S25MPL.
Go check it out right now, guys, because you really don't want to miss it. I have an S25 at home right now.
Wow.
And I've been loving it, dude. I've been playing MLBB. I thought I couldn't be better. I couldn't get better on Suyo. Turns out I can. With the S25, I would randomly just be like, oh man, I'm losing. Yo, Gemini, how do I come back in this game? And you know it actually knows what you're playing, right?
I saw your video, that video,
It's real. Like, I could get real-time counters, real-time win conditions.
Now, obviously, if you have the Galaxy 25 series
I
or
can join
even a
them.
Galaxy phone, you can be there in the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy. Do you want to be there, Hirashi?
CITV.
Why not? It's feels like a good time.
Buy a Miracle Drinks.
Yeah.
Give me a good day, Arashi.
There we go.
Beautiful. There you go. Deal. There you go. Jinx
off.
is over.
It's off cam.
The Jinx is over.
He just gave me this. Thank you, Arashi.
But do you think Navi is jinxed by something?
Ooh.
That's an interesting angle to go about it. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like there's just so many small things that they're not really like doing right. It seems like, and it sucks because like we keep saying that very often about teams. Oh yeah, there's a lot of small mistakes, but that really is the case. You know, you can't really pinpoint. Oh, see that moment at 5 minutes, that's where they lost. Not quite. So it's always a tough call to answer a team that's doing not doing so well, but like not having a big glaring problem to deal with.
So, are they going to keep the record 0-15?
0-15 will be ridiculous. They will, if they go 0-15, they will break the record. If they go 0-16, they will shatter the record.
Talking about shattering your enemies, you want good internet. You want lag-free internet.
Telkomsel.
And you can do just that with Telkomsel. Pocket G2 SAT2.
G2
SAT2. One. Accurate one. Precise one.
Precise one.
So you can get it for only 375,000 rupiah with 100 megabytes per second. You can subscribe now via My Telkomsel at tcell.id/nacional.
Check it out now. If you guys want to get left in the past, then don't check it out, you know? Just stay with your garbage internet. I'm talking about you guys who lag out and AFK out of my games.
That's true.
If you have the G21 Telkomsel, you will not have that problem.
So are you saying that I won't even be on the loading screen?
You will, but it'll be instant, you know? Like
Wow.
usually people load like
1%,
for years.
11%,
Yeah.
21%.
Dude, every time I see that, I'm like, damn, I'm so glad I have Telkomsel, bro.
Telkomsel.
Like if it wasn't for Telkomsel, I'd probably be like that too, and I'll probably be super laggy in game.
Yep. Just shuffling around.
Here,
Like Arashi's Eve.
What's the use of an S25 if you don't have good internet? Like if you don't have good provider, like you have the device, you have the hardware, but you need that connection, yo.
Feels like a handicap.
Dude, imagine you ask Gemini for an answer, it comes back to you next week.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
What's the point?
The reason it comes up so quick here, Arashi, is because we're connected.
Connected.
Internet through
Exactly.
Telkomsel.
The Telkomsel.
If we didn't have it, it would just say connection issue. Please be connected. I can't think without the internet.
Connected.
Come on.
Like
with
the
Telkomsel.
majority of kids these days.
Yeah, me too.
They can't
me
think
too.
without the internet.
Dude, living life without internet is top 10 saddest thing of all things of all time.
Really?
Yeah.
But I can't believe there are people who can just discharge and disconnect
Yeah.
and,
Discharge.
and just go for a single week
That's ridiculous.
without internet.
They become cavemen. They go back to the Stone Ages.
You know what they call that?
What?
It's called a spiritual retreat.
Spiritual retreat.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see the appeal. I've done something similar before. Just like a digital cleanse, you know?
I think it's for boomers.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. You should
Yeah,
try
so
sometime.
you're people, Arashi. Boomers.
You should try sometimes, bro.
Rush, you're a boomer.
I mean, back in my day, right? Like,
Back in your days?
kids weren't allowed to just stay on their devices all day, bro. That's just not allowed. That's illegal. They call
That
the
much
police.
is true.
Oh,
yeah.
1950 was a long time ago.
They call the cops on you, bro.
Did you fight with for independence?
For Indonesia's independence.
I remember seeing that the blue part of the flag torn out of the flag, so it's like it becomes the red and white of Indonesia. Good times.
Thank you for your services.
Thank you for your service, Rash.
And obviously now, back
my
to
bro Sukarno.
yo, back to EVOS and Navi. Navi, obviously they need a general, like how Arashi was in the battlefield.
Oh,
Whoa.
And
General Rash.
for EVOS, they will go
The general rash.
again for first pick selection. Do you think Navi has no confidence in going first pick?
Oh, I feel like looking at how they're playing, they really seems to be stuck in this whole like reactive mindset. And I don't know, man. I feel like at this point, against a team with so much more experience, right? You might as well just go aggressive, go with your win condition, get your winning picks, you know? And even though EVOS can counter it, at least you know how to operate on that composition rather than force yourself to try to play a composition you're not as comfortable with against a team with a lot of experience, with a lot of heroes in their hero pool as well, right? Might as well try it out. Why not? What's there to lose for Navi anyways?
Yep. And now it's all down to Navi if they want to break the curse. It's either break a winless record or break a record. What sounds more appealing?
Break the record.
Break the record.
You never want to be breaking your... I mean, like, you never just want to be an average team.
Uh-huh.
You know? You want to be the team. Either you go with a record-breaking invincible season, or you go on a record-breaking destruction season.
Because either way, when people look it up online, if you're on top or the bottom, you come out.
Yeah.
You show up, you know? If
No
you're in
one
the
looks at the
middle, no one cares about the middle. No one even cares about second place.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Realize?
That's true.
Right? Do you remember who's the second man on the moon? Exactly, nobody does.
Do you remember who the second place team is in the Premier League? Exactly.
Yo.
So no one will remember the second team in the Spanish league.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
No one.
Well, it's drafting phase again by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Tovius, Loyi, Lucas taken out. Almost identical bans from the last game for Navi. It's closing down on Albert's heroes. The Joy, the Fanny, taken out.
All right. Man, what do they go for now? They banned out the Granger, which was definitely interesting, because you would expect them to trade Granger for Harith at least. Remember, here. They try to use BTR's format without BTR's real format. The reason the Baksha works so well in the jungle is when you have carries to carry. When you don't have Granger, when you don't have someone like, okay, ban the CC, that's also very important later on. But you need some solid carries too. You can't just be like, all right, Baksha, and then a no damage comp.
Exactly. You want to have some winning lanes to really play off that Baksha pressure. Because the Baksha does damage, but, you know, he's mainly tanking in the front line. First pick for EVOS now. Are they going to go back to the Harith pick? It's available. It worked well for them before.
Yeah. Sustainable damage. Dealer as well. Now
Go for Hayabusa.
Hayabusa is open. They'll go for Chip. So a prio pick again for EVOS. Appearing in their own eyes, the Chip. Obviously, global presence is there. Team fight. You can get and latch onto the shortcut. And for Na'Vi, Hayabusa available. Kimi as well. Still up for grabs for them to take. They go for the Kalea and the Granger. Kalea, yep. I completely forgot about the Kalea being open, but this time they go for the Granger, so obviously if they want to go for the Baxia, it is possible because they have a carry in the Granger.
Yep, they can still go for Baxia. Evos though, we'll just go for the Harith. And do they still go for Farsa here?
I feel like they can, but that doesn't seem like there's a need to by all means. The only reason why they would get it is to take it away from Na'Vi, in case Na'Vi wants to go with a long-range type composition. But even if they don't, even if Na'Vi double down and go for the super long-range artillery style, they have the Chip that can really throw a wrench in those kinds of plans. So EVOS will still go for it.
Okay, this should be the Baxia then.
Yeah, it should be because it's still the same 3 first picks from the previous game, at least for EVOS. Oh, they go for the Hayabusa. So no Baxia,
bro.
It's the Hayabusa. What do you think of this Hayabusa coming up against the first 3 picks of EVOS?
I mean, like, I just don't get it. Now you have the right components to make the Baxia work, and they're like, yeah, nah.
I don't get it.
Now, you know what? They want to break the record.
They do. 0-15 lingering around their minds. And now, again, another Ling ban. They are indeed afraid of Albert's Ling. But could it be a possible uncomfortability for Washipal with the box? Yeah, that's why he wants to pick up the Hayabusa. Could that be a probability as well?
Might be. I got distracted by the fan base, dude. They came alive out of nowhere. The Na'Vi Nation.
They are alive.
Taking the fight towards the EVOS fams. And they really are winning, dude. The EVOS fams seem kind of timid in comparison.
I think they have nothing else to fight for at this point for the EVOS fams, so that's why. But for now, it's Na'Vi making all the noise.
Yeah.
Both in draft and in the arena. Questions arise as to why the Hayabusa was picked. The Suyo taken out. So, a limited pool of options now for Albert to pick up the jungler. The Fanny gone, the Joy gone. Even 2 bans to Suyo and Ling as well. Could EVOS pick up the Baxia for themselves? Is it not a good setup?
Yeah, I think so. The Baxia could be a solid choice for EVOS. They could still go for the Guinevere.
Yeah.
There's still Fredrin up for grabs too, to be fair. So a lot of picks still up for grabs. Juicin. That does lead to me believing that, wait, interesting. I did not expect the Juicin up against Farsa Harith. All right, Na'Vi.
Nope, Glue. All right, a pick that was banned previously now embraced by Na'Vi.
It's a bigger team fight type of hero compared to the Benedetta, technically. And so far, no matchup exposed by EVOS yet, though. So Na'Vi are picking this blind going against EVOS. There's still so many options available. The CC that we said was a problem earlier can still come through. Even for Albert, if they go for the Gwyn here, that's not even a bad idea, right? Being able to leave a clone behind, ironically not a ninja, but leaving a clone behind could block a lot of the Rhapsodies. It can take some hits from the Shadow Kill as well. It really ain't a bad pick at all.
That makes sense now. You mentioned it. For EVOS, X-Borg and Guinevere. X-Borg up against the Glue. Is it supposed to be an X-Borg XP?
Yeah, it'll be X-Borg XP. This was, Reggie was called the X-Borg Merchant in Season 13.
Yeah, he was.
So it's an interesting thing to see again, Reggie on X-Borg.
It was fluffy back then. So now, with a strong pick of his.
He went from fluffy to like the Karas lineup, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Wow. Last pick though, will it be, it'll be a mid lane, but what, Yves? I don't know if you want to go Yves against this comp.
Sicilian. But again, so susceptible, right, to the lockdown by the Guinevere. They go for the Kimmy. Yeah, the Kimmy was indeed not banned. So now the question becomes, does EVOS have the tools to deal with this Kimmy?
I feel like they do. from the looks of it, right, both teams kind of want to kite back, sort of, right? Eventually, if both teams are just kind of dancing around, Evos have more tools available to get the fight going, to get the engages going, and they're the ones with the burst damage to seal the deal. Later on, Na'Vi will be able to do the same, but in the early game, even with the Kalea, I don't know if Hayabusa Granger is going to be enough to take out something like a Guinevere full tank or a chip, for instance. Whereas on the side of Evos, if they get going, if they get a catch onto the Kimi, for instance, with no Purify, by the way, the Farsa, the Harriet, a lot of ways for them to seal the deal there.
Na'Vi, will they be record breakers for going 0-15? Or will they fight back to finally prove their name? It's Na'Vi against EVOS for game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're bound for the next station. Not Shibuya, 015 is the next station for Na'Vi.
Wow, history in the making.
Indeed, history being written as we bear witness. And right now, from the looks of it, the main thing that Na'Vi have going for them is that Kimi pick, man. They need to use it to its full potential. But for Evos, you can bet that they're trying to remove that from the equation. Stun onto Shive.
Oh, ton of damage with the lethal ignition tick 2.
Granger's gonna get bullied a lot. And Na'Vi, will they apply the same playstyle like the previous game? Will they be proactive again?
I don't think they have the same kind of tools to really go aggressive. It's only the Kalea for now. But once the Kimi gets going, maybe that can be used. Alberto, whoa.
Knocked up, Key, crash course, watch a pole! Jump into the back line, shadow kill! Sway low, gunned down by X-Magic! But immobilized too, and it's 2 on the board for Na'Vi.
Yep, 2 quick kills, and the Hayabusa presents himself. That snowball is what Na'Vi will be aiming for.
Evo is not really respecting the dangers of the early game. The continuous spray down from the Kimi and the Hayabusa lurking around for a kill there. Wasn't the right call for them. Losing 2 already means that their mid now is going to be a bit late to the level 4 party, and they're also going to be a bit more behind when they're walking towards the jungle here. Na'Vi, with the advantage, can just stick around and deny the entrances for Evos to find that information to make those plays happen.
They're congregating together now, closely, in towards the mid lane. Maybe contesting the turtle is next on the menu for both teams. But the question is, who wins on the long out trades, and is X-Borg going to be much of an impact against Na'Vi in the skirmishes?
I feel like in the quick fight, my favorite Evos right now with the burst damage, they can't even get close right now, so Na'Vi with a very good start to the game so far. Have to keep this up and ensure that they don't mess up in letting Cars or X-Magic overextend. They have to make sure that whoever gets sent into the bushes can be backed up.
Uh-oh, wow. An all-in on Cars in the mid lane. Flick around from Cars at least, but Tsunami Slam's ready. Knock up, Tsunami Slam coming down, X-Magic right there. That's also the quad chat on the shadow kill. 3-0.
Wow. Even a spell expended by the Kalea. Sive is here.
Whoa.
Swaylo has a Purify. You cannot Purify out of bullets. 4-0 Na'Vi.
The bullets come flying in, and Na'Vi set the tempo for the early game. EVOS, they are scrambling. Look at Albert.
No!
Invaded.
Oh man, wins all across the board. Whoa, Key.
Wait a second.
Yo.
Shortcut into the midst of all. Feb is right there to claim a few of those stacks, and Washer Paul's back into the orange buff. Now we just back in. Oh my lord! 5-0! Na'Vi going for more. Swaylo to be knocked up again. Last Insanity. Feb gets away. Na'Vi on track to winning game 2.
Oh my. The XP-laters aren't even fighting. It's all about shortcuts, rotating, and fighting as 5. But it's Na'Vi coming up on top. Why though?
It really seems like Evos are trying to go aggressive. They're not willing to concede ground. But again, they have the bigger ultimates, the big burst damage tools. But they just keep moving in 2s or in 1s alone. And Na'Vi just wins out in those situations. They have picks that allow them to make plays solo, like X-Magic on the Kimi, like Shive on the Granger. And Evos, on the other hand, requires a bit more synergy, a bit more coordination to really get big moments here. So they gotta wait for the big ultimates, for the big objectives, and finally get a proper fight. If they keep funneling down one by one like that, Na'Vi they can really get this done, dude. They're already snowballing quite decently at 4 minutes.
Free turtle for Na'Vi. Sight to see for Na'Vi Nation. For EVOS, it's the White Tigers still not yet with their fangs, and they have to wait. Now the question is, what's the winning condition for EVOS? If it's like this!
Slam, Tsunami slam, and all in on Key!
Oh no, they're going in again! EVOS, Albert with the save! The Violent Requiem, not enough, but it is enough to take down X Magic. Feb coming in, back, Washipol is here!
Shadow kill into the back, Albert going to be tanking it all now, has the quad shadow run back again. Reggie, last insanity, chasing Washipol down!
Uh-oh!
And it will be a blast! Feb jumps back in!
Feb is going to bite the bullet. Key coming in again, but it's EVOS coming out on top in that trade.
It looks so good, but it all crumbled down. Now it's EVOS who've taken back the lead, it seems.
That's Na'Vi disrespecting EVOS again, overstaying there. We talked about how EVOS required the big moments, and right there they did. Reggie going with the last insanity, deleting the HP bars in the backline there. That was like that was a signal for Na'Vi to leave, man. But I guess they felt that they were snowballing. They wanted to try and push their advantage, but they pushed a bit too hard, man.
Oh no.
What's gonna happen? Dude, no way.
How did they fumble this?
4,000 goal lead.
It's gone. It's now a minuscule lead that Na'Vi possesses.
It's 2K, sorry, but like 2,500.
Yeah,
man.
still so
Significant.
marginal for Na'Vi. It feels like they always fumble the bag, time and time again. Uh-oh, Traction Pulse!
Immobilized, the bird cannot fly away earlier, but he will be able to get away this time.
But that seems to be the idea here. Na'Vi have to play like that. Short individual plays, quick plays, and then back away. They don't want to stick around for all the flames of the last insanity, for the Fighter Airstrike. They don't want to stick around in the Zaman Force, right? Get in there and get out. The longer they stay, the longer EVOS have to kind of turn it around. It's a similar situation to game number 1, but Na'Vi have more to say this time, and yet they're still allowing EVOS this chance. Shortcut
to the back again, let's get the shortcut Key, locked down, Traction Pulse there, a flicker out, now Last Insanity coming down, Watch Your Pulse steals the turtle!
Shadow kill is good enough, Last Insanity for the X-Borg to save himself, but Adeline in the back still damaging just towards the EVOS. X Magic with the shots!
X Magic with the kill, Na'Vi with a perfect turtle! We might have spoken too soon. This is yet another Na'Vi winning team fight. Feb doing a good job at zoning Sway low. They're gonna go for tier 1 in the mid lane, and I think they'll be able to get it. X Magic and Shive, 2 guns to the turtle.
All right, man. EVOS, I think they should be careful a bit more about Feb. Oh, hang on a second. Not enough damage. Oh boy.
Okay.
X Magic playing risky there, playing with fire quite literally with Reggie right next to him. But Na'Vi, again, they're doing a great job using the glue this time. Earlier, Airline was trying to do some damage, but Feb was sticking to him, literally like glue. And
spread.
EVOS can't do anything about that, right? They have to protect their backline members a bit more, and they can't allow Na'Vi to really get the pick off, the initial move, right? Because I think they're able to do so. Washipol got a kill initially, and they got the neutral objective as well. And just like that, EVOS lose that momentum.
It was built upon, it was mounting for EVOS, but now Na'Vi, they assert dominance back onto the line of Dawn. As Adelan now might just want to clear that bot wave, get that turret as well to prepare themselves for the Lord. But now in a 5v5 Lord Dance, who wins?
In a 5v5 Lord Dance, in theory, X Magic's gold lead. Earlier we saw it was at like about a 2,000? 1,000 earlier, it's 1,400 now. So the lead, the extra damage that the Kimi can bring to the table can allow Na'Vi to get the advantage when it comes to the dance, right? But if EVOS pull the trigger and get a pick off, if they use Albert and land a massive spatial migration, there's no purifiers on the side of Na'Vi. Look at
Purify.
this. Oh. Yeah, Na'Vi using the Kimi to its full potential right here. They have to keep doing that, and they have to be careful, man. I think EVOS understand the win conditions now. They're waiting for a chance to jump on that backline onto Shive and X Magic.
That's info. No Purify for Sway low. But the Lord is within Navi's, or rather EVOS's fingertips. Na'Vi here with the intentions of crashing the party. But look at Key, down bottom still, just waiting for the wave to crash. onto the turrets. He has to shortcut those turrets, so it is a possibility for Na'Vi. Their focus is on the Lord.
Shortcut coming down, but Cars will be able to find Tsunami Slam in the back line. It's going to be spread into the pass. Feb knocked out by the Lord. Key taking very low. The mount onto Reggie, and Key is caught in the back spot.
The Lord still going so low. Erland just dancing in the back. Washipol gets Albert and the Lord as well. 2 for 1, and now it's Na'Vi pouncing back. EVOS running for the hills.
Reggie on a signature pick, gun down by Shive. A double for Shive. A shutdown for Shive. Na'Vi refuse to go down.
Natus Vincer, born to win. And they are winning in all the fights. Slowly but surely. They are fighting their way back to game number 3. Traction Pulse.
Tsunami Slam 2. The airstrike to try to get a kill. Cars flickers out to safety. Tier 2, mid lane, threatened down. Sway low, no further airstrike. Holy defense proc before the Lord even comes in.
Oh no, the White Tigers on the brink of defeat in game number 2, but it is too early to call that. So Na'Vi, the Lord slain, down by the turret, and they move back, peel away from the base.
No need to rush everything just yet. Na'Vi though with a 6k gold hit right now. Again, they're doing a great job going and baiting out a lot of these utilities before the fight happens. Reggie.
Traction pulse onto Albert. Poe coming down. Cars, no flicker. Decides to go back in and will be burned down to the ground by Reggie.
Ooh, X-Magic goes brr with the guns just blazing towards EVOS, but so far Na'Vi, they have everything under control.
All the turrets taken already. They have to risk anything. They can poke out with Shive. They can go for mini engages with the traction pulls from X-Magic. And when they know it's a time to go, they can use cars to jump on EVOS. The fact that EVOS are trying so hard to kind of kite back, they were trying to, in the Lord fight, they were trying to get Feb first and then move forward with that. But EVOS are kind of forced into these situations because Na'Vi themselves are the ones moving into the safe zones of EVOS, making sure that they cannot play a proper front to back. Now with the chip potential here, not really utilized to its full potential from EVOS, there hasn't been any threat for Na'Vi to lose their turrets here with the push coming in from the chip. So Na'Vi just sticking together as 5 and forcing EVOS into the 5v5. So if they can use the chip a bit more, right, allow Key to kind of get some more moments, that could be something that EVOS can use to at least stall the game, if not win the game out completely.
Only 2 Purifies to outmaneuver the traction pulse, so they have to use it and ration it wisely. So it's just Reggie, Albert, and Key susceptible to the pull coming in from the traction pulse. And that has been, so far, the engage tool for Na'Vi. They haven't been expending a single member to just run into the front line, you know, try to drag someone into the back. Behind a traction pulse, that is where they are able to find an angle for a Tsunami Slam, potentially. Feb with a ult as well, going into the back of EVOS. So the question is, how does EVOS maneuver themselves behind the sequence that Na'Vi is bringing? The Lord, though, so low-key.
The back flickers in forward, able to find the shortcut. Shive still able to run away, though. Now it's going to be Key locked in. Oh my goodness, the damage air now locks it in. Albert secures the Lord.
Well, she pulls out of the fight, and it's just Feb in the back line, sucking into Albert. The traction pulse connects. Reggie is stuck.
Last insanity defensively. Car's going to play. Feb, can he do it? Goes for it. Shive. That's Sonata. That's it. 2 for 1. 1 being the Lord. 3 members left to defend.
Deep breaths for EVOS still. All to win. Na'Vi, they're crashing onto the base. This might be the end, but no. The airstrike is there for Sway Low to sway away Na'Vi out of the base.
Now with the Lord in their hands, though, EVOS, their members are going to be up to take a full advantage of this. Na'Vi went to try and go for some kind of end angle instead of dealing with the Lord immediately. So EVOS now, with the chip, with the Lord, they have the macro pressure. They can use this to potentially catch Na'Vi off guard, or at least, oh,
what?
What?
Key! Key! That
was not it.
Speechless is the word we can use to explain what just happened.
El momento, but that's not the momento you would want.
That's more like Memento Mori right there.
Oh, man.
He got taken out quick. I think he thought that Na'Vi are going to be further up front dealing with the Lord. He was trying to get behind them, get a shortcut play perhaps. Even if They weren't all on him. I guess even if they were in the area, he thought he would have a chance to go for the shortcut, catch them by surprise. But it was so unfortunate, the timing, dude. He showed up on the portal right as Na'Vi as a whole team were right on top of him. And that's the Lord and Key taken out immediately. Back to the drawing board. Evo's stalled out for a little bit, but that has to be a bit of a morale loss there as Na'Vi try and get Reggie.
Fraction pulse over to Albert too. Faraga armor taken a bit down, but it's still safe for Reggie as he pops into regen. Key's back up already too. Let's hope there's not much of that checkpoint thing.
Why walk when you can just present yourself to the enemy and die in an instance? But a late Heptasis pickup by the Hayabusa. What does this imply?
I want a bit more burst damage technically, because the longer we go into the late game, the more defensive options are available. Right now for Albert and Suelo, Winter Crowns are already available. So if you go for the Heptasis, you have another option to elevate your damage without really relying too hard onto that ultimate. And that might be what is required. Maybe Washer Paul doesn't really want to go all in. He wants to get in, get a couple of hits, proc the Heptasis, and get back out with a Quad Shadow. Mobility is the name of the game here for the Hayabusa.
But oftentimes than not, Washipal has been bursted down out of the fight. So no Hayabusa contribution in the last stages of a certain fighter skirmish. And so far for Na'Vi, it's how they want to hold onto this lead that they have. But the question is, can EVOS creep up from behind and potentially win a late game battle?
They do have the Harith, and Erlan isn't really too far behind when it comes to gold. Na'Vi though, trying to dictate the pace, trying to force EVOS to make a move. Oh, that half HP, it's gonna reset though. That's beneficial for EVOS, man. They want as much time as possible.
Na'Vi, looks like they're gonna burst it down. Albert holding it down, Key in the back, Key able to flicker out now, but it's gonna be the all-in by Erlan! Oh, Cars! Able to go for it, but the Purify is there for Erlan!
Sive is gone, and now it's just up to Erlan to just deal the damage. Cars also gone, interrupting the immortality. The Feather Airstrike is out, and Albert still hiding in the bush. They go for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi lose too!
Less insanity to the back, the spread won't save you, Flicker! From Reggie!
What's your ball?
Quad Shadow, Reggie buys the immortality. Is it gonna be enough now? The Frog armor taking down, but Suelo's wings by wings in. What, Reggie?
What? What is happening?
Big Watt moments right here, even when the guy himself isn't.
He's the coach now.
EVOS though, they have done it. They got the gold lane in the late game. Win condition, but look at this, Washer Paul.
A stun in, but look at the shadow kill coming out as well. Overall, Washer Paul gets Erlan!
Erlan is gone, and it's X Magic in the back. Albert so low, he has to run away, and Suelo backs him up. The Lord in their eyes, and Albert will reset.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game in our hands.
Oh, what was that 1v4 assassination from Washer Paul? Getting Erlan, a late game Harith. Now with EVOS on the back foot, no gold laner, this can be the moment. It should be a free Lord for Na'Vi. EVOS, they have chip, they have key to try and do something, but they cannot risk it. There's no damage tool available.
The only chip they got is a chip on their shoulder now. What's going on? What just happened?
Wow, like a bag of chips, EVOS crumble and fall into pieces.
Chip. Oh, sees the Hayabusa.
Look at Key, look at Key, look at Key.
No way.
Look at Key. Watch your ball. Keep. Look at the play again. Jumps onto him. Shadow kill. Uh-oh, they're baited out of the base. Erlan has a Purify. Can he get out? X Magic running away now as Erlan goes over to his Mod Force one more time. But look at the kiting again. Erlan looking for the big plays, but they're kiting away from him. Erlan zoned away completely. 2 members out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Na'Vi Nation are running wild on the Tigers.
The Sky Piercer proc gets him down, and it's the base waiting to be cracked. Na'Vi knocking onto game 2, Tsunami Slam!
Walking him down, Frog armor down, Cars burned down to the ground. With a crowd ready, Spectral Migration! But look at Immortality by Promotion Paul! The base is wide open, Na'Vi! Will take it to a game 3!
They refuse to surrender! They refuse to break their record. All they want to break is their winless streak. And it starts from now. 1-1, EVOS and Na'Vi share points. Game 3 in the cards.
Man, what a statement there from Na'Vi. It was a game with a lot of crazy moments. But Na'Vi in the end with the investments they made in the early game, with the control, with their outmaneuvering of the chip, they were able to get it done. Oh man.
G. Oh my G. Navi. The impossible becomes possible. Can Navi get their first win? Can they stop themselves from going 0-15? Those questions are being asked right now.
Oh boy.
I can't believe what's happening. Albert got a last save though, with the Requiem knocking up 2, but no one is touching Sive. So obviously the crystal exposed,
Oh
and
my goodness.
that's a kill. And the end to the game. Game number 2.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
You cannot believe it. That's why his name changed from Aldo to just Do. He just wants to do it. He wants to do the unpredictable. Oh my lord, ladies and gentlemen. Navi can stop themselves from breaking Wolf's record right here.
You know, talk about like just be unpredictable. Who's more unpredictable though, Navi or Evos, bro?
What was that move from
What
Key?
was that game?
Key going in.
Oh my god.
Reggie just dying out of nowhere. That is proper MPL ID game.
That is proper
MPL.
Brawl server represent.
No, that's
true.
not. No. not anymore. Like maybe in season 7 that would be, but.
Oh man.
I mean, this is
concerning.
a 7th place team against a 9th place team, ladies and gentlemen. Don't make this, you know, the standard when you're thinking about MPL ID, please.
Definitely
But
not.
holy moly, how did that happen? Why did that happen?
That's a crazy game, by the way.
I mean, how did Navi even lose the 4-0 lead that they got at the start? You know,
My friends, these are
perfect
questions.
turtle, by the way.
These are questions that science can't answer, bro.
No.
This is beyond science.
Albert Einstein would kneel down, given this equation.
Hey,
What was happening?
You know in that scene where when Albert Einstein walked away from Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
Oppenheimer was telling him about this game right here. He was like, oh, walks away.
He drops his papers, and his theory's all gone.
I mean, there were other moments as well that, you know, weren't as highlighted. There were moments where both teams have moments where they would walk towards the wall and just get stuck as well. This was a great move there, though. The 1v4 almost assassination. That him? That the MVP?
Whoa, sure, Paul, that means I am Paul, and he is MVP.
XBTR, by the way.
XVTR, by the way.
All right, let's look at the highlights
Sure.
here. My friends, there's a lot to unpack here in the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. The early game, again, with the traction pulse, with the layering of engage tools, and the early game continuous damage of the Kimi. It's almost like a match between the Kimi and the X-Borg. And afterwards, though, this was a great move by Evos, getting the jump, zoning the back line, trying to win out a fight, but Paul is solid in the retributions right here, so Evos can't really get anything going until later on down the line. And they finally got a winning fight. You see Key finally go for Shibe, zone him out of the fights, and that's how Evos were able to get that Lord, stall the game out even longer. Then afterwards, this was it. There was the big moment here where we thought, dang, Evos still got it. They took out Shibe, deleted all of his Sky Piercer stacks. They were gonna win out this fight, take the Lord, win the game. Look at Albert here, waiting in the bush, knowing that Paul is somewhere there. And Paul comes in super late. He was zoned by Albert, but he somehow was still able to get Erlan.
This call was so bad, by the way.
Yeah, and this fight was just not it.
If they took it, Rashi, the Lord would have ended the game. What? Why?
They could have defended.
Like,
It's like they understood that, in the top level of Mobile Legends, it's not about textbook moments, it's about the mind games. Be unpredictable.
this is
But
an
I think
Arteta coaching moment, bro.
at this point, like, they were a bit too unpredictable. I think they themselves have no idea what was going on.
Wow.
I think you were taking it like they were trying to do the, if we don't know what we're doing,
Yeah.
you won't know what we're doing.
It's fair. I think that is some part of that is true.
Oh my
Modern problems.
Require modern solutions.
So, they are ahead of their time in terms of solutions.
They're beyond science, ahead of their time.
They
man.
solved quantum space.
Only Rick can
Theories.
understand this.
Oh, jeez, man. The Galaxy Brain moments here coming in from Evos.
By
Oh,
Samsung
man.
Galaxy.
Yes, sir.
And
especially it's not to kind of pile on the hate onto the guy, but you would expect a player like Key with the experience to not be the one to make some of those moments.
XBTR, by the way.
XBTR, by the way.
Oh no. Yeah, that was a question. I would assume that he did not have vision of Na'Vi, right?
Yes,
but the Lord was pushing.
But
Yeah,
still, but the thing is, look, if everyone took it and they won the fight, the Lord would have ended. It was a bad call. They forced error themselves.
Oh,
That's a big question. That's a big question now. For Na'Vi though,
my God.
it's their time to prove what they can do.
That shortcut.
Let's switch over the focus a little bit to a more positive note and talk about Shive here, right?
Okay.
The guy that was said to be the savior, the late game solution, the only
Shivier?
guy. Yeah, okay, sure. The only guy who was still doing okay when Na'Vi were at their rock bottom. Ex-Bigatron, by the way.
That's my boy.
You know, you can see that now when X-Magic and Washer Pro are stepping up, they're actually a real threat that Evos have to pay attention to. Like what Albert was doing there. He waited in that bush for a whole season for Washer Pro to show up in the Hayabusa.
I'm all in.
But I'm just saying, when people have to pay attention to the rest of the members, you see Shive perform so much better. 9-1. He got taken out once.
He was.
Against a chip, by the way.
all
You know,
in.
credit where credit is due.
I'm all in now.
Wow. Na'Vi, it's your
won my
time now.
hearts.
It's your time to finally win something.
To
finally win a game.
Oh my God.
A single game.
Single
Could it be
match.
possible?
A
Is
single
it
match. They won the
possible?
game. Dude, Na'Vi, please
Is
don't
it possible?
let this
Realize.
go to waste.
It is.
Is it possible?
It is. It will be possible. Nothing is impossible.
We thought this was impossible.
And imagine if Na'Vi win, and then Cars will just taunt and sway low.
Oh, no way.
We'll talk about it later, but Alyssa, take it away.
That would be fire.
Thank you Caster, kembali bersama Alisa. Ini mana suaranya EVOS Fans dan Na'Vi Nation? Wow, ramai sekali di MPL Arena di match pembuka hari ini antara Na'Vi melawan EVOS ini luar biasa sekali karena ternyata satu sama nih. Mungkin aku mau ke Na'Vi Nation dulu ya. Halo, namanya siapa?
Halo, aku Fudin.
Fudin.
Iya.
Kenapa nih hari ini semangat banget nih kayaknya dengan Na'Vi Nation?
Gak tahu, kita ngerasa hari ini hari yang spesial aja sih.
Hari yang spesial
Mudah-mudahan
ya.
hasilnya juga spesial.
Mudah-mudahan hasilnya juga spesial. Dan kalau dari EVOS Fam sendiri gimana nih melihat di game pertama tadi sudah berhasil terkalahkan tapi tiba-tiba Na'Vi melahap dengan 1 poin.
Seru.
Seru
Kalau
ya?
kalah mulu, seru.
Oh, kalau kalah mulu nanti game jadi anyep ya, jadi 2-0 ya.
Iya.
Jadi kali ini kita akan melihat 2-1 nih, tapi kalau dari Na'Vi Nation sendiri nih kenapa bisa terus datang nih, mau support terus timnya nih?
Karena kita ini bukan tentang hasil ya. Na'Vi Nation itu kita bukan tentang hasil, kita tentang setia.
Wow, kesetiaan mahal sekali ya ini Na'Vi Nation ya. Kalau dari EVOS Fam sendiri kenapa tetap setia dukung tim kesayangannya walaupun belum berhasil lolos playoff nih?
Kedinginan, lagi di goa.
Lagi di Goa, jadi harus tetap dipanaskan gitu ya?
Pokoknya meskipun EVOS gagal playoff, kita tetap dukung. Harus dukung terus, pokoknya datang terus buat EVOS Fam, buat Moskov Airline.
Buat Moskov Airline. Dan mungkin ya, kita bakal coba di sini seberapa super fans lo dengan tim lo. Oke? Siap?
Siap.
Mungkin dari Na'Vi Nation dulu atau dari EVOS Fans dulu yang baru menang dulu deh dari Na'Vi Nation nih.
Kalau ditanya tentang seberapa setia lo ke tim, itu sebenarnya nggak usah perlu ditanyain sih. Buktinya kita sampai week sekarang tuh tetap masih ada, ya nggak?
Wow! Skor berapa skor aman?
0-16 kalau nggak salah.
0-16 ya nggak apa-apa. Itu
Iya.
bukti kesetiaan,
Bukti kesetiaan,
yang
bener.
mahal
Bener
harganya.
banget.
EVOS Fans jangan mau kalah, seberapa super fans lo?
Buktinya gue udah datang hujan-hujanan nih. Dan sampai sekarang EVOS Fam tetap rame.
Walaupun
hasilnya kita lihat aja nanti.
kita lihat aja nanti EVOS Fans mana suaranya. Sepi, kata Na'Vi Nation, buktikan.
Dia ada kesetiaan lain sih versi dia.
Silakan.
Kita tetap datang dan gak peduli walaupun dibilang penonton bayaran.
Wow, bukan penonton bayaran ya berarti ya. Ini semua Na'Vi Nation yang sedang. Oh, mau tambahan? Silakan, boleh dilahap semua, silakan.
Kalahnya anak Na'Vi bukan nangis tapi kalahnya tertawa.
Iya. Ini balas lagi dong.
Balas dong.
Kalian yang udah punya poin loh, Navi masih.
Meskipun kita sering dikatain fans sejarah, yang penting kita tetap setia dukung EVOS meskipun belum buat sejarah baru.
Oke, boleh masuk. Terakhir mau dibalas lagi? Ada lagi. Navi Nation
Gak usah dilihat kesetiaan, buktinya kita nungguin EVOS pulang juga kok.
Dibalas lagi. Balas. Iya dong. Gas.
Walau kita nggak lolos playoff, tapi kita di sini mau lihat EVOS menang. Kalau nggak, Navi interview.
Oh, kalian nggak takut nih? Kalian nggak takut EVOS yang akan memecahkan telur dari Navi nih?
Berarti kalau Navi menang, EVOS jadi tim terkeren di season ini.
Oh, karena berhasil memecahkan telurnya Navi ya. Oke, kita akan melihat ya apakah ini akan terbukti di match pembuka kali ini. Kedua tim yang sama-sama belum lolos playoff, namun kita akan tetap melihat permainan yang seru antara kedua tim ini. Thank you so much EVOS fans dan juga Navi Nation. Tetap dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
That's the Navi Nation and the EVOS fans for you guys. So, the Navi Nation and the Navi fans, there has been rumors surfacing that they are paid fans, but they have proven that they're not. Because so far, they make the loudest noise in the MPL arena. That is something that we cannot disprove.
These guys
of.
right here.
Yeah, the guys
Navi Nation
behind us. Navi Nation. For the EVOS fans, they said that they are currently on the cave, hiding.
Who, EVOS?
Yeah, EVOS.
Okay.
Yep. But don't hide when you have GoPay, the new application, because with GoPay you can join the MPL GG party by voting for your favorite team in every MPL ID Season 15 match at gopay.co.id/games and win guaranteed rewards. What are the rewards? Obviously, for your first vote, you'll definitely get up to 59 diamonds and a token. The token can be used to spin for prizes in the gift arena. And then, as for now, what are the gifts? What are the rewards, Arashi?
Well, as of right now, there are already 2 electric motorcycle winners, 5 smartphone winners, 5 power bank winners, 25 wireless earphone winners, and you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and other amazing prizes.
Your turn.
All right.
Mine
Now I can talk.
Yeah. And of course, how to do just that? It is very easy. How do we do that, Mirko?
Well, go to gopay.co.id/games or download the app, open it up, click on the top of game icon, click the trophy icon at the top right, click vote now to get a token, pick your winning team, and enter the final match score. Get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 token for free for your first vote. Use the token to spin in the gift arena and win your dream prizes. You can get that 1 of the 13 electric motorcycles. Maybe you can get all 13, who knows? You can also get more tokens by topping up game credits starting from just 10,000 IDR, and your token will be available right away for spinning.
Talking about spinning, you know what else spins? Rasengan.
Oh,
it spins.
So right now, it's just like the anime. Sasuke starts stronger, Naruto comes back.
Yeah.
Will Naruto end it in the final valley?
Are we in a
with the
multiverse?
power of Masashi Kishimoto's plot armor.
I mean, the end was Naruto being the Hokage, so...
That's true.
You know, you could also be the Hokage. How? By being the best within your friends, and you can do just that.
Are you better than your friends?
With GoPay Games, because everything is #FastEGG. You can get a free weekly diamond pass at GoPay Games. Simply purchase a WDP or weekly diamond pass at gopay.co.id/games during the flash sale, which is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can also use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live streams to get a bonus of 5 diamonds exclusively for first time top-ups. And you can top up diamonds at GoPay Games because it's always cheap and 100% secure. And you could be the next Hokage.
You want to be the next Hokage? Because you can technically get the Minato Namikaze cape, 4th Hokage cape, in the game as your player banner.
Or you could be the Gokage, Gopay Kage.
No, I want to just be Hokage, man. And I can't be the Hokage by picking up the Naruto skin. I've been playing Naruto.
Hey.
I have 100% win rate on Naruto, just in game. I just want to flex that real quick. 80% on Suyo and Naruto, man. Just flex real quick. Sakura, haven't played her.
Wow. Obviously, a lot of new items as well available in the Naruto collab. I haven't seen a single player that has the Gaara skin. Maybe it's just because Veil is
Yeah,
bad.
not meta.
It's not meta. No one picks it up
Maybe.
in my rank.
You have the Gara skin already?
I don't.
Rashi?
I haven't.
Not yet.
Ah.
I've had time to grind
have
for
the
it,
Gara
man.
skin already?
It's free,
I'm
isn't
close.
it?
I'm very close to it. Let me
Okay.
just log in. Let me. I need to claim the daily ones.
Yeah, you
man.
should.
Exactly, dude. Like I wanna field it, but I just haven't had the time to grind out all the missions, man. It's free, you know. Just in case you didn't know, it is free.
Yeah, and you can also log in now, open the shop, and buy your favorite team's battle emote. We saw earlier, Arashi, that one of the Na'Vi guys, or the Na'Vi fans,
They have a T-shirt.
they had a T-shirt
with this character.
battle emote. With the battle emote. You also have Kalaz
On the other
for
side.
EVOS, and you also have other emotes, like this one from Team Liquid ID.
TL. Whoa.
Sleeping.
Or this one from Dewa.
Or
Who's
my
the-
favorite one,
What's your favorite?
Santai, bro. Santai.
Chill. Which means chill.
Yo, chill.
Yo, chill.
Santai, bro.
Hey, yo,
Santai.
chill.
Chill, brother man.
Santai, bro. Santai.
Channel your inner DJ Khaled, bro.
Sandai, Sandai. Hey, Satai, Satai.
That's
speed.
Yeah.
Is he fond of Satai? No.
Satay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. If he
love
comes
satay.
back, he'll probably taste a lot more Indonesian cuisine.
Yum yum.
Maybe he can watch MPL ID.
That'll be cool.
crazy.
Imagine him playing Fan.
Fanny?
Fanny? No, imagine playing Bruno, bro. Every
Oh, yeah.
kill, Sui!
No, he doesn't even do Su. He just
Sui.
Shui.
Sui, every single kill.
Shui.
Bruno's kind of Neymar. It's not Ronaldo, you know?
Ah, yeah, he's a Ronaldo guy.
Closest thing we got, no? What else?
That's true. Yeah, it's a football player. Bruno.
Hopefully we get a Ronaldo collab one day.
Same characters. It would be Bruno.
I don't think so.
They're gonna make another football character.
Yeah, they will.
That'd be
His name
cool.
will be...
Florian Wirtz.
I hate words, by the way. I hate words. But words do work for Na'Vi because they are pumping up for Game 3. And, like I said earlier, imagine if, let's pull it back. On the first leg, Suelo got the win. He taunted the whole Na'Vi players.
That's
and now,
true.
if Na'Vi get the
man.
last laugh, imagine how
That'll be
impactful
crazy.
it will be to Suelo.
I mean, we are expecting fireworks on the stage immediately after. So now that we're in this situation, before we were talking about how EVOS and Na'Vi, this match won't be all too exciting.
Whoa.
But now with the 1-1, with a bit of the taunt coming in, the stakes are kind of rising up as we speak.
Obviously, Coach Do, the back, just being the helm of Na'Vi. But he said, Mirko said it, that his name is Do because he does things. He does things.
He does things.
Yeah,
That's a
English,
doozy.
by the way.
That's a doozy.
But if his name was Aldo, that means all do. So everyone does the things that he wants.
Exactly.
So maybe that's the reason why Na'Vi hasn't been functioning as a team. Because not everyone is doing what Aldo wants to do. It's just do something. You get what I mean?
Exactly.
English
exactly.
is not English.
It's I'll do, not I'll don't.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Makes
So
sense.
he's gonna do what he has to do.
Hey, but EVOS, their second pick now, so Na'Vi, balls in their court. What do you think they'll bring this time around in the draft?
Na'Vi?
Yeah.
Man,
Are they going to bring the Boxia again? Or are they gonna flip things up? Because
brother, with that performance on the Hayabusa, I feel like Na'Vi can kind of demand some respect now when they get the Hayabusa or some of those assassins. Washu Paul definitely impressing all of us, but I do have to say that I think that composition, without X Magic on the Kimi, I feel like that composition loses a lot of steam. Right? In the early game, the wave clear, the fighting presence of the Kimi, the traction pulse to set up for the potential pick-off and engage. I feel like that Kimi was really a core component in that composition.
So, are you saying that the Hayabusa can't stand alone, right?
Yeah.
Not having the Kimi back up the Hayabusa. But the question is, will EVOS expend a ban towards the Hayabusa? Because I think they do fear the Hayabusa being picked up again by Washi Paul. But now, coming to question 2, the chip. Is it that valuable again if Key was playing it like that in game number 2?
The way the way EVOS was utilizing
EVOS,
it,
yeah.
man, I don't know. It really seemed like even in game number 1, I was praising Key and EVOS for not being too overzealous with the chip pick, right? When they do make the play, it's beneficial. they don't spam it out. But after game number 2, I have to wonder, were they being conservative with the engage attempts? Or are they just not that good at fighting them? Because now, in game number 2, it seemed like they really needed it, they really wanted it, and they flopped, man, multiple times.
It feels like they were on the same page as well, right? Key was just doing his own thing. Albert was behind, waiting in the bush. Adelan was doing something else as well. So, yeah, EVOS, they gotta shake it off their feet and just focus.
So,
and being in the same page, in the same frequency.
Is EVOS going to be on blue side?
EVOS is second pick, so red side.
Do we like that?
I don't think we do.
Here, even on blue, they've never picked up the Kalea. Do they ban it out is my question now.
How do they not respect the Kalea? Because they know that it's a very strong pick for Cars. And Cars has been utilizing this Kalea for quite some time now.
Oh man.
So yeah, ball's in the Navi's court now.
It might be because in game number 1, they did let go of the Kalea, and they won just fine. But game number 2 is a whole different situation. The difference in the bans, though, for game number 1 and 2 is that EVOS did ban that Hayabusa in game number 1. But EVOS, oh boy.
They ban out the chip. Now that's saying something, ladies and gentlemen. Cast your votes. Cheer for your team. Will it be Navi or EVOS? I'm already spamming one team in the chat.
Make your votes now. Cast your votes. Fanny taken out, obviously out of respect for Albert's favorite pick. And the chip now. They don't want it, but does Navi play the chip as well? That's the big question. So is this chip ban necessary?
That's a good question, dude. Kalea, though. I think they gotta ban Kalea over the chip, but they have been banning Phobius over it, Lo Yi over it.
Man, I really feel like the chip can be used by Navi, but it probably isn't going to be at that level where it's going to be a really big concern, a game-changing degree. Unless EVOs just have that bad of a coordination, but the Kimi ban, I like that.
Oh no.
I think that's good, but they're letting go of the Phobius, Lo Yi, and Lucas, and Hayabusa potentially.
Lucas ban though.
I'm letting it down.
All right.
They're going to pick up the Kalea here.
Has to be Kalea.
It has to be, yep. Strong pick for Cars. Enables them to achieve a lot of things in the early game. And they do go for the Kalea Sakura again. Is this dangerous now? Because Kalea has been left open for 3 games straight.
Yeah. I think at this point, they're just okay with it. Like EVOS. Do they... Granger? Do they go for Granger now? Do they just go Granger, Baxia, and then go for Farsa? They go Harith. No.
Harith again.
All right.
I wonder... Baxia. Okay. I like it.
See, I wonder if the difference actually is the carry potential of Reggie. In game number 1, by all means, Reggie played a big part in the victory for EVOS. And on a CC, he can carry a lot harder than he was doing on the X-Borg. And in game number 2, Reggie himself was also, what, 5 kills, 6 kills on that X-Borg. I wonder if the angle is just to allow this man to just start carrying for real, for real.
You know, for now, look at the Fandom War. It's Navi leading
again
with 918 votes and counting.
Wow.
937 even, and the EVOS fams, they're outnumbered by Navi Nation. Because we know the EVOS fams being one of the most militant fan bases we have here behind the kingdom as well. So, 1K now. That's a lot cheering for Navi.
Look at the pick though, Navi. The Lo Yi that was respected for game number 1 and game number 2 is now available for Navi with the Kalea as well. A lot of pick-off threats. What is EVOS gonna do about it, man? What is their answer?
Yep. Wow. I think they're kind of forced to go for Valen, right? Tsunami Slam, good movement too.
Diversion.
But if it's not that.
But Farsa still makes sense,
Again, 3 games in a row for Suelo.
He's trying to live up to his nickname, man. He's a bird.
Swallow.
By the way, his Farsa has only won once. That being game 1.
Yikes.
Not the best stat that you have as the Farsa.
Definitely not. I think now for Navi, I think it's fair for them to assume that a physical damage carry is going to show up for the EXP lane of EVOS. Because otherwise, with the Magic mid lane, Magic gold lane, and a utility jungle, they need some physical damage. So I fully expect the CC maybe. to be banned away or picked up.
Yeah, I think Evos need to ban out the CC here.
Yep. It's a strong pick as well. The XP, but they take out the high loss.
Do you think they can like pick it up for themselves, Mirko? The CC for Evos?
What for though? Navi don't have any tanky members.
Well, the box, yeah.
Huh?
The box, yeah.
Yeah, it would be good for Navi, but I don't think Evos will take it.
Like, oh, that's true, yeah. Phobius taken out. Right, so just limiting the options that Feb has. But I wouldn't be surprised if Navi will bring out another, surprise pick like they did in game number 1 with the Benedetta. But I still can't really grab onto what they will pick it up. What they will pick it up.
I don't know how I feel about that one. Not the best track record. I'm curious more to see what Evos will put in the hands of Reggie, because usually this season at least you're seeing a lot of edits. But again, this guy wants to carry. He wants to be a bit more active here. It's gotta be the glue ban once more. Final ban for Navi as their fan base broke.
Their fan base is getting loud.
They're dancing, they're drumming.
Fandom War, 2,300 to 500 for Evos.
Over Evos.
They're outnumbered by a margin of 4.
Oh man.
Insane.
In a battlefield, that is an overwhelming advantage.
It's a sure win for Navi, at least in the drafting phase and the fan base war as well.
4 times, dude. That is a battle-changing ratio.
In the arena and at home.
You're right. Wow. The Evos fans are silent, man.
Wow. They're not responding to the taunts given by the Navi Nation. They're having fun.
Wow. So they still want tanky picks. Evos, they try to read this by going for CC, but ultimately giving Navi more flex tools.
It has to be something that can carry for Reggie for sure. But along with that, what is Key gonna get? You think he can fall back on the take reel? Go for the big counter, engage onto the diversion? That could be an option.
But who can they catch though? Right? That's a question.
I think they're gonna go XP. I think this Kalea's roll. For Navi. Evos.
It's a possibility.
Gato Kacha. Okay.
Alright.
This is perfect for a CC, dude. Baksha and Gatot.
That's food for dinner.
Yeah.
For the CC.
And then they go higher to go for Farsa, right?
Yep.
Does Feb play a good CC though?
But Suyo's gonna be bad against Farsa. You don't need to play a good CC. You just need to play CC, I think, at this point. Fredrin.
CC. Yep. Good setup for the CC. Gatot Kacha and Baksha is gonna have a hard time.
Are we going to see Navi's first win, ladies and gentlemen?
No way.
Wow.
Final pick here. I think looking at the pattern so far, the guy that's gonna go to Key is usually is put on his hands. It's a good counter engage tool as well to protect the backline. Along with that though, so what EXP lane are against the CC, man?
Yesterday it was Paquito in the hands of Lutpi, but no. Wait, Baksha XP?
Dude.
Baksha Rome!
Oh no!
Wait, Gatot Kacha against a CC?
We've only seen Keyboy play Baksha Rome. He's sitting at a 0% win rate. Oh, I'm not sure about that. The Suyo too against the Lo Yi, against a lockdown of Kalea.
Oh, it's a tough one. With the Fredian as well in the picture. All of these die fighters for Evos, and all the options for Navi to punish them when they're close together. Yin-Yang effect, Appraiser's Wrath, the taunt. I mean, dude, there's the curtain call even. It's looking rough, dude, for Evos.
Let's see.
Lineup rating for Evos, though, it still favors them, so it all comes down to this. Will Evos succumb to their pride, or will Navi finally break their winless streak? It's all in the name. It's Navi against Evos in game number 3.
Will Navi break the chains that have locked them down at 9th place for the entire season? That record that is looming over their heads. Will they break it? Will they shatter it? By getting a win here. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give me your votes. Give us your votes in the live chat.
Let's see how this goes, man. In the laning phase, Fab on the CC, like you mentioned, doesn't have to do anything too crazy. Reggie on the Gatot Kacha though, so now for Evos, I don't know, man. With the Gatot Kacha being so reactive, This means that I think Evos are gonna have to be a bit more reactive in their approach to the situation. And if they do so, it opens up the window for Cars, for X Magic on the low Yi to set up for those diversion pickup plays. And looking at the emblems, you can see the emblems by IndieHome here. X Magic gearing for battle, having Tenacity on top of the Inspire, but oh, flickering out already.
Uh-oh. It's gonna be fine though. So, still safe. But a flicker blown out by X Magic, so that is a resource taken out of Navi's arsenal. And for Washi Paul, he has the time to farm up, but as a Fredrin, obviously, against the Suyo, it's gonna be quick. Oh no! Audience prediction now, V coming up on top, up against Evos.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
No,
that is crazy.
Bro.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what's happening?
Who would have expected, man? It's 59%.
It's time to jump ship as a Navi nation, don't you think?
Nah, dude, you gotta stay solid. You gotta support your team.
Yep.
Look at this, though. Before level 4, Evos with the Baxia and the Suyo, with the revitalized play from Reggie available too, with Ki and Reggie, 2 revitalizers, they can brute force out-sustain this fight unless Navi get a really good pick-off or a really good AoE combo, right? But Cars is already pressured away here.
Okay, down below it's a battle. Airline winning the battle here. Set up. Reggie looking for the taunt. Will be able to go for the taunt now. Oh, jumping in with Shield Unity. Albert looking for the Blade Surge now. Revitalize as well. X Magic. Right there. Appraiser's Wrath already used up, but Albert is going to be chunked down. Cars walking up again with a sustain as Washi Paul goes to the purple buff. Albert, zoned by Feb. AOG to the back.
Oh, Reggie jumps to his demise possibly because Cars is there, and first blood falls to X Magic with a turtle secured by Albert. Key under pursuit though.
Knocked up. Locked down. Feb, look at the play. Diversion as well. But they will not take it to the orange buff. They'll just play it safe.
Good moves from both teams here. Navi playing with their win conditions, just cutting back out, trying to do damage as much as possible. And Evos trading Reggie, using Reggie to go for the all-in to the back line, getting the neutral objective. I feel like for both teams, it's kind of equal. Like they did what they wanted to. But look at this though, Albert.
Uh-oh. There's the Vengeance, and he will be able to escape just like that.
He's fine. The CC is able to sustain for herself up in the top lane, so that is not a viable option to just crash on and gank. But for Key now as the Baxia, what does he aim to look for? Is it the same as how Washi Paul was using the Baxia in game number 1?
It's gonna be a bit similar. It's the same hero after all, but he wants to be annoying like this, tanks a bunch of damage, have to revitalize to kind of fade out resources, and in the fights, he wants to make sure that Cars and Washi Paul can't heal
Diversion.
up using the passives, but look at this, Diversion.
Oh, it's a huge
Over
play.
up top, where they have the winning side, but
are they gonna dive?
I don't think it's a wise choice unless Reggie walks into the bush. I think he knows something is wrong here. Something's fishy.
At least they're proactive in the diversions, looking to just, open up creative angles to ambush the members of EVOS. And now Albert goes for round number 2 to gank Feb. But it feels like
Good
Feb
read.
is self-aware of what's happening.
Good awareness here for both EXP laners. But for Navi, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take on that diversion.
Yeah.
But they can keep doing this, and Evos always has to allocate some of that mind processing power to kind of deduce where Navi is, and eventually, over the course of a long game, that can lead to mistakes happening. 5 seconds to go here. Evos, I think they still have enough fighting power to match up to Navi right here. They just have to be careful about Cars finding someone of value, finding a backliner, even though there are purifies for Evos.
Yep, turtle dance now. As Reggie charges forward. Frontlining for his team. Key also rolling with the Shield Unity, and Sive is here. Key jumps in. AOG connects.
Full lockdown onto Washi Paul. Cars jumping in the back line again. Oh, diversion! The damage with the rotation, not enough. Feb!
Now Bill back. Feb is taking the damage with the Vengeance, but now Reggie will fall. Diversion for round 2. Sway low!
Ganks again, ambush there. Sway low, able to escape. Not a shot landing.
Erlan.
Blade Surge, and Erlan claims the kill. 3-2.
Who won that trade, Arashi?
Who won that trade? Oh, man, overall, I think Evo still won out, especially after that X Magic tried to go for that final play on the Sway low. I feel like with the neutral objective and the kills there, they're doing pretty fine. Not to mention, they do have the scaling, right? They have the Harith and the Farsa, so trading really isn't as bad. Navi are the ones who kind of want to get the ball rolling, get some resources, especially for the fighters on their team. Like a Shibe though, taking a lot of punishment. already with the Sky Piercer, so Evo's gotta be a bit more careful when it comes down to the trading. Na'Vi, if they really lose and feel like they can no longer contest Evos in a team fight, they have to wait till the late game to try and use that diversion to try and get something going.
Cars stunned up, locked down. Albert finishes him with the Katon.
And that was a very strong finish as well. Uh-oh, Sive! He's stuck, but the backup is here. So again, another added value for the diversion is to back up Sive. Because EVOS, they have a lineup that could dive in. And Reggie's stuck with the energy eruption. Taunted!
Whoa, a lot of damage. Oh! Dispersion, Outbrazer's Wrath! A big bonk to the face! Fam in the back line now. Baited Zaman Force already. The equalizer by Na'Vi.
Slams them down to their demise. And Na'Vi, they have so much freedom to move in towards EVOS's jungle. That was Reggie and Key losing their lives. Not a big takedown, but still, they have access to the Turtle Pit now.
Evos, man, if they want to get on a Warship Paul, they have to make sure that they seal the deal. That Prince of Wrath is a devastating tool, and Evos are always going to be clumped up for the big value play. But that is Na'Vi finally winning out in the neutral objective department. Great start here, and again, the diversion always looming behind.
Oh, they're looking in play. Up towards the bottom side, but no one is present. As all 5 EVOS players are surrounding the Lord Pit.
There's so many missed opportunities, in my opinion, for EVOS to take this lead even further. I wonder why they're just so committed onto neutral objectives. Albert cleared out the jungle, green camp down below, saw the wave on the turret, but decided not to go for the turret, not to go for a trade. Instead, he walked to Turtle.
Now, it's a big question arising from EVOS, and for Albert as well, because we know that he used to be instinctually looking for kills as well, not only relying on the objectives on the camps, but this game, it feels like it's a different game that is playing. And for EVOS, what do they do now to really maintain their lead?
I feel like EVOS again, I mean, they're a bit trigger shy, but so is Na'Vi. They went for the diversion, and they kind of spent a lot of time sending 5 members to try and secure the turret there, and they allowed EVOS to actually get the turret on the top side. So they went for a diversion play, but they didn't punish the fact that they can move faster than EVOS. But Trey Low, whoa!
Ganked again by the diversion of X-Magic. Watch Paul now looking at the flank again. Zaman Force to escape, but the curtain call locks him down. X-Magic even flicker out. Shibe joining the fight. Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami Slam, Key to the back. AOG to re-engage. Reggie caught in no man's land. Look at Watch Paul in the back, just taunting 2 players, and Reggie is gone.
Appraisers ran the execute. Albert Yandashiba.
Oh no!
Looking for the final kill. Won't be able to get it. Albert blinks away. Erlan all alone. Uh-oh, Zaman Force. Cars walks up. Erlan, I'm not too sure what that was, but it will cost you your life.
And EVOS, their claws are slowly being cut off by Na'Vi. They look to just barrage this first tier turret, and the Lord is in their sights.
Without Erlan in the picture here, EVOS, no way to go for this, but he rolls in, goes for Cars.
They got the kill on Cars. Now it's Watch Paul with a taunt again, but look at the dispersion and the damage. Keep taken very low. Pops into Poissons already. Albert looking for the play. Key very low. Bam! Again! Look at the damage!
The OG to the back. The Lord so low! Albert with the steal! The baby alien gives back to his team, and EVOS, they escape a scare.
Oh man, Na'Vi. They were the ones engaging right there to the Lord, but EVOS with the experience, Albert sneaks in and takes it out. Washer Paul surviving on a sliver of HP, probably had 1,000 thoughts rushing through his head, and in the end that costed him. EVOS with the Lord now. No goal advantage to speak of. They have playmaking tools. Their airstrike already used though.
Uh-oh, Cars way low. Well, Purify gets out, but the Purify will be down for a bit. Lord up top, they want to try to crack open the base slowly but surely, but the tier 1 is still standing. And I don't think they'll be able to utilize the Lord. Na'Vi should be able to rotate there, right? Okay, the Lord will still get tier 2 though.
They're far away from the vicinity of this Lord, yeah, but still, tier 2 will definitely fall. The barrage of minions coming in. And now for EVOS, it's all their eyes shifting towards the first tier turret, but Keep in the back!
Only can manage to catch Cars. Watch Paul able to escape as well. Airline putting the damage down onto Cars. Curtain call. They'll survive the siege. Down below, the wave should be able to take the turret. Quick work.
All right, wow. All the turrets except for the last one, in the mid lane taken by Evos. That's a good move, man. All things considered, that's still great control over the map now that Na'Vi can't really go for random diversions any longer. Looking at the items here, man, he already with the Anti-Cuirass, kind of deal with all the ability-based damage, including the Death Sonata and Rhapsody from the side of Na'Vi. He is definitely very, very tanky, and with the Revitalize still available on 2 members of Evos, they're going for this purple again.
Yep, we might contest this. As Red Tree, but he, wow, still misses it. So that blue buff, the purple buff, Albert did not have Red Tree. Goes to Erlan, got it.
Oh, okay. Good for Erlan, man. Yeah, he's really on the Feather of Heaven as well. 3 core items, so he really wants to continue with this brawl pace. Shivi, on the other hand, he has the Sea Halberd on top of the Sky Piercer, Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar. So he has a bunch of burst damage, but he is the one person that I think can withstand way too much damage for him to be a real threat for now. So Na'Vi, they have to try and find ways to get around the massive frontliners from Evos, because this is sustained gaming. This is like last season meta, with the Revitalizers being so meta.
Yeah, and obviously sustain is the #1 priority for these teams, but now it's Na'Vi creeping from the back. And Evos, they have an opening now to actually contest the Lord. They have first sight of that, and Na'Vi close by, Washpal as well in the vicinity. Meanwhile, they have to clear that wave down bottom. They're blitzing it, yes. And Washpal is here to try to contain the Lord. This is going so low now, but it resets for a brief moment.
Oh, that's gonna be... Oh, Tsunami Slam coming down onto Reggie. Look at the lockdown right now. It's not going to be the execute just yet, but Reggie will be taken very low in the backline. Fam taken out, but Key will fall too. And look at the damage from Chiba.
Oh, Albert gets the Lord and Washpal coming in. The taunt connects. Diversion to the back, and they will shut down Albert. It's way low. And Savage
with a Savage! Wiping out Evos!
Is this the end? Back. That's a wipeout from Na'Vi. They set their sights on the base, and Na'Vi, still not the end, but they can get a few turrets now.
Wait, it might be the end.
What?
Na'Vi looking for it. Reggie jumps in with the AOG. They gotta be careful here. Playing within margins. Reggie able to escape. X-Magic. Oh, he decided to go in. Diversion. They're gonna go out to escape.
Man, the Savage out of nowhere there. Na'Vi playing the front to back, punishing Evos, destroying the front line. Unfortunately, I do believe Erlan got caught in the yin-yang effect and got deleted immediately. I don't think he had anything to do in the previous fight. That's the importance of the gold lane in the late game, dude, and Na'Vi completely took advantage of it. Only a base turret in the mid lane though, so overall, Evos has a chance still to stay in this game, to go for the fight, to scale back and try and turn this game around, but knowing that Na'Vi has just demolished them in the team fight. What? Got on the Savage. Oh, dude.
Washpal got the orange.
That's all good. Sive has 70 stacks off the Sky Piercer.
Oh, that's massive.
750 on his own passive. So, born to win. The win stands for Sive because Sive has been carrying the win cons for Na'Vi at his very back. And that Savage gives a glimpse of hope for Na'Vi to finally retain the meaning behind their names. For Evos, it's them on the precipice of defeat, giving their first, or rather their defeat on towards Na'Vi, a team that is so far winless. And they are close to achieving that feat. But for now, the game is still open for both sides to take.
Look at the gold benefit there for Evos, dude. 3,000 gold, negative 3,000 gold for Evos. They got the Lord, but at what cost? At this point, if you're the team with the 2 Revitalizers, with the brawl, the more brawly kind of composition, I feel like they really are forced to focus more on the fights rather than the neutral objectives. Now that gets difficult because Na'Vi has the diversion, so Evos are the ones that are always forced to make a split-second call. And Na'Vi are really taking advantage of all of that, using that panic of Evos to really get good fights and good approaches to a lot of team fights here.
Okay. 15 minutes, and so far, Evos crumbling And on bended knee in the eyes of Na'Vi. Na'Vi, they're taking it slow as well. No overzealous TP plays from the diversion. It's all them just waiting in time to pounce, but it's EVOS as the Predator looking to set their sights on the Lord. They need a Hail Mary play, but Na'Vi there so far. Diversion will help them.
Slow push up top. Worship Paul, can he do it? Feb, able to escape. Tsunami Slam coming down. Good engage from Cars. It's a lockdown, and that's going to be 70 stacks on Chive still. Cars taken out. Key still holding Feb.
Oh, Feb so low. And that's on to sway low. Washipal re-engages. Legendary for Chive.
Blade surge away. Feb with the chase. Only Key down, but look at the members all very low. Albert getting back to a safe amount of HP. Evo said bought a bit more time, but still there's a slow push up top that they cannot deal with. Albert cannot show.
2 for 1. Washipal and Cars gone. Only for Key. So I take that's a net win for EVOS then.
I think it's definitely a win for EVOS there. 1 for 2. And they bought some time, but again, they're still pressured by the slow push. Now with 2 members down, this is the window if EVOS want to go for some kind of fight. The ultimates are available. Do they have the engages though? Can they find a moment of vulnerability?
Reggie missing the taunt. Airline walking into AOG. Desperation!
Oh!
Another stack! That'll be the 80th stack for Chive. Zaman Force already. Cars looking for the play. He has to go on Albert. Tries to go for the jump. Airline, no mana. Diversion to the back line!
Diversion! Where are you going? But Albert gets the snipe onto Cars, and Key has to run for the hills. But Chive is still there to back up for Na'Vi.
Albert have secured the Lord one more time for his team. No Lords for Na'Vi. Massive waves coming crashing down to EVOS, but they have weathered the storm one more time. This Lord won't be the end, in my opinion. It'll be the final one. Evolved as we get into the 18th minute of the game.
Now with the Lord in position, with Na'Vi knowing how EVOS should move around and try and escort this Lord to try and set up for a 3-wave to crack open the base of Na'Vi. They can set up traps for EVOS.
Okay. The Worship Paul, the dispersion. Right there to back him up. Waves cleared out. There's only one wave. EVOS won't get any value. They're shoving it in up top.
Uh-oh. The minions are late to the party as well. Washipal!
Double taunt on Swaylo and Erlan. If the airstrike comes down, Chief is going to be zoned away. This base turret might fall, but no one's hitting on it. Erlan caught in the dispersion again. The wave dealt with. Another wave coming down, but Erlan, you do not want to walk up all alone, Erlan.
Uh-oh.
No value, no base turrets. Na'Vi will not have to deal with the far lane unless the minions in the bottom lane. Oh, the cannon minion, that last one. Almost got the shot to get the base turret. Oh, we're back to square one.
That was a very close call. But in an instance of EVOS finally sieging to the base, how would you measure Na'Vi's base defense with this composition?
It's really not bad with the damage output of the Lo Yi and Chive. Chive brings range and damage to the equation, and X-Magic has spammability, wave clear. The range is the one thing that EVOS has against them, by all means, which is why you would expect EVOS to use that Feather Airstrike to zone Na'Vi and allow Airline to get some more empowered basic attacks onto the base turrets, but that did not happen. 1k lead, Na'Vi, especially with Feb gearing up with a Winter Crown. It's gonna be a do or die moment in 40 seconds, unless Na'Vi want to do something a bit more drastic. With the fact that they are unable to deal with Key and Reggie, burst them down completely, even with a full item build, 80 stack Sky Piercer Chive, they might be considering taking drastic measures, diving in the back line perhaps.
Hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, one Lord is what Na'Vi need. They haven't been able to get their hands on a single Lord, but one Lord, this evolved one, will be all they need, but it is also, I believe, what EVOS need to end this game. This is the big one.
Take a look at Na'Vi. So calculative as well. Like you said, they need drastic plays to make it happen, but I think they're counting on the possibilities of a failed diversion engage from the back, so they're still waiting for that possibility.
Look at the hold
for EVOS.
Washipal trying to hold
still
it.
Holding. And yeah, Washipal just close to the Lord. But EVOS, they have dibs on this. Albert down bottom clearing the wave. And up top, it's a wave pushing as well for EVOS.
Slow push. It's slow pushing towards EVOS. Worship Paul trying to go for the taunt. Won't be able to find it. Wave crashing to each other up top. Could form to another push from EVOS. We'll see how that works out. But as of right now, it is still a Na'Vi push into the turret. That tier 2 will be falling very shortly. EVOS on the Lord.
Then for awaits for who pulls the first trigger. And it's way low. And the bush still waiting. Washipal comes close as well. Reset again. Time and time for this Lord to wait. But this time it's Na'Vi playing the long game as well, and EVOS still. It's like chess and checkers for both teams.
It's still a slow push.
I think it might bounce back and push for EVOS instead right there. Only time will tell with when we're looking at only the minimap.
The mid wave.
Ooh.
Dispersion, feather airstrike into the back. AOG, X-Magic forces the flicker back. Cars looking for the play. Front to back, Tsunami Slam. Lock it Reggie down. But look at Sweat low in the back. Oh, Praiser's Wrath!
Oh, it gets a few targets, but Feb is with the vengeance. Now he just gives his life on towards Na'Vi. They re-engage.
Immortality down for Reggie. Cars very low. Reggie! Taken down. It's a tumble for Shive. Erlan has him on force, but he does not have a Purify. Albert looking for someone, looking for anyone to kill and trade for one of his frontliners. 4v3. Wave up top. Na'Vi. Albert shows green light for Na'Vi.
Oh no. Na'Vi, they're gonna contest this Lord again. They're gonna blitz it quickly. Albert has to be in time. Erlan is here, and Tuelo as well with the feather airstrike still available.
He's still mid. Feb is gonna try to zone him.
Oh, no.
Albert, can he make the play? Curtain call locking him down.
No way.
Albert in the back. Washapal!
Oh!
Has secured the Lord. X-Magic and Washapal. Airline gets a shutdown. The Lord spawns instantly. EVOS still actually have a chance here. But with cars respawning, Na'Vi just have to take it slow.
50 seconds on X-Magic. Na'Vi, what do they do now?
Gotta use this Lord, use the wave, set it up properly. With a man down, they have to use the Lord.
Wait, why are they splitting?
But they're not like scoring it. What is going on? Cars isn't even in the area.
Well, cars just respawn, but... Oh my god.
That's an evolved Lord.
EVOS are clearing it.
Oh
It's a
no.
half HP. Na'Vi have squandered this Lord.
That's a big blunder from Na'Vi, and now
What?
EVOS on the engage, but Key pulls back.
The Lord is your 5th man when it's an evolved Lord. It gives you damage reduction.
They're not willing to take that chance. They try to go for something slower, but even the turret on the top side stands strong here. Na'Vi got barely anything off of that opportunity.
Oh my god.
I think they're underestimating their damage because X-Magic is not with them, and X-Magic has been the member to burst down EVOS on towards the backline, but Key again scouting for info. Na'Vi, they need to play another 50-50 in the Lord Pit later to end the game. That was their one and only chance.
Oh boy.
The turret, tier 2 by the minions.
Minions MVP.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. Dude, Na'Vi. I don't know, man. X-Magic, the damage, of course, he is, I believe, one of the highest damage dealers in the game right now.
75k.
75k. He's the third, actually, below the gold laners. It's the utility that he provides. The fact that he causes Key and Reggie to stick to each other. He causes Erlan to get stuck in the yin-yang effect, unknowingly. That is what they really feel is so valuable. And I guess without that, they didn't believe they could have won, even with the Lord backing them up. 17 seconds to go right here. Na'Vi, with all the time in the world, with the diversion still available, but haven't really been used to its full potential. It's back to a risky situation right here.
Wow. You don't even have the far lane control, right? Well, it's going to be a slow push, I think, there. Is it a slow push for Na'Vi?
Maybe for EVOS.
No, I think, yeah, it's a EVOS. It's a freeze into a slow for EVOS. Na'Vi got to manage that.
They have to. 25 minutes on the clock. One of the longest games we've had this season. And with no stakes, but only pride to show. EVOS,
hey,
they go to the
I don't
Lord.
think they can show. I don't think they can show.
Na'Vi, they have to respond to this. They have the diversion though, so it's Sive and X-Magic sticking together, clearing that top wave, and the Lord resets once more.
Washapal didn't allow the Lord to reset completely there. Not sure why that was the case. Washapal!
Not a good all-in, I believe. Washapal still able to frontline the battle. Airline dives into the back. Tsunami Slam locking him down. Immortality already dropped. Washapal buys him with a crown. Feb able to escape. Two-man stun on the cards as well. X-Magic there. But look at Shive. He's nowhere to be seen. Only now does he make his entrance. A hero's entrance for Shive.
This guy Pierce get nice, and Sive is legendary yet again. He goes back, and EVOS, they scamper away. It's a 1-for-1 trade. A jungler. Oh! Car so low!
Two immortalities taken out. Albert forced to recall. Washapal down for 50 seconds. Erlan recalling, but it's an ultimate reset now for both teams.
Back to a waiting game yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Even without Shive in the picture, EVOS were unable to get a decisive, a convincing end to the team fight. Na'Vi trying to control the far side. Yet again, Washapal isn't in the picture to scout and find information. EVOS, are they gonna force Na'Vi's hand? Are Na'Vi gonna make a mistake once again? 18 seconds before Washapal is active without key. Does EVOS have the front lines required to tank the damage coming in from Shive?
Diversion. 10 seconds on Washapal. EVO's gotta blitz it.
Feb close by. Reggie so low, and Tsunami Slam to the back. The Lord though!
There's no junglers! Take it! Albert!
They need a save. They need a save.
Gets it. Oh.
EVOS. They cheat death once more. It's Feb gone. No Washapal, no Red Tree, no Lord for Na'Vi.
I can't believe it was so hard. There's no jungler on the other side.
They're overthinking
it.
EVOS are overthinking it. There was no Red Tree pressure whatsoever from Washapal. He was down in the base. And Na'Vi, they were trying to fight it back. But again, there's so much you can do to stop it. But now a new record. The longest game time on MPL ID Season 15. It was held by Bigatron against Onic. Now, EVOS and Na'Vi are on course to break that record.
With the Lord here, EVOS, they might end it. I don't think they can end it in 28 seconds. This might actually be the longest game. Without Feb in the picture, Na'Vi, they didn't go for the full fight. They didn't go for the full contest, and they lost a member. 19 seconds without Feb. Can they defend this?
Oh, that's an evolved Lord, and EVOS are actually using it. Not too sure if they can. Key walking up. Poisson's already. He cannot get poked before the Lord makes his way. In the back line, the dispersion is doing a lot of damage already. The Tsunami Slam locks Albert.
AOG to the back, and Cars! The later with Washapal as well. The crystal exposed. Is it over?
It is all over. EVOS has shut down the dreams of Na'Vi, winning their first match of MPL ID.
Born to win. Unfortunately, they have lost once again. And they succumb to the 0-15 record. Record breakers, they say. But this time, it is something that they want to erase from their history. EVOS take the game 2-1.
0-15 Na'Vi. A winless record. And ladies and gentlemen, they have a shot to not just break the record, they've done that. They have a shot to shatter the record. Their last match will be against the leaders of the league, RRQ Hoshi.
It was such a long game, and I believe we have indeed broken the record. Our asset here shows 28 minutes and 32 seconds.
Wow.
As opposed to the 28.
2:28.
That Bigatron and Onic held.
4 seconds short.
What did we just watch, man?
What was happening? That was clumsy, and that was everywhere, all over the place. But obviously, it's time for EVOS to speak up on stage. Na'Vi, they have no interviews with Budiklara Mongstar, so EVOS, take it away.
Dan EVOS berhasil untuk menundukkan tim Na'Vi. 2-1 game yang sangat ketat, bahkan memecahkan game menjadi game terpanjang di season 15. Sekerat itu ya minggu 9 untuk EVOS. Gimana Erlan untuk minggu ini?
Sedih sih Bude.
Iya sih. Kita juga ya mixed feeling. Tapi dengan kesedihan hari ini hadir, kemenangan ini sedikit mengobati nggak sih?
Ya lumayan lah, tetap kita kan ngusahain yang terbaik.
mengusahakan yang terbaik. Namun memang kita tahu kalian tidak bisa melanjut ke babak playoff, tapi di sisi lain kita juga pengen tahu nih bagaimana sih kalian menghadapi minggu ini karena kalian punya 2 match. Dengan kesedihan ini, dengan mungkin lagi moodnya pada, gimana sih mood dari EVOS untuk minggu ke-9?
David bisa jawab.
Ayo Pit.
Thank you.
Oh, happy birthday, selamat ulang tahun.
Udah lewat sih sebenarnya.
Kapan?
Kemarin.
Kemarin. Oke, selamat ulang tahun.
Ya terima kasih Bude.
Hadiahnya menang lagi, lawan Navi.
Ya.
Ini kemenangan ini beda nggak sama kemenangan saat di leg 1?
Gak ada bedanya kayaknya.
Sama menang?
Sama-sama nggak lolos playoff kalau menang.
Bener
Ya
sih.
nggak mengubah apapun, jadi ya do the best aja.
Tapi gimana sih ngelihat kalau kalian masih harus bertanding, bertarung 2 match di minggu ke-9. Di saat kalian juga tahu kalian tidak bisa masuk ke babak playoff.
Ya kita tetap lakuin yang terbaik aja sih. Soalnya kan di last week ini kita lawannya juga kebetulan Navi sama Dewa kan. Yang ya 3-3-nya nggak lolos, jadi ya udah kasih yang terbaik aja, udah gitu aja. Yang seru-seru aja.
Tapi ada nggak sih kayak, aduh jangan sampai jadi tim yang mecahin dari lustriknya Navi?
Nggak ada pikiran itu sih. Yang penting kita lakuin yang terbaik aja, itu aja sih.
Lakuin yang terbaik. Dan memecahkan lustrik kalian juga di leg kedua. Congratulations.
Puji Tuhan.
Banyak congrats-nya ini loh.
Tipis.
Tipis. Leg 2 terlihat sangat berat untuk kalian. Masuk di leg kedua, kalian gagal untuk mendapatkan kemenangan banyak banget. Ada apa?
Regi.
Ini leg kedua, EVOS 0 kemenangan. Baru sekarang. Yeay. Regi, ada apa di leg kedua untuk EVOS?
Belum rezeki kali Bude.
Belum rezeki. Tapi melihat dari leg yang pertama, rezekinya banyak ya?
Ya.
Banyak menangnya, tapi di leg kedua kenapa rezeki tidak berpihak kepada EVOS?
Gak tau dah Bude. Gak tau.
Skip ya, skip pertanyaan itu. Tapi Regi, Bude penasaran di saat kamu di EVOS sudah cukup lama dan kita tahu EVOS punya histori di season ganjil sangat baik. Tahun lalu kita ketemu di Riyadh, MSC menjadi salah satu perwakilan Indonesia. Dan season ganjil ini kok kayaknya beda ya buat EVOS? Season ganjil ini kok kayaknya beda buat EVOS? Kenapa Regi? Kan biasanya season ganjil tuh adalah season yang baik untuk EVOS.
Ya kurang tahu sih Bude. Kurang tahu. Emang gak rezeki kali ya, mau gimana lagi.
Rezeki, oke. Jadi ini dari para player juga agak bingung ya kenapa bisa berada di posisi ini. Tapi yang mungkin lebih kaget adalah ada 2 sosok yang belum pernah merasakan liburan pada saat babak playoff. Tapi kali ini di season ini untuk kali pertama mungkin ini juga menjadi sesuatu momen yang langka banget. Gimana untuk Ki dan juga Albert untuk menghadapi season yang kayaknya berat banget untuk kalian? Early season, bagus nggak Ki? Di first half untuk EVOS?
Menurutku dari leg 1 ke leg 2 banyak perubahan yang kita sendiri menurutku nggak bisa solve ya. Jadi ya udahlah, inilah hasilnya. Jadi kayak sorry untuk season ini.
Sorry untuk season ini, tapi tentu saja dari fans juga masih supportive. Di sini mereka terus mendukung. Namun kita memang benar-benar ngelihat hal yang nggak bisa di-solve ini sampai momen di leg yang kedua itu berlanjut terus berarti Ki. Karena ada hal yang nggak bisa di-solve itu berarti.
Ya.
Oke, nggak bisa di-solve. Ini menjadi sebuah pelajaran untuk Ki nggak sih? Karena ini kan juga kali pertama, pengalaman pertama sampai nggak lulus playoff. Terpukul banget nggak untuk seorang Ki?
Kalau untuk aku sendiri ya terpukul. Yang pastinya yang terpukul bukan cuma aku sendiri, melainkan tim juga dan manajemen ya. Jadi kita lewatin bareng-bareng lah.
Melewati ini semua bersama-sama, tentunya semuanya juga berharap untuk bisa saling menguatkan dari EVOS fans, dari EVOS-nya juga. Tapi dari Albert, kita ngeliat juga, Albert, di season ini, ya ini juga pengalaman pertamamu untuk tidak bermain di babak playoff. Nggak ikutan di babak playoff seru-seruan. Gimana Bert?
Udah pernah nggak main playoff kan di Onyx nggak main juga.
Tapi datang.
Ya datang, tapi
Lolos.
season pertama juga sih kan pindah ke EVOS, jadi ya menurutku ya masih baru-baru banget juga sih. Mungkin ya season ini lumayan berat juga buat kita semua as a team EVOS. Cuman ya kita coba lagi di season depan sih paling.
Coba lagi di season depan. Tapi kita juga melihat banyak sekali di internet, banyak sekali dari komunitas. Mereka membicarakan bahwa dari segi draftnya, dari segi A, B, C, D, dari menurut kalian sendiri, sebenarnya apa sih, kenapa sih, apa penyebab dari EVOS yang gagal bangkit, dari EVOS yang seperti ini?
Banyak sih faktornya, nggak bisa dikasih tau di sini.
Gak bisa, nanti di belakang.
Banyak maksudnya dari kita berlima yang main juga ada melakukan mistake juga, ya mungkin dari coaching staff juga ada ya. Kita semua ya as a team buat salah lah, bisa dibilang kayak gitu sih.
Oke, jadi memang pelajaran telah didapatkan, tapi apa sih yang paling mungkin disesali di season 15 ini yang menjadi sebuah pelajaran untuk kalian, menjadi bekal untuk next season? Yang bisa menjadi bekal dan pelajaran dari season 15 ini apa nih?
Mungkin lebih konsisten aja sih pas tandingnya sama pas latihannya juga.
Konsistensi.
Susah kan konsisten emang. Ya itu harus dihebatin.
Dihebatkan. Oke, semuanya berusaha terus, tapi kalau kita mengingat ini mungkin menjadi season yang sungguh tragis untuk EVOS. Ada nggak mungkin untuk menutup season 15 yang ingin dilakukan kalian? Ya, untuk
apa tadi Bude?
Untuk menutup season 15 ini masih ada satu match terakhir, ada nggak yang ingin kalian lakukan?
Ya kita pasti bakal kasih yang terbaik itu pasti, dan yang jelas kita udah itu aja lah.
Itu aja.
Di pressure bang gua itu.
Namun menghadapi banyak sekali kita ngelihat mungkin dari hal-hal yang telah terjadi. Erlan pengen Savage gak tadi di Savage-in sama Shive? Masih ada satu match lagi nih.
Memang dia savage tadi?
Iya. Iya kan? Savage betul ya? Betul.
Game berapa?
Game yang ke-3. Game 3.
Gak sadar aku.
Waduh. Apa nih? Ada yang ingin dilakukan gak? Mungkin untuk last match-nya?
Ya lebih semangat lagi aja sih, kan gak ketemu si V lagi aku Bude.
Oh betul. Berarti dari kamu yang pengen semangat juga. Soalnya udah ada 3 gold laner yang ngedapetin Savage.
Ya udah aku jadi yang keempat deh.
Asik. Kita tungguin ya. Jadi yang keempat, dan hari ini kita harus berpisah, besok ketemu lagi. Dan mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk kemenangan hari ini?
Semoga besok menang juga.
Semoga besok menang juga. Tentu saja EVOS fans semuanya masih mengharapkan yang terbaik untuk tim EVOS. Dan sambutlah dan semangatlah untuk tim EVOS.
What a game that was. Record breaking in 2 ways. Number 1 broke the record for the longest game in MPL ID Season 15. And number 2, Navi with their own record of going 0-15.
They're gonna shatter that record. Again, guys.
They have made history.
Their last match tomorrow of MPL ID will be up against RRQ.
There's no way, right? There's no way they win against RRQ.
I think that logically speaking, that is not the assumption people have, by all means. These are some of the crucial moments right there. It all ended up devolving around the neutral objective when, in theory, right, with a diversion, there really could have been more interesting, crazier plays from the side of Navi. But it really seemed like that final game, both teams were like, no way, please. And they played it super safe. I mean, Mirka was going, yo, dude, you got a retribution, the enemy does not. Can you just take the Lord? So hesitation seems to be the big name of the game here.
Yep, but MVP, the player of the game and the match is Albert Baby Alien. That was a lowered steal I believe
couple of
happened
times, yeah.
a couple of times, and now Albert is indeed the player of the match.
And it's so weird to talk about the highlights here presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series, when it starts at like 4 minutes, right? And the game went on to 28 minutes. Like, it's a ridiculous situation to be in. Early on, Na'Vi, I don't know. Again, it's just back to the trading game, but EVOs, with the better, cleaner team fighting, were able to get a bit of an advantage. And with the revitalized strat, right, with the double revitalize, it was meta, not anymore. Initially, they were able to actually get so much going. And then after the fights, they slowly but surely started falling, and this was the big one here, man. The Savage by Shive. The guy who's always performed well when his team was on a downward spiral. Here again, he was doing great, but it just wasn't enough.
And obviously,
he was the
17
Lord.
minute, yeah. Again, it really feels like a lot of these fights. Here too, by the way. Okay, Arashi, walk us through this.
Well, plain and simple, Shibe is not with the team. So something happened there. Either it's a miscommunication, where either he didn't really get to the diversion in time. Regardless, they lost their jungler for a long period of time in this late stage of the game at 70. Man, the death timers were at 70, 60 seconds. They went for a contest, quote unquote. Not really, because there was no fight, no retribution. They lost Feb. So they were taking this fight 4v6 technically. And at that point, it's not rocket science, right? EVO's just got the win. 6v4.
Wow.
And they actually used the Lord.
All that build-up that Na'Vi did. All the fans just overvoting the EVOS fans. And still they lost. That was a painful one to take, I guess, from Na'Vi. And with them being winless, have we had a winless team before in MPL? I believe it was Aura?
Yes, Aura and then Geek Fam.
Aura and Geek Fam.
Season 7 Aura, and I believe it was Season 9 Geek Fam?
Uh-huh. Na'Vi following suit.
It's been a while since we saw anything like that. Itemization-wise though, Erlang going for the Oracle. Good choice against the magical damage of the Lo Yi, and also increasing his own shield. I think that overall it became a really good option, especially because he was getting caught by those yin-yang effects multiple times. And Suelo going for the Lightning Truncheon build. Oh man, that one moment where Na'Vi lost 2 Immortals due to the Lightning Truncheon bounce. I'm like, yo!
Yeah.
That's tough.
That was a proper brawl server showing. But obviously, we'll take a break because we have to go and prepare ourselves for match number 2 of today in MPL ID Season 15. So still, hold on to your seats because you have to be prepared for mall brawl action in MPL ID Season 15.
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Stars bright, just right. Where I want that sun.
kasih gope baru nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
こは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, want that sun.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Menurut aku sih si Toy ini bisa top goal dinner di MPL Indonesia sekarang.
Kandidat Rookie of the Season kali ini mungkin Toy.
Walaupun baru menurut gua dia nggak lihat late game sih. Dia mat dan dia pun tidak yes man juga.
Mampukah Toy berhasil mendapatkan posisinya di hati para penonton?
Awal mula gua main Mobile Legends itu pas gua kelas 9 SMP. Itu gua lihat temen gua bawa HP main Mobile Legends. Dari situ gua langsung tertarik lah. Di situ orang tua gua itu pasti marah ya. Tiap malam lah pas gua main Mobile Legends betul berisik ya gua mainnya. Nanti kalau udah gede menjadi apa kalau main game terus. Jadi pertama kali gue ikut turnamen itu pas MNC 2019 sama Dunia Games. Situ pun juga HP gue kentang banget bang. Kali main langsung pulang. Pas awal gue compete di Mobile Legends itu pas gue kuliah. Itu gue mulai grinding, turnamen warkop. Itu gue bisa ngasilin duit lah. Jadi di situ orang tua gue mulai percaya dikit sama gue. Yang tadinya marah-marah banget sekarang udah dikit lah marahnya. Yang setelah itu ya gue nge-push dan akhirnya gue top global ranked lah. Gue kan nge-rank sama Lemon bang. Pas akhir season gue ditawarin tuh sama Lemon trial di OC di MPL 19. Di situ gue gagal lah. Dan habis itu gue ditawarin buat trial di MDL season 8 yang akhirnya gue lolos. Ya perasaan orang tua gue pas mau masuk MPL itu ya dia nggak ngizinin. Ya karena kan gue disitu posisinya kan udah kuliah, nimbang lah mau ngizinin apa enggak. Dan akhirnya ada adik gue masih tahu kalau di RRQ itu timnya tim gede kayak sepak bola lah. Digaji juga, fasilitasnya bagus. Situ orang tua gue mulai bisa percaya.
MPL ID season yang ke-18 hadir.
Udah pas diterima di MDL season 8 itu gue dibantu lah sama Okta sama Don. Mereka yang bantu gue buat tetap improve dan akhirnya tim gue bisa sampai ke grand final.
Mari kita sambut kedua grand finalis MDL Indonesia Season 8.
Dan gue ketemu Ido, Rins, musuhnya yang jadi kawan lah gue. Kita udah pede untuk menang. Tapi ya hasil ya kalah. Emang gak boleh ekspektasi tinggi lah bang.
Menjatuhkan tata yang hampir didapatkan sang raja.
Terus di sepanjang perjalanan MDL Season 9, akhirnya tim gue bisa lolos lah sampai grand final Season 9. Grand final lagi nih ya. Posisi tim gue darinya 3-0 jadi 4-3. Sakit banget bang kalahnya bang.
Game is over sekarang.
Hands up buat teman-teman dari RRQ Thailand.
Habis itu gue lanjut buat MDL Season 10. Grand final lagi. Di situ akhirnya tim gue bisa juara. Gue pas menang tuh sampai loncat-loncat lah bang. Dan di perasaan gue itu yang sebelum season 8, season 9 gue gagal di grand final dan bisa membuktiin di season 10 bisa juara. Saking senangnya itu ya. Di situ perasaan gue happy banget.
Congratulations! Selamat RRQ Sena, selamat para Kingnya. Please, welcome, percaya proses, Soy. Good luck di MPL Indonesia.
Gue liat performa Toy yang konsisten buat rookie monster kayak mungkin dia udah tinggal nunggu doang sih, nunggu tatanya itu. Terus dia juga jadi kayak missing puzzle gitu di RRQ gue ngerasa. Kayak game itu jadi lebih jalan pas ada Toy gitu.
Saja dua orang yang siap untuk bisa mengeroyok saat kita ternyata Toy-nya masih berhasil digocek tapi tidak tuan.
Mungkin ya kalau dari Toy jadi lumayan beda dari beberapa rookie. Yang ada mungkin dia lebih karena dia udah perhitungan juga, bukan asal ambil keputusan tabrak gaming gitu. Jadi itu yang bikin beda dia sih sebenarnya. Perhitungan dia dan ngeblend sama timnya gitu.
Pandangan gue sebagai Rookie of the Season kemarin sih, gue yakin kandidat Rookie of the Season kali ini mungkin Toy. Apalagi dengan dia udah Rookie of the Week terus kan. Terus juga dia lebih nunggu teman-temannya aja sih buat kayak nyari momen mungkin. Nah terus dia harus gendong biar jadi Rookie of the Season, itu udah pasti.
Hidup tapi flicker, hanya saja implosion, tapi
Toy itu selain jadi kuncinya bisa mengikut temannya bikin play gitu, terus kayak mainnya lebih fleksibel gitu. Gue mengakui sih si Toy-nya bisa top goal gainer di Indonesia sekarang.
Selama gue nge-coach kayak Toy, salah satu orang paling straightforward hidupnya tuh nothing else gitu. Jadi walaupun baru menurut gue dia ngeliat late game sih. Kalau ngeliat all game gue nggak percaya sih dia bisa gitu. Kayak dia smart dan dia pun tidak yes man juga. Jadi dia bisa berargumen sama gue gitu.
Rasa orang tua gue ya udah pasti senang lah gue bisa sampai ke titik MPL ini. Dan dia selalu nonton lah di match-match gue. Dari dalam hati gue ya gue nggak bakal nyanyain lah. Dan gue bisa ngebuktiin ke kedua orang tua gue bahwa gue bisa sukses di dunia e-sport.
Dan sampailah kita di match kedua di hari Sabtu, hari yang kita tunggu-tunggu di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Di mana kita akan menentukan siapa yang akan menghadapi siapa untuk babak playoff. Mereka harus tetap berjuang dan di match kedua ini, di minggu yang ke-9, di hari Sabtu, pertemuan antara dua grand finalis dari musim lalu, tim RRQ dan juga Liquid ID. Mereka akan berhadapan satu sama lain untuk kali kedua di season 15. Dan kita mengingat bahwa dua tim ini membawa regenerasi yang begitu sukses dari musim lalu hingga musim ini. Kita bisa lihat bahwa Toy menjadi missing puzzle dari tim RRQ memperkuat dan bahkan satu langkah lagi tim RRQ bukan hanya bisa menjadi upper bracket mereka sudah mendapatkannya namun juga bisa menjadi juara dari regular season jika mereka memenangkan match hari ini. Dan tentu saja lawan mereka bukan lawan yang mudah karena regenerasi telah berhasil dilakukan oleh tim Liquid ID di musim lalu. Dengan darah-darah muda mereka, mereka berhasil menjadi sang juara di musim 14. Namun kalau kita melihat bagaimana regenerasi dari kedua tim ini benar-benar terasa. Bahkan hingga season 15 RRQ semakin menanjak. Jika kita lihat konsistensi dari tim RRQ, kita melihat sebaliknya dari tim Liquid ID. Inkonsistensi sepertinya terlihat di musim 15. Berjalan tidak semulus musim lalu dan kita melihat mereka gagal mendapatkan upper bracket. Namun tentu saja kita masih bisa melihat bahwa potensi dari darah-darah muda ini tentu sangat menarik. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang darah muda, tentang kedua tim ini, kita nggak bisa lepas dari histori kedua tim dan khususnya dari tim Liquid ID. Dan kita akan langsung aja ngobrol-ngobrol bersama salah satu sosok yang sangat melekat dengan tim Liquid ID. Langsung saja kita sambut bersama-sama ini dia, Godiva.
Oh, halo.
Halo Godiva. Wow.
Halo.
Botak. Oke, Godiva, say hi
botak.
dulu buat fans-fansmu yang di sini atau super fans dong.
Halo Liquid. Halo Liquid. Halo Kingdom.
Halo.
Udah gitu ya, Bude.
Udah gitu aja. Tapi dihaloin balik kok didada-dadahin di sini. Gimana ngelihat keseruan season 15 ini, Godiva?
Asik banget, season 15 ini asik banget. Jago-jago semua timnya.
Jago-jago semua, tapi
Kecuali Navi.
oh, oke, yang belum hampir menang tapi Godiva kamu udah nyangka belum sih 6 tim inilah yang masuk ke dalam babak playoff dan 3 ini yang tidak masuk ke babak playoff. Sesuai prediksi bukan?
Enggak sih Bude, saya prediksinya EVOS pasti masuk.
Wah, EVOS.
Nggak sesuai prediksi saya, seharusnya EVOS yang masuk feeling saya.
Oke, kenapa tuh kamu yakin banget seharusnya tuh EVOS bisa masuk?
Soalnya sebelum MPL mulai kan mereka kuat kan di ESL kan, ada DPJ kan.
Oke, Jadi mengingat dari turnamen-turnamen sebelumnya dari ESL ternyata tidak bercermin di MPL dan banyak prediksi yang miss gara-gara itu berarti ya. Tapi Godiva kalau kamu ngeliat TL ID gimana season ini?
TL ID season ini ya bagus lah, cuman tim lain lagi pada bagus juga, jadi mereka aman-aman aja sih. Walaupun nggak semulus season kemarin kan, tetap kuat.
Tapi penasaran kan kita bisa ingat bahwa kamu adalah salah satu sosok yang sangat melekat gitu. Terakhir kita ketemu season 11 kayaknya. Dan
ya,
kalau kamu ngelihat bedanya yang dulu dan sekarang, gimana sih ngelihatnya untuk TL ID yang dulu dan sekarang?
Oh kalau yang sekarang nih Bude?
Yes.
Muda, berbahaya, solid. Lebih muda aja Bude, kalau yang sekarang lebih muda aja, lebih jago-jago.
Lebih jago-jago. Tapi di season lalu mereka kan jadi juara tuh. Darah muda, juara. Lalu tapi musim ini kayaknya agak sedikit naik turun. Kita bakal ngeliat bareng-bareng sih sepak terjang dari tim Liquid ID dan juga sebenarnya tim RRQ. Langsung aja kita lihat bareng-bareng, inilah dia. Nah kalau kita ngelihat dari kedua tim ini cukup berbeda ya. Dan mungkin kita fokuskan kepada season 14-15 di mana ini adalah momen darah muda muncul. Jebret. Di regular season, RRQ menjadi pemuncak. Season ini pun juga. Namun ini beda nih sama tim Liquid. Godiva ngeliatnya gimana?
Kalau buat season ini ya, kayaknya emang tim lain juga kembang Bude. Jadi season lalu sama season sekarang mereka tuh tim-tim lain juga ngejar gitu. Jadi wajar Liquidnya ada struggle, tapi harusnya masih aman-aman aja. Yang penting kan lolos playoff dulu.
Yang penting lolos playoff dulu. Oke, tapi ngomong tentang lolos playoff, kalau misalnya nggak di upper bracket, ini bakal jadi tantangan besar nggak sih untuk tim Liquid ID?
50-50 Bude, tergantung nanti lawannya siapa, kan belum ketahuan nih lawannya siapa. 50-50 lah.
50-50, jadi memang hari
Semoga
pertama.
aja nggak ini kan, nggak jatuh lah. Kalau jatuh udah. Tapi kalau misalnya Liquid di play-innya menang, minimal insya Allah MSC kali ya. Soalnya mereka kuat sih masih sih.
Masih terlihat kuat walaupun kalau di regular season masih posisinya 6 ya. Jadi kalau Godiva ngelihat emang ada tim yang harus di kacamata Godiva, di mata Godiva siapa nih? Adakah tim yang harus dihindari oleh tim Liquid? Jangan sampai nih lawan yang ini.
Onyx sih jangan sampai lawan Onyx dah. Kayaknya jangan sampai lawan Onyx Bude, itu doang.
Gitu, kenapa? Kenapa Onyx?
Onyx too strong.
Oh, walaupun mereka nggak upper bracket juga?
Kalau di play-in ya kayaknya.
Oh.
Iya, Onyx
ini
bisa bounce back juga dia, pasti kuat banget nanti.
Well, ini bakal jadi play-ins yang sangat mendebarkan karena ternyata tim-tim kuat juga masuknya di play-in dan season ini kayaknya pada kuat-kuat semua sesuai dengan Godiva bilang. Tapi kalau ngelihat kekuatan dari mungkin kedua tim ini ya, tim RRQ, tim Liquid, mereka tuh sama-sama membawa rookie-rookie yang bisa perform dari season lalu, season ini, bahkan Toy di season ini baru, ada Kyo juga. Godiva gimana sih ngelihat rookie-rookie untuk di akhir-akhir ini kok kayaknya mereka baru bermain bisa langsung perform?
Kalau yang dilihat emang bagus sih. Berarti kita kan di Indo kan nggak kekurangan orang-orang jago kan yang masih muda kan. Jadi buat kedepannya nanti Indo lebih kuat lagi buat di turnamen internasional gitu. Bagus sih rookie-rookie sekarang. Didikan di MDL berarti bagus-bagus Bude itu kalau kayak gitu.
Wow, dan memang kayaknya di akhir-akhir ini ya, dari kita bisa lihat semua yang membawa didikan-didikan apik, bisa bersinar langsung dan gak ada grogi-grogi, mereka begitu percaya diri. Tapi kalau kita membahas dua tim ini kan dua grand finalis nih, ini bakal jadi match yang panas banget gak nih Godiva?
Panas ini, kalau Liquid menang di sini dia nanti enak di play-in ya, pasti lebih dapat feel lah.
Lebih dapat feel-nya karena bisa mengalahkan top 1-nya atau gimana?
Benar, bisa ngalahin top 1-nya.
Tapi kalau kamu ngelihat berapa sih chance kemenangan tim Liquid melawan tim RRQ? 1 versus 6 nih posisinya.
20% lah Bude.
Weh.
Kalau buat sekarang kan, kalau di playoff beda lagi lah. Kalau buat sekarang mungkin 20%, soalnya emang RRQ solid banget yang sekarang nih. Masih kuat banget.
Jadi apa nih yang harus diperhatikan mungkin oleh tim Liquid untuk hari ini?
Pakai aja hero nyaman, udah biasa aja. Enjoy.
Enjoy aja. Dan prediksi?
Ini ya 21 liquid lah. 21 liquid lah.
20% tapi tetap yakin ya, tetap sepenuh hati.
Yakin liquid 21 bisa.
Bisa.
Tetap bisa.
Oke, tapi ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin Godiva, kita harus berpisah karena harus lihat nih bagaimana kedua Grand Finals musim lalu.
Good luck, have fun buat yang main, buat Liquid. Halo guys, long time no see, dah itu aja.
Dah itu aja?
Dah.
Oke, kembali bakal rame banget nih pastinya untuk Godiva di streamnya. Thank you banget Godiva. Semoga kita
Sama-sama,
bertemu di MPL. Mungkin playoff datang? Oke. Dan itulah dia, Godiva udah kasih kisi-kisi tipis betapa kuatnya kedua tim ini. RQ dengan konsistensinya dan juga tim Liquid yang mereka memang dirasa masih kuat oleh Godiva. Jadi sama-sama kuat. Namun sebelum kita melihat kekuatan dari kedua tim ini, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua. Ini yang udah ngumpul dari tadi, udah pada lagi latihan koreografi, yang udah tulis-tulisan dari Kingdom. Udah ngumpul, tetap semangat. Semangat membara, namun gak mau kalah juga pastinya di sini dari The Cavalries. Semuanya udah panas, namun anget-anget dulu aja karena Bude juga mau mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Sponsor Head and Shoulder, Official dari Coffee Partner Good Day, dan kita juga punya partner ini sports. Ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan mengingat penuhnya MPL Arena, semangat yang membara dari para super fans. Mereka ingin menyaksikan bagaimana leg kedua ini akan berlangsung. Dua tim yang menyongsong dari leg kedua menginginkan hasil yang baik. RRQ jika menang, mereka otomatis akan menjadi juara regular season. Dan tim Liquid, jika menang mereka tentu akan membawa mentalitas yang lebih baik untuk babak playoff. Perjuangan keduanya akan sangat menarik untuk disaksikan. Mari bersama-sama sambutlah, inilah dia, MPL ID dan juga RRQ.
A grand stage to set the sights in TLID against RRQ. Still with me, Realize, Arashi, and Miracle. RRQ or TLID? I know your answer, I don't need to ask you. RRQ or TLID?
RRQ, bro.
Wow.
RRQ.
By the way, historically, in the first leg of their meeting, this was the fastest game in MPL ID ever with the 2-0 closing by RRQ. So now it's up to TLID. The ball's in their court. This is how they have to play it. But again, this is a rematch of last season's grand final. So what has changed by then? You know, the things that has been happening. Surely there has been turmoil in the TLID roster. They haven't been performing to their best. But for RRQ, it feels like consistency just hit them.
Yeah, they lost Skylar this season. I thought with the loss of Skylar, they would actually be worse. But no, they've actually been better. They lost their star, and everybody now is able to carry the game. Everybody is able to be on, I would say, a similar level. Although, when it comes to spectacular performances, I think we all know that Dyron and Edok stands above the rest.
They do. But of course, now for the audience topic voting, how does TLID strike back after being defeated by RRQ in the first leg? A, add more pocket picks. B, focus on power heroes. Or C, use meta heroes. As a Kingdom, what do you think is the most practical approach? TLID.
I think they need to recognize the winning, I don't know, man, the winning tools that RRQ are able to use, right? Usually, for the most part, it's that dynamic EXP lane and roam combination. But along with that, it's also a general textbook approach in the early game and aggression. And in my opinion, the moment I've seen RRQ kind of really struggle is when teams understand that. They know that RRQ, they're a playmaking team. And what they do is they make a composition that is hard or punishing to try and make plays against. And so far, I feel like that, along with good execution, of course, and their you know, and your own X factors, is what allows teams to really find a dominant win over RRQ. Aside from that, I guess it just has to be able to take risks, right? Although against RRQ, taking risks is very risky.
This is Mirko's GOAT as well. The watch list is Cascute. A quote from KB though, why would any team let go of Cascute? I wonder which team let go of Cascute, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good question.
It's a really good question. A question that I've been asking myself a lot as well. Who was the team who let go of him? Like, I mean, like, if I was a team that had him, I'd lock him down, contract him for life, you know?
For life?
For life. This guy is phenomenal. During the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters and even the Snapdragon Pro Series, the normal one, we called the man Bruce Cascute Wayne.
Wow.
Just because he seems to have a plan for everything. He has a contingency plan for anything that is going on in the game that the opponents can pull off. And I think we see it here. Again, developing Toy to be the replacement of Skylar instantly is ridiculous. Well, technically it wasn't even instant, right? They had Snapdragon Pro Series, the first part of it, before Mobile Masters, and that's all it took. It took one tournament, and he formed this new system of RRQ that has worked phenomenally.
And I want to talk a bit about Cascute. I see him as an enigma. He's a newcomer, obviously.
Yeah,
2
relatively
seasons.
speaking.
Yeah, but before that, let's jump into the audience topic voting.
Hey.
Defeated 2 RRQ in the first leg. How can TLID strike back? More on to add more pocket picks. But what pocket picks are we talking about? It feels like TLID have, you know, exerted everything they like. I mean, they have been going on the chip. That is a prio pick for Witty as well. They picked it 3 times last week in their matches. So, is this going to be enough, only relying on pocket picks?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like, again, the pocket picks are great and all, but you need to get it in a certain context that allows you to catch RRQ off guard, catch Cascute off guard. And like we've just mentioned, that's a tall order, man. This guy just knows, and even when he is off guard, it's like, all right, well, we have something that kind of works. It won't hardcore counter it, but with how the team is performing, it will do. And so far, it really has.
Yeah, back to my point again. I think this is a question to Mirko as well, because this guy is a devout believer of Cascute.
Devout.
This guy is new to the scene, right? 2 seasons, coming to 3, but it feels like he's an enigma. What makes him so good that he is ahead of the competition, even if he is faced against coaches that are experienced, like Adi, for example?
He takes his time to learn exactly what he needs to learn as a coach. Again, a lot of coaches, especially moving from a different discipline, takes a while. Like, they take a while to get themselves in, they go with the flow. Cascute doesn't care about the flow. He will learn through other ways. He will watch as many MLBB games as he can. He will watch as many of the opponent's match as he can as well to develop a plan to beat them. And he's also studied, again, the drafting phase from another game, not even from the game that he came from, to understand it. So you can really see that. For me, I told Rashi day one, this guy is intelligent, dude. This guy is good.
He is good, but RRQ, they are good as well. Back with their original lineup. No Chen, only Sutsujin.
All right, Sutsujin back in the picture here. Full force against Team Liquid ID for the rematch of the Grand Finals and also the rematch of the Leg 1 humiliation. RRQ are gonna try and restate their dominance.
Will they claim the regular season champion title with this matchup? Back with the Mercenary to take them back to back on top of the leaderboards. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the kingdom of Rex Regum Kaon.
Eyeing that spot to become the regular season champions. And surely this time they will give their all up against a formidable opponent in the eyes of TLID with their lineup. Still, with the core players that they have, Aran, Fabian, Yeheskiel, and Kyo.
Whoa!
In place of Aaron Shiki.
Aaron Shiki not available right now. Kyo showing up in the rematch and one of the bigger matchups in the team for this season. How will they do?
The young stallions who derailed the system of Cascute, who derailed the road to glory for the kingdom. The usurper in Fabian and the usurper in the stallions with Kyo. Welcome the young stallions, Liquid ID.
Charging into the dying night and charging forth towards the castle walls of the kingdom. They had the last laugh when they won MPL ID Season 14. But as of now, in the status quo, it feels like RRQ is the much more stable team compared to TLID.
It sure seems like it. The coach definitely has something to say about that kind of performance, that kind of consistency. Right here, St. DeLucas and Cascute, Facehugger and NMM. Very capable coaching staff has allowed both teams to have a very unique approach, a very unique style in their careers, in the performance of the team so far.
You're unique, Arashi.
Very unique.
Thank you, question mark?
Yes.
A walk down memory lane, though. It feels like it's been a very, very long time. Cascute and SDL used to be in the same team back when they were in a different, game.
A different life.
A different life. A different life. This one is definitely the life they want to live. And for Kyo, will he be pressured by the surmountable burden that he has to carry? Because Aaron Shiki has been the guy to make the plays for TLID. And now he's back with 10 gold lane total turret, and opposed to Toy, who is undoubtedly one of the best gold laners in MPL ID. Will he fare good against Toy?
That's the thing, man. Toy is known as a really good laner here. And if you look at the stats, it really does show that this guy is just really good. Even in team fights, he's not really quite Skylar level if we discuss about it, but he is definitely one of the better ones in the season right now. So putting in Kyo against him, especially if they want to go with the audience voting, the pocket picks, Aaron is the guy you want for those unexpected moments. But now with Kyo, I don't know, man. Is this an attempt at catching Cascade off guard?
And yeah, the GPM though states that Toy is number 4. Number 1 is my boy, obviously, Savero, with the most GPM in MPL ID.
Number 1 in the gold lane though is my boy and mine.
Number 1 in the standings though, it's my boys, RRQ.
Come on!
Anyways, just like last season when they won. Oh wait.
Oh, he's saying that Cascade's gonna overthink, pick up the Ixia and Ling again. I'm kidding. But do you think that? Do you think Cascade overthinks things?
No, I think that honestly in the grand finals, a lot of people were bashing Cascade, and I was one of the guys with Arashi too that defended the guy. I'm like, dude, you had to ban the Hilda. You had to ban the picks. Yeah, they had to leave the Cho open, but did you see what they had to ban? The Fanny is what. Okay, you want to ban Cho over Fanny? You want to ban Cho over Hilda of Aran? No, I think that was an outdraft from St. DeLucas. It wasn't Cascade making a mistake. Rather, it was St. DeLucas doing God's work for TLID.
Yeah.
Not to mention, the team from St. DeLucas also just have there's so much more tools available to St. DeLucas himself. Some people were saying that, Cascade drafts really well, allowing his team to have a good time, right? But then when the going gets tough, when Cascade can't get a dominant drafting phase, you see that, sometimes there's some weaknesses from the players that aren't really visible, aren't really exposed until you push it that far.
Whoa! Wait a second! Cascade! What are you doing, Cascade? Get back on stage! What is he doing on the sands?
That's not Cascade.
That's Kaz. Is it not?
Kaz. Cool.
What's the opposite of cute, Arashi?
Kaz regular.
Kaz regular?
Wait, he's on set. That's a doppelganger.
Doppelganger? Now let me look up for the up.
He even has the hair down as well.
That's.
I don't want to say it. Come on.
Yeah, that's.
Kaz
plane.
Unattractive.
We can use plane.
Kaz plane, sure.
The Kaz plane.
Kaz cute.
Oh my god.
And Kaz cool.
I don't know if cool is the word I would use though.
That's true. Yeah, now back to the game. Obviously, TLID, they are carrying the title of the defending champions of MPL ID, but do you think this instability that they have in the regular season will carry on to the playoffs later on? Because it feels like this is also a benchmark game for them if they want to have a smooth road to MSC later on as well.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a lot to be answered here from Typical ID. Hopefully, right, they get it sorted. They'll have the time that they have before the playoffs can be used to improve even more instead of fixing the issues, right? Because that is not how you want, the storyline to go. Having a window of time before the big moment, and you're spending it rebuilding, fixing things up, right? You want to be improving because this season, man, every single team is a real danger in the playoffs.
Yeah, indeed. And now, let's try to grasp onto the drafts later on. like I said last week, they really prioritized the chip dance of TLID. For RRQ, E-Dog always has his last picks being picked up in the 4th or 5th pick, and it was mostly to counterplay the opponents. He brought in the Tigreal, brought in the Franco as well. But on a pick like High Loss, I don't really like him using that hero because he's so passive and playing at the back. But for now, we will see in the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Obviously, out of respect, the Hayabusa taken out, a strong pick for Sun Sujin. The Lucas as well and the Phobius taken out of the fray. For RRQ, it is still respecting Fabian's Fanny and the Kalea that really likes to use.
I wonder why the Lucas is getting so much more prio in this week. Like, in the previous weeks, we've just been seeing it ignored.
Yeah, that's true. And TLID now, will it be, wait, a bit of an overestimation of the pick up the chip here? Because they like the chip, used it multiple times, but I'm afraid with Kyo on the fray now, they have to change things up a bit.
Well, the chip, we've seen that in the past 1 or 2 weeks, teams have been comfortable letting go of the chip as long as they have the other tools required to keep the chip at bay. So it's no longer as guaranteed of a pick, and now you have to be a bit more smart, a bit more intelligent with how you use the shortcut as well. It's no longer a guaranteed pick-off tool. So if Team Liquid or RRQ both want to pick it up, they need supporting tools to go for it. And Team Liquid has already made the first move. RRQ, what are they anticipating right now?
They still
juice in.
Yeah, they could go juice in. It's a good pick for Rinse as well. And TLID, they still go for the chip. Last week they picked it up for like 3 times, up to 4 times. And they really like this pick, but for RRQ, is responding with the Juicin and Suyo. So setting up for a good trio mid is what they would like to use, and the Suyo is going to be a priority for them.
Here's the question though, again, I thought TLID would prioritize the Suyo. Lucas, Haya, banned out. Joy, Fanny, that's 4 junglers. Usually when you see 4 junglers like this banned out, you're kind of forced to go Suyo.
Yeah.
Unless the plan for TLID is to play utility jungler. Baksha, Ling is the answer. They don't want to play utility. And the Hilda Franco, oh, we're blitzing this draft.
Oh boy.
Fight it out.
An assassin against a Franco. E-Dog's Franco. We've seen this happen before, by the way. The Ling against the Franco. I believe it might have been in the regular season of Season 14. There was that massive showdown where eventually, in that match, the Franco did come out on top. This time, though, Team Liquid ID has had time to adjust. And even though the Franco is an absolute menace, he still requires winning conditions here.
Yep.
The trio mid from RRQ is dangerous by all means, but for Team Liquid ID, they have a chance here to pick up more things, more brawly options to shut down RRQ's aggression. And if this draft from RRQ doesn't really get any steam, doesn't really get to snowballing, it might really slow down long enough for that Ling to farm up out of control.
Yeah, the Ling obviously is gonna lose and get the Suyo is gonna get the upper hand against Ling in the early game, especially when you have a Franco that's keen on to look for a pick-off. But the Hilda might be the countermeasure to help the Ling get more freedom on his own jungle. But again, this Hilda will most definitely go to the XP lane in the hands of Aran.
This is just back to the signature picks, man. Witty on a chip, Fabian on a Ling, Hilda for Aran as well. It really comes down to signature picks, and that's why you can see RRQ already getting rid of the Harith, getting rid of the Yves as well. Those are the 2 picks that we are kind of used to when we're thinking about TLID, unless TLID want to pull a crazy one on us and go Angeling. Haven't seen that in a while.
No.
And then what? Ruby goal, but it's not Aaron, it's Kyo.
Not Aaron,
we haven't seen that from Kyo.
So obviously that could put some restraints on TLID.
Oh.
Esmeralda ban.
Nice.
Is it to stop the Esmeralda to run rampant against the Hilda and Chip?
Look, it's whoa! Even the carry out of nowhere. Carry Franco.
Wow.
Pick up angles here from the side of RRQ. Chushi had to carry the brunt of the initial big team fight, but they're going to require someone really powerful in the EXP lane if they want to go with this format. The Franco can't really frontline, and neither can the rest of the heroes here. Unless they want to really plan on just zoning with the solution and getting more damage in the EXP lane instead.
They can still go Badang. Badang is still up for grabs as a Diamond signature pick. Granger locked in for Kyo. That's more expected over the crazy picks like Ruby. Mid lane though. with the Granger and the Ling and the Chip, I think the safest choice has got to be the Valentina, right?
Valentina. Or Vex. Yeah, Valentina I think would make a lot more sense here. Although there's not a lot of big ultimates to be stolen.
Cool.
Go for the Kimmy.
Wow.
Still
this
available.
Is an offense is the best defense front to back.
Yeah. They're gonna play the kiting game as well. They
This
have
is
the
super
poke.
greedy, by the way. I gotta say, this is a super greedy composition. Ling, Granger, and Kimmy.
Yeah. They all need gold to funnel for themselves, so that is going to be a weak point for TLID. They're not gonna get their items quickly.
Sorry, I don't know if Kimmy and Ling want to take the portal. Instantly, Glue gets picked up.
Yeah, okay, so this is Team Liquid ID just playing macro, like macro. They're not trying to go for a pick-off style with this chip. It's just pure macro using the wave clear and the spammable engage tools. It might be Team Liquid ID dancing around, trying to use that traction pulse to really try and throw a wrench for RRQ. For RRQ themselves, it's a more straightforward composition here. They just want to brawl, they want to get ahead and really get the ball going. The Glue, however, it's a great pick against all this damage potential from Team Liquid ID, but you do wonder who exactly is this Glue planning to attach to. If it's the Kimmy, you know, that might just work.
Targeting will be important. But of course now, the stage is set for a grand rematch. The TLID against RRQ. Game number 1 into the Land of Dawn we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Land of Dawn for game number 1. RRQ's road to securing number 1 in the standings. Edok starting things off with a hook to the Usurper's buff.
Trying to delay, trying to stall the farming speed of Fabian. Definitely important. But this matchup, the Kimmy against the Tsushin, we've seen the Kimmy come out on top quite significantly when the matches come down to it. Tyron though, is around.
Wow, Tyron, wow. Wow.
The guts on the guy. But look at the freeze attempt by Aran there. He didn't really let the card go into turret range. Definitely interesting. Already aggression from both teams. For RRQ though, again, the Suyo has to really assert some real dominance here because there's no way the carry is supposed to. And the Sushin can be annoying, but it can't really be the main carry for the early game. Looking at the emblems by IndyHome, look at the movement speed coming in from RRQ, dude. 3 agilities, 2 wilderness blessings.
Yeah.
It's all about rotations, trying to match that macro style that Team Liquid ID can get using this chip.
We had a consensus that the trio mid of RRQ is very strong with the Suyo, and then you have the Juicin, the Franco as well to set up the pickoffs. But how would you rate the trio mid from TLID? The hook though.
On to Witty. Lifted by the Lantern Flare, just a bit of poke over to Witty.
Yes, you were saying, what was the question?
The trio mid from TLID, how does it fare against the Suyo, Franco, and Juicin?
At least in the early game, I don't think it fares at all, man. This composition isn't really meant to really brawl. Unless they can really allow Yehezkiel to stay completely untouched. But that's wishful thinking there. And oh man, the hooks already, there's some pressure coming through from RRQ. A lot of skill shots.
Strong zoning tools that they have. The hook in and of itself is a zoning tool to put TLID and keep them in check. But now the turtle, hands of RRQ, Sutsujin trying to bash it down. Again, Dyron just frontlining.
Spread spread already used. Ling still on the purple buff. Oh, they're not going to commit onto the turtle. They actually reset, giving Fabian a chance to contest for this one. Purple buff taken. Fabian, Finch poise. Reset one more time. Aran going to be lifted up. Now it's going to be the all-in with the crash course in the back. Immobilized. Some of the blaze knocking him out, man. Fabian claims a kill. Witty knocked up. Oh, crash course into a flicker. Right, Sutsujin low. Fabian gets away.
Oh, that's a win for TLID. We thought that the early game would be in favor of RRQ, but that swings things around. That's a snowball for TLID.
It's how the fight got started, man. Team Liquid ID are able to output a lot more burst damage immediately, and once they got the pickoffs, once they got the damage, they immediately moved to escape. RRQ, if they really want to get ahead, they need to try and make a play happen.
Bloody Hunter, the flicker, Toy will follow with his own flicker, and it's a kill, a shutdown on the Usurper.
That tips the scales. Ling shut down, so RRQ now they can take a deep breath.
Aggressive flicker from the carry, level 4. Definitely a unique thing to be looking at. But again, RRQ, they have to try and make the fights happen off the back of an iron hook or something like that. They need to be the ones aggressing. But look at Dyron already taking a ton of damage here, already spreading.
Yep. That's info, at least for
That's
TLID.
wild, Arashi. He's just spreading.
Spreading away. That's Setsujin again, just getting prio on the turtle. Rinse with the zoning capabilities that the Chusin has. Will push away Fabian. Traction pulse.
Over to Rins. The stun as well. That's gonna be out of the power. There's Fabian with a steal! From out of nowhere, no purple buff. But he's got that flare back.
The usurper runs down the turtle and it's all snatched. TLID get it all for themselves.
What a steal there from Team Liquid ID out of nowhere. Arcus set that up so good as well. They were zoning the members of Team Liquid ID away from the objective, leaving Setsujin to be with the turtle one-on-one. But that's the advantage of the Ling. But look at the talent prediction, man. Papudong not alone.
Wait,
so
look at KB. What's that? Oh, it's a coach?
Oh!
The MVP is the
I didn't know we
coach?
can do that.
KB?
I would want to do that too.
You put Keskute. That's the MVP then.
Interesting.
Oh, is there an analyst logo? Give it to NMM. Oh, Witty with a flicker. Away from Iron Hook and the crash course with the shortcut. Fabian looking for the play onto Toy. Now pops in retribution and will be able to go for the damage. Oh my lord, a change CC with the traction balls.
Oh!
Yes, kill!
The stun connects and Aran goes for Setsujin. He has to run for the hills. Rins!
Witty looking for a Crimson Beacon into the hands, or rather the bullets of Kyo.
Wow! The young stallions charge forth, giving no space to breathe for RRQ. And TLID, their early aggression counterbalances what RRQ is bringing to the table with the trio mid.
And they're doing a great job using the numbers advantage they're able to get using the chip to really force RRQ going for these big plays, these dives almost immediately. Diamond with the Blade Armor first item, completely expecting Yehezkiel to shred him down. With RRQ not really being able to get anything going with the Iron Hooks there, Team Liquid ID are turning the aggression around. Witty with the flicker sideways to dodge from the hook. That's a new one, man. RRQ definitely have to think twice before trying to go for another engage.
And the kills as well, just attributed to the core members of TLID. Fabian with 2, Yehezkiel with 1, and Kyo as well, getting 1 himself. So at least they could speed things up with their items, loading in their inventory. So far, Turtle next in the menu for both teams. But look at Witty. He's up top, he could always take the shortcut, he could always take the Y-walk passive, just pop up down to the bottom side. And the Ling as well has that side lane presence that could really help.
Oh, no Crimson Beacon, and the turtle got reset. Witty in the back again. Eat out with the bloody help, but the shortcut already placed out. Kyo has taken it, but he's all around. Oh, the rest of the cavalry will charge through.
Kyo gets the kill, and Toy is just zoned out. Rin still with the lantern flare. He has to run for his life.
The turtle will be what they go for. Fabian was able to steal it. Setsujin will not. Fabian, 2 turtles, 2 TLID.
2 for 2 for TLID.
There's a steal there from Aran. Didn't even flinch. Team Liquid ID doing a great job here, just shutting down all the aggression. RRQ tried to outplay. Whoa!
Traction pulse! Aran! With a big bonk onto the head of Rins. Fabian now jumping on the Setsujin. That's going to be the Soul Sever, trying to survive again. Fabian's waiting for the Blade Surge. Setsujin will be able to get him. A Tyrant in the back!
Oh, the hook connects, but Fabian gets Tyrant. And now TLID rampaging towards RRQ. They run for the hills.
The young stallions, the cavalry are charging through the RRQ Testudo.
It's too much damage, too much aggression. 5k gold lead, and you can see the moment E-Dog is out of the equation, the moment the Bloody Hunt is no longer a problem, Aran springs into action, Fabian springs into action. RRQ are having a deficit of crowd control tools. This is what we're talking about. When E-Dog and Dairon can't stave off, doesn't have the tools to make the plays happen, they are struggling.
Oh, traction pulse. Oh, double death sonata. So many projectiles.
The pokes, the canning potential that TLID has. And now let's talk about the early game for the trio mid, obviously. Yo!
Scalar!
That's not a good day. That's not a good day, that's a good week.
That's almost six days out of 7.
Days,
all right? There's one day that he's not going to have a good day. Oh, never mind, that extra. Okay, it's 7 days.
It is 7 days. Yeah. Oh boy.
Shout outs to the Crown Prince. Is he even going to be still in RRQ is the question next season.
Yeah, that's the big question, man. Everyone's anticipating that possibility. With RRQ. Now, they're trying to talk to Faith, but ooh, Team Liquid ID are behind them at this point.
they know?
This could be a big play.
Oh, Fabian shows himself.
Is it a bait though?
An RRQ.
Edok.
I look for a play. Edok sensing him, but no, the recall will come through. Oh, he cancels it.
Oh, Toy gonna be revealed here. That's crash course and all in. Oh, Fabian! With a killing spree! What an ambush! Oh no, Edok all alone in the bush. The usurper spots him.
Edok fed to the wolves, or rather, the stallions. And now RRQ down to 2 men in the land of Dawn. TLID full control of this game so far.
The read from Team Liquid ID, dude. They read RRQ completely like a book. Toy and Edok falling victim. The Lord falling into the hands of Team Liquid ID as well. RRQ were relying on getting a strong early game, but now they're forced to contend with a late game Ranger, late game Kimmy, and late game Ling on top of the chip threat. It's looking tough for RRQ, man. If they want to defend, they have to pull out all the stops, do all the outplays, all the unpredictable moments here. They're relying only on Toy and the fact that he can output more quote-unquote burst damage from the gold lane, and that's the only hope RRQ are hanging on to right now.
Yeah, the top side turret taken down. It's just to the inners now. And TLID, they're taking their time, stabilizing the lanes to create a tri-push up top, at mid, and down bottom. And Fabian also has that presence. Look at Witty, so far as well. And always ready to pop the shortcut. RRQ, all they have to do is defend.
A charge into the mid lane. Tyrant poked down again. Slow push from TLID. In the bottom lane, Sutsujin will be able to deal with it. No holy defense procced. A hold from Rins in the mid lane, and they will not be able to push further.
A slight win for RRQ. The holy defenses are still up, so at least there's hope.
Definitely is, but a 9k gold lead. Team Liquid ID are gonna try and force more things on RRQ. They do know they don't have a lot of burst damage, a lot of long range either. They don't really want to risk anything, so they back away immediately, go back to farming, because as you guys were mentioning, this is a very greedy composition. But with the map control that Team Liquid ID have, they can farm up for themselves and RRQ's jungle and get something, but whoa!
Blade Surge. Oh, that's why the traction pulse is kind of broken, yo. It's
really
an initiation. It's a
It
pick
sucks you in.
Oh, man.
It's so long range, it's also AoE technically. RRQ trying to find something, gets a hook.
Oh! But it's only onto Witty. He likes that around in the back line, trying to disrupt again. And RRQ, despite the hook, despite the bloody hunt, they'll be the ones zoned away from their purple. Sutsujin, no retribution. A Queller.
Ooh, Fabian gets it.
It's Fabian.
Was that a read though? I think Edok was trying to get Fabian potentially when he's dashing in to try and get that purple. You saw the angle on the iron hook is kind of slightly tilted.
But there's no bloody hunt.
There wasn't. So there was no way to follow up behind that hook if it connects. But now then, the big problem for RRQ, I feel like, is this Hilda that is just running around, body blocking every damage. How do they deal with Aran now?
Well, with time, with gold, Toy will be able to deal with Aran quite handily. This isn't the Vengeance Hilda, this is the Sprint Hilda, so at least that is a possibility. But he's gonna have to try and do that while dodging damage coming in from Haskell, Kyo, and Fabian. So that's the tall order. Edok has to stop potentially 2 members as well from diving towards that backline. And Tyrant can't really do as much on this glue. So he potentially is going to be sent to try and zone Yehezkiel or Fabian.
Yep.
But again, probably not with this Lord. I think RRQ are going to be forced to give this one up just to get some more farm, right? Get some more items, and make the big decisive moment when they are better odds for them.
When did they start? Dude, that was so quick. They took the Lord like it was nothing.
The Kimmy damage.
It's another minion. 2TL.
Yep. They relinquish all control. That's from RRQ.
Almost a 4k gold lead for Kyo on that Granger, dude. What the heck?
8k, 11k, totaling now for TLID with a gold lead. Oh, a hook!
No,
But
there's
it's
no
Aran.
way. Not on Aran.
Yep.
And the hesitation, man.
Caught off guard there.
The fact that Team Liquid ID have members that can tank that hook with little to no risk. That's the big problem here. They're going to require Toy to follow up as well when they do commit that bloody hunt. So RRQ, they're just stuck with so many questions but so little potential answers here. As Team Liquid ID, already setting up for a 3-wave push. Let's see how RRQ try and save this.
Have to defend their castle walls. Uh-oh, traction falls. Crimson Beacon popped.
Oh, big resource. Massive resource used up already. Turret number 1 in the mid lane, taken down. That's going to be the Iron Hook, the Bloody Hunt with a flicker into the back line, and that's going to be Toy with a kill!
Oh, Fabian gets the kill. Or rather, that was kill, but Fabian dancing with the blades!
Way too quick! A shortcut to the back. That's going to be the gun down! Yo! Dire into the back, looking for the play again. A spread of the mount down by Kill!
The crystal is open! And the young stallions charge to the very castle of the kingdom. They are toppled down in game 1.
Wow. Now that's a statement.
That is a statement.
They denied all of the drafting tools that RRQ were able to get. They denied the micro adjustments in the execution by RRQ as well. And look at how they ended that game, dude. They didn't give RRQ a single chance. Even with the Iron Hook play, they made sure that whatever RRQ get, Team Liquid ID will make them pay.
Gee,
that was... We talked about that being a greedy draft, but it worked.
Yeah.
It worked wonders for them, and they scaled without anyone stopping them. The Franco didn't get to work because of how the targeting was hard. The Helda was there to body block everything, and Fabian just spiraled out of control. Kyo just doing damage in the back, doing Granger things, and Kimmy is just being Kimmy.
It was a greedy draft, right? 3 damage dealers, 3 heroes that really needs gold, really needs resources. But when you get that many kills at the start, oh, you don't need minions for a resource. You don't need to divide. You can just conquer.
Yeah.
I think Team Liquid ID did a great job just avoiding a lot of the Iron Hook plays coming in from Edok. The one moment where they even got a single Iron Hook, Bloody Hunt, pick-off combo, Toy had to flicker forwards. You have to remember.
Yeah. So, yeah, hard follow-ups from RRQ. But obviously the crucial moment was here. This fight, I feel like, swung everything in TLID's favor. And the follow-up was also there. They had the damage enough to do dives like this. And the traction pulse, that was also the primary tool for them to zone out RRQ.
It is definitely a really handy tool, man. There's so many ways to use it. And Yehezkiel definitely made a lot of those plays happen. But the main man is
Winnie the Wise, the MVP player of the game, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series with the chip. Again, you see why they prio the chip in their first pick. It enables them to do things like this.
That certainly is the case. Look at that. Like every single time there's a fight going on, this is the problem here. With Yehezkiel kind of just threatening the engages with the traction pulse, there's not a lot of moments where Team Liquid ID are forced to try and do anything and make a play happen. All they have to do is just follow up properly with the opportunities led to them by Yehezkiel and Witty, and as long as they do that, it's a good time, man. And you can see the difference in impact from Aran and Dairon as well. It's not because Aran is so much better than Dairon in the lane, in the mechanics. It's because he can just rotate immediately with the shortcut. So using the chip as a macro tool really worked out for Team Liquid ID.
Man. Bringing a Purify be the missing piece of the puzzle? Because they don't have enough Dispel to stop the traction pulse coming in. It's only the Crimson Beacon and maybe switching in with the Blade Surge.
There are too many projectiles, there are too many gap closers, there's too much damage, there's too much CC for you to go Purify. Like, you go Purify, Aran just bonks you in the head. You go Purify, Yehezkiel just shoots you down, Granger shoots you down, Witty just popped in shortcut.
And this was that last final fight where RRQ were able to get Aran, but at what cost, dude? Immediately, the payback was direct coming in from Team Liquid ID.
Boy.
That's a statement. Like
0. I mean, the 100% win rate, realize, of Branko, Edok is gone.
Broken. So, a stain on this record, obviously, but, you know, losses do happen, so it's okay, I guess.
It's more impressive that he's been able to maintain the 100% actually all the way throughout the whole season. All things considered, though, I do wonder if this is a sign that RRQ are a bit too comfortable relying on Edok, right? Because if all the hooks landed, if Edok was able to do this and to do that, then RRQ Hoshi might have gotten a chance. But you can see that once the team knows how to deal with it, again, let me remind you, the sideways flicker from Witty to just dodge from the hook and turn the engage around towards Edok, once teams are willing to try and do that and see past the illusion of the 100% win rate, man, Araki Hoshi, they need other tools to try and even up the score.
And again, the question arises whether or not RRQ has an answer to this type of draft. Team Liquid ID was bringing a super offensive draft as well. We talked about the trio mid being stronger in RRQ's side, but I feel like TLID had a fourth player in the trio mid, and that was Aran, with the Hilda just constantly being such a pesky, annoying menace to deal against. And the Hilda, you know, the capabilities of this hero, what it can do, and it stabilizes the trio mid, I guess, for TLID. It helped.
They basically ignored all the front lines, right? They didn't care about trying to get Edok. If he's there, they're gonna beat him up. But if they're waiting around, the targets are just never the front line, and because of that, even for Dyron, right? He's not exactly a frontliner. He should be diving into the back line. But for Team Liquid ID, there is no back line. Everyone's diving towards Rins, towards Sutsujin. Man, it just was a sweep.
A
clean one.
A clean one. If you want clean hair, move on to Head and Shoulders. We're out.
What are you doing?
Up to 100% of wet dandruffs plus itchiness protection. He's just calling the bluff. He's not gonna go it.
What was that?
It is.
You want some?
Nah, I don't think so. I had
You Head and Shouldered?
I had Head and Shoulders before this. Fine. Sure.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
There
it's very.
Show the camera.
Look at this.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna fall, but yeah. See, this is the lemon.
Use it on your hair. Use it on your hair now.
This is a lemon scent.
No. Relax, bro.
This is a lemon scent.
Here.
From Head and Shoulders. Thank you very much. No, I'm not gonna wipe this.
Yeah,
this
you gotta
gonna
keep it
stay in my
Arashi.
hand.
He's gonna have to hold it there.
I love Head
Suit
and Shoulders.
yourself. Suit yourself.
I'm not chefing, but I love lemon.
Get the new limited edition Head and Shoulders XMLBB. That's what we're using right here. What was that?
Tissue, please.
I thought you were gonna hold it.
It's gonna fall.
But go ahead, check it out, guys. This is the Mio one, and this is the Zalong one. Which one do you guys like more?
You're gonna need more.
You're gonna need more.
Hang on a second.
Whoa.
CITB, I'm gonna need more.
CITB. Sheffins in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa, it's Mirko's fan.
Hey, yeah, he likes the red hair.
Every time Mirko goes past, he's like, yo, I love the hair, man. Good luck.
Thank you, my sir. And no wonder he keeps that hair real cool every time, together with the lady. Lemon flavor, lemon scent.
Whoa.
See, Chefin?
You got the wink going on as well.
Well, now after you're clean now. You're already having a good day, but you can make your day even better by going.
No, don't leave it there. It's gonna.
Oh my god, dude!
It smells good.
Yeah, I bet.
And it's a good day today.
It is a good day today.
It is. So if I have 7 good days,
you're gonna have a good week.
I have a good week.
Yeah, if you have it every single day of the month,
you have a good life.
A good month. No, if you have it every day until you die, I guess.
You have a good amount of
and that's good life.
You have a good chance at getting a lot of energy. Put it that way.
Yeah, a bit too much. Makes you sleepy maybe sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't forget, obviously, to grab yourselves a Good Day, because Good Day is a 3-in-1 bottled coffee with a variety of delicious flavors, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss,
avocado
delight, and the newest edition, groovy cookies.
Is that what groovy is?
Yeah, I'm grooving with my hand and shoulders.
I wonder why they call it groovy cookies.
Because it makes you dance.
Oh, really?
The very flavor
I consumed
of it.
that, and I haven't been dancing.
Because you don't just you just don't vibe. You have to vibe with it.
I just don't vibe. All right, I gotta vibe a bit more then.
And to vibe more, you want to collect cards. You know, collecting cards has been my hobby back then. I used to collect a lot of anime cards.
Oh,
and
really?
now with MPL Indonesia, we're set to launch our first ever official player card series called Nirvana as part of an exclusive project with OnePlay and MPL ID. If you wonder when it's coming, it is going to be officially released during the MPL ID Season 15 playoffs. A total of 5 cards tiers based on rarity. Tier C is base, or my club. Tier B is teamwork. Portrait tiers red. Portrait tiers yellow, and the blue one is on the license. And tier A is license pro, outstanding. And tier super is where you get the signatures coming in, and you know it's graded, is what they say.
Yeah.
And the premium. Don't forget the premium.
Premium
the
one as
rarest.
well. The rarest.
I want a premium Eman card.
Yeah. And now look at this.
Oh my God, tier premium.
So beautiful.
Oh, okay. I want the tier premium Eman card though.
Eman
Holy
card?
moly. Tier premium Eman
I heard
card,
you're gonna
please.
get your own card, and you're gonna be in premium as well, Miracle.
Hey, amen, bro. Amen. MPL Indonesia officially licensed player card tier information. Look at this, bro. Oh my God. Yo, I want this. I want this now, bro. I want me some premium tier Eman. Someone in one player MPL, please give me a premium tier BTR player. Doesn't have to be Eman. Could be a Luke. Could be a Moreno. Could be a Annabelle, Light, Finn, Eto Max, Theo, Tazi.
I think I want to get a Kyrie one.
What? You don't want a Kyrie one?
I want a Kyrie.
You want a Kyrie one?
The signature with it as well.
I think Kyrie one's gonna be the most expensive. Like you can resell that.
It is.
Yeah.
It's
Everybody
gonna-
wants a Kyrie one.
Everybody wants it.
Even me, and I'm not an Onyx fan. That's my favorite player right there.
It's in demand, bro.
It's in demand. Someone's gonna sell it for like 20 mil.
Damn. If it's signed.
If it's signed.
Maybe. Okay. If it's signed.
Should be.
Maybe.
And aside from that as well, you know, you can also gacha your cards later on. But now, obviously, it's all
pretty
about online shopping, and you can get that from TikTok Shop Live, where MPL
with Reddit and
talks
KB
on TikTok Shop Live, June 2nd to 4th, starting at 5 p.m. Of course, like you said, it's a chance to hang out with KB and Reddit Overkill. Look at those strips. Look at those outfits that you can
There are
grab.
a few no playoff strip.
Wow.
Some people are looking for those.
Yep.
Yep. Obviously.
Yeah.
So
I already have that one, by the way, the BTR one. Same.
you can grab all the merch and sponsor items all live on TikTok. And in TikTok Shop, usually they have promo codes. Yeah, they have promotions coming in. So expect to have a price cut. So yeah, tune in from June 2nd to 4th later on.
I'm looking at the
Preparation
video
for playoffs.
showing the cards.
Oh yeah, over there. See.
Nirvana. MPL Indonesia officially
Nirvana.
licensed player cards.
Smells like Teen Spirit.
Huh?
Nirvana.
What? Kid Bomba?
No.
Smells like Teen Spirit? I thought
It's a song title.
Yeah, it is. You don't know
I don't
Nirvana?
know, I
You don't know Nirvana?
No, I don't listen to them. You guys, I'm not of your generation. You guys are like 65.
We're one year
new kid.
different.
He's a new kid.
Huh?
He's a
We're
new
1
kid.
year different.
What?
We have a 1 year difference between us.
No, it's like 10, bro. Come
10?
on.
Ah, yeah, that's true. That's why I've
That's
been getting
true?
all the wrinkles.
No, it's not true.
I have the
That's
wrinkles
true?
now. Yeah, it
What?
is. It is true.
So
Smells
you're
like Teen Spirit.
33.
I'm 18.
What? You're what?
I'm able to look this young because of
So I'm 8?
Madara's healing capability. No, I'm kidding.
Ah,
Oh.
back to the lore.
And now back to the game, obviously. Kyo had an astounding performance. It feels like Iron Chicken never left the team. Or rather, never was not in the team. You know what I'm saying. But
Now I'm saying.
it felt like they have been playing with Iron Chiki since the start. Because Kyo was... he knew what he had to do. As the Granger, just space yourself back. Don't gap close to the enemies and just play it safe. And he scaled to the late game, 5-0. It is a fantastic record, obviously, when you're up against a team in the caliber of RRQ. Now RRQ, the question is, what do they do if they're going to deal with the aggressive drafts brought upon by
First
TLID?
pick again, by the way. Gotta point that out.
First pick for TLID means that they might have their hands on the chip if RRQ don't ban it.
I wonder
But is the chip that significant though?
I think it definitely is. It allows Team Liquid ID to not just get superior positioning, also pressures the macro situation, and it elevates the effectiveness of Aran. Because I think it's no secret that Aran and Dyron both are great EXP laners in MPL ID. And when they're going toe-to-toe, and they're equal, right? The presence of a chip means that the guy with the chip is just that much more useful. So that's another thing that swings everything in balance for Team Liquid ID. I do wonder if this is the idea they want to go full aggression. It can be greedy, who cares? As long as we are the ones aggressing and we don't allow RRQ to be the ones to set up for these plays, to go for these pickoffs, right? And this is an approach we've seen before. Rely on RRQ's need for aggression, for aggressive playmaking, and either counter it or deny it altogether.
Yeah, indeed. In RRQ, it all starts in the draft later on. Will they be able to prioritize the things to ban? Obviously, you gotta take out the Fanny. It's a staple pick for Faven. If Faven gets it, it's basically a done deal with the Devil. And now, the chip is another concern that arises. So, that could be in the cards as well to be banned out by TLID, or rather, to RRQ. But for now, for TLID, it's taking out the Lucas, which has been very prio this week, or rather this day. And for RRQ, it's taking out the Fanny. TLID will take out the Hayabusa as well, just making sure that Sotojin is left uncomfortable.
Well, the Joy is technically still an option.
Yep,
But
available.
never mind, they ban it out themselves. Too risky at this point. This is the thing, man. RRQ, this is looking a bit more like the grand finals. When they met in the in the first leg, it really seemed like a one-sided deal, but it didn't seem like the same kind of Team Liquid. Now this is more reminiscent of the grand finals, so let's see now. Kescute on the back foot already, having his strategies dismantled in game number 1. What is the idea here? I feel like with how both coaches are so well versed in the drafting phase, it can't just be a single pick or something. It has to be everything planned out from the bans as well.
Boxia ban?
Yes, sir.
Anticipating something. It
Might be a
seems
Kimi.
like. Yeah,
It might be a Kimi first pick.
Anticipating a Kimi. But yeah, I think RRQ is trying to entice TLID to take the Kimi. So Aston not take the chip, but what do you think TLID will go for? The Kimi or the chip?
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Chip. Answered right away.
Not for RRQ though. Does that mean it's a Kimi Kalea technically?
Yeah, it's an angle. The counter is open as well.
Sakura is still available.
Sakura.
And again, I do wonder more so the picks that are going to be looked at by Kescute for Edok and Dyrant. Because again, in the previous game, it really feels like the crowd control difference is massive. Team Liquid ID are the ones using everything. We even agreed that the Purifies aren't going to even help them, right? So I think RRQ needs some tools like that on top of their picks.
Wow. And the Kalea as well. So a married couple as the first and second pick for RRQ.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Right there. Sakura and Sasuke, respectively. TLID, could they take the Hilda again here? Because it really helps with the early pressure as well for TLID. And just trying to shut down the Suya outright.
It's way easier to pick off though, with a Kalea on the other side, but they don't care. All right, this is
The exact same 3 first picks that TLID has been bearing in the previous game as well. RRQ. Do they want to go Franco again though? That's the question, right?
Might be a bit too early here. They have a chance of using the Kalea already, you know, as a flex. Worst case scenario if the Franco and the Tiger all gets banned out. So I feel like for now, RRQ don't really have any urgency to go for that.
Kimi?
Considering the Kimi was such a big problem, I do feel like that is the pick in hand, but no Beatrix. So they can still go for the pick of style. Instead of going with the carry that's so much more vulnerable and weaker in the lane, going for the Beatrix.
Yeah, it's a setup as well. Yeah, Beatrix, Kalea. You go with the Tsunami Slam X, the Banished Rage. So obviously that is an angle to look for, and if they go for the Franco, that's going to add icing on top. So TLID, I think they do have the urgency to ban the Franco out to stop the pick-off style from RRQ just rolling around the Land of Dawn later on. But now RRQ, what do they want to ban out here?
They still have to ban out Eve, I think. But they, dude, the thing is, right, you gotta think about the Eve and the Farsa. The Kimi, yes, can be a pick still that TLID go for, but the Farsa and Eve get so much value against Suyo. That's why we saw the Eve banned out earlier.
And how susceptible as well Suyo is to magic damage. High loss taken out of TLID. Bans an RRQ. Will it be a Eve or a Farsa or even possibly a Kimi ban?
So many options available here. It depends on what they really want to try and get ahead, you know, in the game. For RRQ, if they really feel like they're gonna really take full control, then these long-range heroes technically can be dealt with a significant enough gold lead. But again, do they want to just make sure there's less tools available for Team Liquid ID to enable the Chio mid rotation? They go for the Harriet ban eventually, so it's all gold lane focused here.
I mean, Moskov is still up in the card, so that's going to be a pick that you can use. X the chip as well, you have global presence. And TLID pen up the Esmeralda. Again, Farsa, hands of RRQ. Good pickup, I guess.
Oh, a ton of burst damage. Vulnerable to the Ling though, but technically with the Kalea, if they can get another big frontliner, then the Kalea can be on bodyguard duty and just save the Tsunami Slam for the Ling. That's a big if though, so again, playmaking tools need to be available because the stun from the Suyo, Farsa, and Kalia won't be enough to stop a team like Team Liquid ID.
Is this a Claude or Irithel for TLID?
Oh.
They need a bit more dive, right? Just go with it. They need ready to fight heroes. I think Irithel will be much more ready to fight compared to the Claude, but if you want to go up against Farsa and Beatrix, I think it's definitely up there, but they will still go with the Kimmy. Oh, Kimmy Gold! And
Kimmy Gold.
Whoa, wait.
Interesting.
Kimmy Gold is great. It acts as the same. Like, it's not as quick as a Granger to get to the item power spike, but you are a lane bully, so they keep that aspect of the draft.
But is it ready to fight though?
Kind of, because you know, in the early game
with the juice in as well,
you already have a lot of damage just over time using that spray down
DPS,
and you can hit multiple people at the same time. And early fights are always clumped up together. RRQ, man, what do they want to do against all this scouting? By the way, on top of the damage, so many ways for Team Liquid ID to make sure that RRQ can't get the jump on them. It's gonna be the glue again.
Another glue.
I don't know about that.
What do we think about this glue pick again?
I fear, you know, as an RRQ fan, that the same thing's gonna happen to Dyron in game, like what happened in game number 1. He's gonna be able to kind of mash the Hilda in the lane, right? And then, poof, shortcuts happen, and now Aran is just way more useful.
I mean, he has sustainability with the spread of the split, but again, the burst down potential from Team Liquid ID is so immense, and the Hilda as well, it wins out in the trades as well. It could really match the glue. And look at the lineup rating from TLID.
Even
that
higher.
is very far.
Even higher than before.
Yeah, 7.3. And now, it all comes down to this game. RRQ, their hopes of being the champions of the regular season are in danger. TLID might run away with a 2-0. So now it's game number 2 of TLID against RRQ Hoshi.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. RRQ have not secured number 1 in the standings just yet. Early on, Yehezkiel with a lot of aggression with Witty too. Man, the cavalry just doesn't stop charging.
Oh, look at this though, Edok.
Crazy damage, but now Edok picked up again. Reigns level 2, Witty! No! And now it's Fabian, who's gonna jump in to Pine Blade, locking him down, Edok! First blood to Yehezkiel.
That is a good start for TLID.
I think both teams had the same idea. You see Sutsujin trying to capitalize on that moment as well. Unfortunately, Fabian was just a moment quicker. It's unfortunate for RRQ. They again want to try and get a bit ahead. Even in the gold lane here, Toy trying to deal with this Kimmy is definitely a weird lane to be in. Emblems by Indie Home. Lack of an emphasis on the movement speed like we saw in game number 1. Like, ooh, the rupture though for Rins, implying that he wants to really be aggressive. Kyo on the gold lane, Kimmy to going with the Bargain Hunter. So items is definitely what the Kimmy needs to succeed in the game.
Yeah, really wants to speed up the items and get ready to fight as well for the Kimmy. Join in quickly. No, RRQ. They stress their presence on towards the mid lane.
Fabian though, looking for Rins. He doesn't have the flicker. Wings by Fabian! Again with the assassination. Edok gonna be taken down as well as Witty gets that ghost punch in the face.
Still a 3v3 win for TLID. They pound to the 2 kills, and Kyo is bullying the heck out of Toy. Again could happen.
Crash course, immobilized under the turret. Toy able to survive. He dashes forward. Toy gets a kill instead.
He cheats death, and it's Witty biting the dust.
He'll be losing a huge wave there in the bottom lane though. Witty
coming with a crash course again. Sutsujin chain CC, lifted up, taken down before he can even go for it. Rins secures it. Fabian.
Edok in the backline gets Fabian. Rins has to run.
Big bongs from Aran. Dyron still on him with the slam. Now is Witty has gotten the shortcut. That's a pickup. One more time. Witty pops in a shortcut. Fabian not responding just yet, but now Kill takes it. Edok slams himself into safety. Fabian looking for the kill. Jumps onto Edok with a fine blade, but he's gonna be immobilized. But the Tempest of Blaze right there. Edok taken out. Fabian chased out. Slam.
This is from the back, coming in with the flag. Fabian falls, and Sutsujin gets the kill as well. Toy with the entrance to look at the dead corpses of TLID.
Over chasing by Team Liquid ID there. Better airstrike used again just to zone. Purple buff stolen away from Team Liquid ID. They over chase right there into the jungle of RRQ, and the AoE from Sutsujin just decimated them. They gotta be careful, man. RRQ have a lot more burst damage potential here in the early game. It's not the same kind of vibe that happened in game number 1.
But what was that Juicing damage towards Sutsujin in the early turtle fight? Sutsujin got blasted down with the Lantern Flare. The magic damage reduction is going to be a pain in his back later on. But now, up top, it's just Aran and Dyron. Oh, fighting for their lives. Witty!
Toy, no flicker. Good night, Toy. Tsunami Slam into the back line, but Fabian has the top of the blades. Rins waiting there. Edok will be taken out by the final plays. Now, Rins! What? Trying to go in, Kyo, pure buy!
The lift-off, and Sutsujin as well, next to Bite, the dust. The lift-off going in towards Sutsujin and Dyron. They have to run and save themselves.
Dyron trying to run away. Spread doesn't save it. Traction pulse! And Kyo finds the kill.
TLID coming out on top again. Never stopping their charge.
Toy, I don't know about this.
Toy!
He gets away, good
Bennett.
Bennett.
Bennett's rage, yeah.
All right, bit of a lull in the action, but Team Liquid ID with a 1k gold lead. And we're going for this turtle. RRQ trying their best to kind of match the unpredictability, the aggression of Team Liquid ID. And man, sometimes it doesn't really work in their favor. Look at this, Aran.
Locked up, Fabian walks in, Sutsujin wins on the retreat battle, Tsunami Slam! Aran taken out.
At least that's an answer to stop the Hilda from just rampaging in the back. The Tsunami Slam is going to be crucial. But look at Witty. He's just dancing around and hiding in the bush. Toy might be next on the menu, but no. Witty will take his time.
Well, he's still there though. There's still a chance he's gonna try and go for something with the purple buff coming up. That could be the angle here. He's gonna wait for Sutsujin perhaps.
But RRQ is gonna be wary of this because they haven't seen the chip and the map anywhere, so you have to be careful. Will they guess that bush though? Being the place where Witty is hiding in. Toy might be the most apparent victim, but so far he's just clearing the lane, and Witty is just left unattended to.
He is sweet. He's spending a lot of time there pitching up a tent.
A bonfire as well.
Exactly.
Marshmallows.
Now for Team Liquid ID, they're still waiting for a big moment. RRQ though, they might consider that RRQ aren't really where they were expecting in the previous engagement. Again, Witty, very patient there. RRQ has a lot of wave clear available to them though, so they have a lot of ways to kind of avoid staying in the lane for too long and allowing Team Liquid ID to go for some of those big dangerous dives they were doing. Sutsujin.
Oh, he's not gonna go for it.
No.
What is he waiting for?
Well, the thing is about going on a Suyo, he has 2 flickers. You don't want to just randomly go in.
Blade Surge and the Queller as well. A tap mode, so obviously that is an escape route for the Suyo or the Sasuke in this game. But RRQ, they're moving in unison. Kyo and Aran might be in trouble, but no. Oh, Witty from the back!
There you go. Toy gonna be engaged upon now. Time to Blades with the Defiant Blade. Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami Slam locks Fabian in place, and Fabian is down!
But Kyo staying alive. Edok now jumping to the back. Witty! Great peel! Yes, Gil! Putting the lantern, slamming him down to the ground as Edok will be gunned down by Kyo's on a killing spree.
It's just Sutsujin left alive to tell the tale of a young stallion dodging into him. And it's Fabian biting the bullet, but still, TLID, they prevail. What a peel from Witty.
Stopping Edok from trying to get the kill there. That was definitely a timing type of moment there. The gold lead though, despite that massive swing, is still below 1.5k. That's interesting, man. The whole time that was happening, Sutsujin is just power farming.
Steal! From out of nowhere!
Traction pulse! More like turtle pulse!
That is not so accurate lore-wise Stormtrooper.
Oh boy, Sutsujin was trying to be efficient, not use the retribution, trying to outfarm Fabian. He's a level ahead still, but that traction pulse, he didn't see that one coming.
Oh, this feels like a new and fresh TLID roster. But they have been keeping the same core over and over again. And it's against RRQ no less, so no respect shown into the kingdom that RRQ has been building, and so far, the question becomes, how does RRQ escape this death hole?
They have to wait for a big play moment later on, but honestly, they don't have a lot of big playmaking tools that can shut down Team Liquid ID immediately. The fact is, with this kind of composition, if you take out one person, they're not exactly out of the game just yet. Not to mention, with with Fabian having so much pressure, whenever he goes in anywhere close to RRQ, they're immediately forced to recognize that threat and react to it. And that's something that makes it very difficult for RRQ to come up with a proper, reliable game plan. They have to kind of adapt on the fly depending on how Fabian plays it out.
And now, for the time being, RRQ in the back foot, stomped upon by TLID. 30 seconds towards the Lord, and Aran is just hiding in the back. Dyron might want to try to disrupt this, but no. Spread popped. That might be information for TLID. Holy Crystal for Kyo. So he is going to be a -8 minutes, by the way, counting towards 9.
Very quick, and he went for the Sky Piercer as well with the concentrated energy. So his sustain in these fights, unless RRQ are able to just gun him down immediately, shut him down outright, he's gonna be able to heal up in the fight, or even outside of the fight from the jungle minions or the lane minions. With the Lord coming up right here, really already in position to go for some kind of punish.
I like the way that they're playing together, Fabian and Witty. It feels like Fabian's gonna always have a safeguard in case he gets picked off. The shortcut will always be ready and just steadfast for TLID. For now, Lord still not enticing enough for both teams. Susujin will put his blades onto the Lord.
Lord started by RRQ. It looks like they want to blitz it before the chip can get the advantage, but now it's giving a shortcut to the back line. Rin's going to be caught, still able to flicker out now, but fine blade from Fabian into Toy!
Sutsujin might be caught, but no, he's still chased down! Idok!
The fight was split up. Fabian wanted to go for more. RRQ have lost their jungler. A green light for TLID to secure the neutral objective. They clear out mid first. Endless battle for Fabian. Dyron, Lantern Flare on him. Now it's Witty with a crash course over to Edok. Fabian, no purple.
Oh, that's a big loss. RRQ, no Sutsujin, no Suyo. Edok!
A flicker to the wall! A slap down to the ground. Is that the big bomb? Now Dyron forced to flicker out.
They're running the clock down though, so Sutsujin is up and running again. They might recontest this, but for now it's TLID getting their hands on the Lord. That's quickly bursted down.
There's nothing that RRQ can do about it. Team Liquid ID, even after a decisive moment, even after securing the kill onto Sutsujin, they understand that RRQ don't have cards to play. They were willing to reset the Lord and stall it out for as long as necessary because they know RRQ have their backs against the wall. Now with the Lord in the picture, RRQ, they have the wave clear, but do they have enough damage to continue fighting after clearing the Lord? That is what Team Liquid ID have to be looking for.
Traction pulse. Mid lane going to be threatened. RRQ still able to defend. But look at the way that they are manipulating the waves. Super smart by TLID. Tsunami Slam, Bennett Rage, everything used onto Aran. He has immortality though. Divine Blade to the backline. Fabian pops in the time of the blaze now. Gets away too.
Yes, to run away. Takes 2 turret shots to his body. And almost going down as well. But for now, TLID, they take control of mid. Bottom side as well is going to crash alongside the Lord. So RRQ, they have to stop this Lord from charging into the base as well.
They're seeing the damage potential coming through from RRQ though. Fabian, you know, he was able to dodge away from a lot of those damage, the damage tools, but he got quite low in that initial play there. So the longer the game goes, with some more items in the inventory slots of Rins and Toy in particular, Fabian's gonna be more and more limited in when and where he can go in without getting punished.
This traction pulse is going to be an ever-looming threat for RRQ, so they have to really space themselves out of the entirety of TLID.
Witty.
And you have someone charging in. Witty. Still waiting for the crash course, but no, he won't commit to that. So RRQ will play the slow game, the long game, and not attend to TLID's wishes.
Purple buff angle there from Team Liquid ID, but again, they're not feeling the urgency to try and do anything too crazy. Now, I do wonder if Toy is as comfortable on this Beatrix, because we haven't been seeing a lot of crazy weapon swaps, a lot of crazy outplays coming out of this Beatrix. And against a team like Team Liquid ID, you want to be able to be a bit more flexible in these fights, man.
Wind of Nature, by the way, for Toy. That'll certainly help him in his escape when the Link tries to go for him.
Same thing for Kyo, though.
Yeah.
But again, as Toy, how do you want to deal with with an Asia, right? You have a Ran charging into you, and then you have a ninja with 4 swords, or 5 even, if he's just flying around, and then you have Kyo just shooting.
Is he a ninja?
He's more of
a samurai.
swordsman.
Yeah, he's a swordsman. My bad. We're still in the theme of Naruto, by the way. So
Satsujin is the ninja. He's
that's true.
my ninja.
He's an Uchiha.
Oh boy, 6K gold lead, RRQ trying their best to delay, to try and find an angle here. They do have pickoff, that's the only thing they have though. Kyo!
Oh, walking into the wrong bush, mounted on! Good night, Kyo down the assassin! In the back line, Winnie looking for the crash course, Rins. Oh no, when you... Edok? What a flicker. Flickers forward. Overestimates his flicker range.
They're stalling this. With Kyo gone, they have no clear-cut angle to get the Lord because they know Rins is down and Edok has no flicker, but he goes for the liftoff.
Edok's dead. You can call him dead already. Fabian takes him down. In the back line's gonna be Winnie jumping in again. Toy able to flicker out the safety. Yes, kill! Lifts him back up! Throws him to the ground!
He's gone! And Iron next to the chopping block. The Tempest of Blades!
Way too quick! The Usurper mounted on by Dyron. Not for long though. He won't be able to escape this one. Oh, Sky pierced.
Oh my goodness, RRQ.
Ow.
On a thin thread. They cling on. And Kyo almost taken down for the second time. But now the Lord is theirs.
Big moment from RRQ though. All things considered, losing the fight afterwards and the Lord, they are a 5K deficit, but they've got a decent chunk of gold from that play, taking Kyo out. Unfortunately, again, without the playmaking tools available, even when they had a man advantage, even when they knew Team Liquid ID had no gold laner, they could not force anything. Edok tried so hard to try and make the plays happen, but it wasn't possible. It wasn't available. With the wave pushing for RRQ in the bottom side, Team Liquid ID, do they want to clear that too, or do they want to use that and allow the wave to just push out organically? Now Fabian comes through. It's going to be a 3-wave set here. Team Liquid ID have the mobility to make that happen.
Yeah. And now pushing 2 lanes as well. 3 if you make of that mid lane. And so far, the real-time victory rate by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, 83% for TLID. This is the reality of the revolution coming in towards the kingdom. RRQ still holding on towards their castle.
Now, it's no revolution, realize. The ones holding the crown still from last season are TLID. Witty pops in the shortcut. The 2 members take it. It was a diversion. Immobilized, Rins caught in the bad spot, still able to survive. Kyo very low, Lord still on it. That's gonna be a base to take it down up top as TLID look for it. Kyo looking for the shots, good clear. Edok! Tsunami Slam finding Aram, but he's able to flicker out. Now Fabian jumps into the back line. Rins able to flicker out, but Fabian gets out as well.
The Usurper penetrates the castle walls, but no door opened. And RRQ still able to keep their base intact. They're going for another engage. Traction Pulse!
Immobilize, poke onto Dyron. Uses the spread. Edok with the dash out. Fabian with the flank. Doesn't get any position to actually force it, but the purple buff will be taken away. Now a conceal from Edok.
Aran might spot this.
Flicker, Tsunami Slam, penetrate, Aran gets away, Winnie Hawk in the shortcut in the midst of it all now. No one takes it, but Tyron has been left all alone. Fabian knows Rins does not have a flicker. The traction pulse goes wide.
Man, both teams going toe-to-toe here. RRQ, whoa! What is going on here?
Confidence.
Towers are gonna fall. Team Liquid ID know they have a chance here.
Onto the back, Toy with the nature still. Toy able to cut away for a bit. Yes, kill!
RRQ, they're crumbling. The Kings of Kings down to 2 men. Satsujin and Rins has to defend this. Traction Pulse pop. The crystal wide open.
5 seconds on Tyron. Fabian walks up onto Rins, finds the kill. You saw RRQ were the ones who could stand above the rest in Season 15. But the defending champions have returned.
This is no revolution. This is a title defense. And this is a statement. TLID wrap up the game 2-0. And the Kingdom shook
once more. A tough day for the Kingdom. It wasn't even competitive. It wasn't even a 3-game series. Team Liquid ID back in form on their signature heroes. They have decimated RRQ. 2-0 back-to-back losses for the Kingdom. Against Dewa and now against TLID. That is a 6th-placer team and then an 8th-place team.
RRQ still yet to be crowned the champions of the regular season. If it's a team, if it's someone, if it's an entity to spoil their party, to spoil their plans, it's always going to be Team Liquid ID with the Usurper as well. And now up on stage are the Cavalry and the Young Stallions alongside Bude, Clara, Mongstar.
Match penutupan untuk tim Liquid ID ditutup dengan manis dan bahkan dengan pembalasan dendam. Inilah dia kemenangan yang akhirnya didapatkan melawan tim RRQ. Kyo, kamu hadir di sini memang khusus untuk menutup match kalian di season 15.
Langsung disuruh coach main aja katanya, buat penutupan.
Buat penutupan, ini hadir dengan vibes yang berbeda ya. Kyo, kenapa rambutnya sekarang hitam semua?
Udah kangen hitam.
Oke, kangen hitam. Mau jadi kuda hitam juga nih?
Enggak dong.
Enggak, tapi memang ya kita melihat bahwa ini adalah pembalasan dendam yang mungkin dinantikan. Leg 1, tim Liquid kalah 2-0. Sekarang kalian balas juga dengan 2-0. Apa nih Kyo, kunci kemenangan kalian hari ini?
Kita udah improve sih di scrim.
Udah improve?
Iya.
Secepat itu kalian improve sehingga bisa balas dendam secepat ini juga?
Iya dong.
Cepet banget ya. Apakah kalian mulai bersiap diri untuk babak playoff?
Betul.
Betul. Tapi kalau Bude penasaran, ini kan posisi dari tim Liquid mulai di regular ini, hari ini, itu posisinya 6. Melawan RRQ yang nomor 1. Apa nih, Kyo mikirnya gimana tentang match ini?
Pokoknya harus menang, itu tuh.
Kenapa harus menang Kyo?
Buat penutupan yang indah, penutupan yang indah.
Penutupan yang indah. Tapi 2-0 ini kayaknya lancar banget ya.
Iya.
Iya, lancar. Gimana hari ini melawan Toy? Kalian kan bisa dibilang dua rookie yang sedang diperbincangkan juga. Di mana season ini itu kalian benar-benar menjadi pusat perhatian. Gimana sih pertarungan kalian di gold lane, Kyo?
Sengit sih, Toy jago.
Jago bagian apa? Kasih tahu dong, Kyo.
Dalam landing phase-nya.
Landing phase-nya. Kalau Kyo jagonya di mananya?
Landing phase sama war dong.
Oh, kalau tadi Toy cuma landing phase aja berarti?
Enggak, war dia juga jago.
Jadi dua-duanya jago sama-sama dong?
Iya.
Nggak ada bedanya dong berdua?
Nggak ada, cuman ini digendong sama 4 orang ini aja.
Oke, 4 orang ini aja. Di sampingnya sudah Yeskiel. Aduh Yeskiel,
Ya,
season ini nggak bisa upper break kan?
Iya.
Gimana kalian menghadapi season ini nih?
Prosesnya naik turun sebenarnya, jadi lebih berwarna aja.
Jadi lebih berwarna, tapi kan bisa dibilang kayak mulai dari play-in, challenge-nya besar. Untuk tim Liquid, gimana menghadapi challenge ini?
Pasti lebih semangat sebenarnya karena kita dari play-in dari bawah.
Lebih semangat. Tapi ada serem gak sih? Karena kita ya dari sepanjang sejarah, kalau juara itu biasanya dari upper bracket. Kan ada pernah kepikiran, aduh ini bisa gak mematahkan history ini?
Bisa bre.
Bisa. Tentu saja semua harus percaya diri karena dari apapun bisa terjadi di babak playoff. Tapi kalau dari penutupan minggu ini, kalian hanya bermain sekali dan ini memang kualitas Liquid sedang kalian pertunjukkan di sini.
Iya bre, kita bakal tunjukin kualitas kita walaupun match ini nggak begitu penting kan. Nggak berpengaruh di regular season, cuman kita tetap tunjukin yang terbaik.
Menunjukkan yang terbaik. Dan kalau ngelihat dari Favian yang dari tadi kayak lompat-lompat terus di Land of Down, capek nggak main Link 2 game?
Seru Bude, soalnya Prime Link Favian is back.
Waduh! Prime Favian Link is back. Kenapa bisa back nih prime-nya?
Karena kemarin-kemarin nggak dikasih link, jadi mau tunjukin di sini aja sih. Karena emang linkku emang jago banget.
Memang, tapi terbukti one-sided di game pertama, game kedua juga cukup mendominasi. Tapi Budi penasaran, apa reaksimu ketika link Favian dilepas?
Wah, gokil sih Bude, karena emang aduh gue nggak jadi nih Bude, nggak mau gue.
Kenapa nggak jadi?
Jangan. Emang mungkin kan link sekarang nggak meta kan, jadi emang dilepas aja gitu.
Tapi kan link Favian beda, tapi Fannymu belum ada yang lepas nih ya?
Iya, kalau si abang pelit tuh dia nggak mau lepas Fanny, katanya dongeng kan, ya udah. Tapi pelit mungkin dia, mungkin masih respect lah.
Kalau ketemu di playoff mungkin ya?
Ya mungkin di playoff kali
ya kalau ketemu. Tapi hari ini hasil 2-0 balas dendam yang cukup manis. Gimana sih cara Favian untuk balas dendam di leg kedua ini untuk RRQ? Kekalahan di leg pertama, pelajaran apa yang kamu dapatkan terus kamu bisa maksimalkan di leg kedua lawan RRQ nih?
Mungkin di leg 1 kita terlalu terleha-leha kali Bude, jadi di end gampang kan 9 menit waktu itu kan. Jadi ya kita di situ merasa terpukul lah. Jadi ya di leg 2 ini kita tunjukin sih.
Dan sudah dibuktikan juga dengan 2-0, dibalas dengan 2-0. Dan Budi juga dengar dari para banyak yang bilang ini kalau dari Widi permainanmu agak berbeda di regular season 15 ini. Apakah naik turunnya dari tim Liquid ini sesuai dengan playstyle Widi yang inisiasi dari Widi biasanya itu diandalkan?
Mungkin iya sih Bude, itu juga jadi salah satu faktor kan. Soalnya ini season ini emang semuanya udah jago dan 5-5-nya emang harus keep up. Kalau ada salah satu yang under pasti berasa banget lah di hasilnya.
Oke, tapi kalau pola permainan dari Widi memang sengaja lagi coba-coba inisiasi dan lebih backup atau seperti itu? Atau memang ada perubahan playstyle dari Widi yang sedang Widi kembangkan?
Kalau buat match ini emang aku banyak ganti gameplay sih, lebih sabar aja dan lebih punya POV yang luas aja biar inisiasinya matang gitu.
Biar inisiasinya matang. Tapi sematang apa nih tim Liquid untuk masuk ke dalam play-in dari Widi?
Apa ya, mungkin dianggap 0 aja sih Bude, biar kita lebih semangat lagi dan bisa push the limit lah buat playoff gitu.
Buat playoff, karena benar-benar ini adalah match penutupan di babak regular season. Dan dengan hasil ini, kalau kata Godiva sih 20%, tapi kalian berhasil membawa 20% ini dengan kemenangan. Dan kalau kata Godiva juga, katanya asal jangan lawan tim Onyx, kalian akan aman di babak play-in. Setuju nggak akan hal itu, Widi?
Nggak setuju sih, karena kalau kita kan mau jadi juara kan, jadi ya mau siapapun lawannya kita harus bisa menangin lawan mereka.
Harus bisa menangin lawan mereka. Dan tentu menariknya dari Aran yang rambutnya, Ran.
Oh Bude.
Warna apa itu Ran?
Warna merah. Ini tandanya semangat baru.
Wih, semangat baru akan apa Aran?
Apa?
Semangat baru apa nih?
Ya semangat baru lah biar aku refresh aja sih Bude. Jadi kayak ganti warna, ganti aura baru aja sih.
Ganti aura baru, jadi PLID. Tapi dari Aran sendiri ngelihat ini udah berubah gak sih TLID mainnya? Menurutmu ini memang dari TLID-nya yang lagi naik atau mungkin RRQ yang lengah karena mereka udah dapat upper bracket, mereka sudah aman, atau kaliannya yang keep up?
Kalau aku ngerasanya game tadi sih digendong Favian doang, jadi kayak gampang aja sih gamenya.
Bus. Jadi Faviannya yang up nih?
Ya. Yeah.
Faviannya up? Gitu Favian? Dengan senyumnya. Dan menarik sekali tentunya kalau hari ini udah berhasil 2-0 dari Aran. Mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih dengan penutupan juga match ini di regular season?
Tunggu comeback kita di play nanti guys, playoff. Thank you.
Thank you, itu dari Aran. Kasih tau dong, Widi apa Widi untuk playoff? Apa nih yang harus kita nantikan? Dari, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk babak playoff dari Widi?
Kayaknya Favian sih Bude.
Widi juga dong, Widi juga.
Apa ya? Ditunggu aja guys hasil terbaik dari kita bakal kasih yang terbaik dan push the limit.
Push the limit. Favian yang jago yang habis gendong-gendong.
Apa?
Kasih sesuatu dong, kisi-kisi untuk babak playoff, sesuatu yang ingin disampaikan untuk babak playoff.
Yo, ubur-ubur ikan lele.
Cakep.
Jangan lupa nonton playoff, Le.
Wih, mantap.
Mantap.
Keren. Yes, Kiel?
Ya mantap.
Oke, mantap. Oke, Kyo. Kasih Kyo untuk babak playoff nih.
Thank you buat The Calvary udah nonton. Jangan lupa nonton di playoff ya, kita bakal menangin semua gamenya.
Dan itulah dia penutupan pula untuk regular season dari tim Liquid. Mereka berhasil menutup regular dengan hasil yang manis 2-0 dan game yang sangat memukau. Sambutlah The Cavalries. Inilah dia tim Liquid ID. Semuanya sedang merayakan, namun kita akan merayakannya lebih lagi dengan GoPay hadiah GG. Di mana kalian akan mendapatkan GoPay coin secara cuma-cuma dengan hanya nge-scan aja. Jadi pastikan kalian sudah punya aplikasi GoPay. Udah pada punya kan? Kita udah melakukan ini setiap hari di MPL. Jadi ini adalah ya hampir terakhir. Besok bakalan jadi terakhir, tapi inilah dia buat kalian yang belum tahu cara-cara untuk mengklaim GoPay Coins. Inilah dia. Yang pertama pastinya kalian sudah download. Yang belum download, download sekarang. Kalau udah punya, congratulations, selamat. Karena kalian bisa langsung sat-set nih. Setelah itu buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR-nya. Setelah scan, langsung aja klik buka hadiah. Ketika kalian udah klik buka hadiah, otomatis GoPay Coins akan masuk ke dalam GoPay kalian. Udah tinggi kali itu kamera. Semuanya udah siap yang ada di MPL Arena? Inilah dia QR code untuk GoPay hadiah GG. Wah, gercep kali tuh. Yeay, dapet. Selamat, congratulations. Selamat, congrats. Waduh, pamerin dong. Aduh, yang iri, jangan iri. Kalian pasti dapat asal kalian nge-scan langsung dan punya aplikasi GoPay. Jadi download GoPay sekarang juga. Karena akan terus-terusan, besok masih ada. Nanti playoff juga pasti ada. Dan tentu saja kita juga nih selain mengedapetin GoPay Coins, kita juga mau tahu gimana cara dari tim Liquid ID untuk membalaskan dendam leg 1 mereka. 2-0 dibalaskan dengan 2-0 pula. Caster, kita mau tahu. So, break it down.
Two to 0 and a solid performance coming in from the Cavalry, charging on towards RRQ, and RRQ are yet to be crowned the regular season champions.
Which is crazy because we thought it would be a done deal. But it should be a done deal. Tomorrow they're up against Na'Vi. If they lose there,
are you saying
some real questions will be asked?
That's true. From the crucial moments, Arashi, walk us through this.
It's just the macro play again, and RRQ trying to salvage a lost fight somehow. Susujin and Dairen coming through the shortcut there definitely wasn't the play, and you have to question that, is this an attempt at them trying to replicate the aggression, the improvisation of Team Liquid ID? Because RRQ is a textbook team, and here there are just way too many risks, way too many crazy fights, and honestly, this is Team Liquid ID's field. I'm not even too surprised that they won, given that's how the game was going.
And the MVP, the POTG and the BOTM player of the match for this game, presented by the official from the smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is Witty, the Wise, Mr. Teacher, El Professor, whatever you want to call it. Call him.
2 games in a row on the chip, man. And again, it's not just the engages, it's also when he uses the crash course, the efficiency in his skill usage on a hero like the chip that's pretty straightforward. I think shows, right? When he does, when he waits for the moment, right here to engage, he walks out of the bush, puts Toy behind him, you know, so to catch him off guard completely. afterwards, he knows when to actually stay in the front, take some damage, and when to actually back away and bait some of the members of RRQ. And overall, in this kind of messy fight, with a Farsa, with a Beatrix, man, like, man, it seemed really tough for RRQ to even find anything, any kind of momentum, especially in the early game.
Yeah, indeed. And feels like RRQ was overwhelmed by everything that MPL ID brought.
Oh, the steal. Oh, that was a crazy steal, by the way. A few moments kills there, but remember, Arashi, during the new recap segment, we were talking about TL, and I said, like, this team is just so weird. Like, they perform bad against bad teams. They perform insane against good teams. They just rise to the level of the occasion every time. They're the weirdest team, man.
They're like a big game team.
Yeah.
You know, they need the odds. They need the stakes to be higher. They need the adrenaline to really get running. And look at this, dude. Even with the best attempts from RRQ to try and go for the kite, eventually, without enough tools to really shut down, to really stop the dives coming through, everyone, including Kyo, was just running rampant, man.
I'm really impressed by Ling players. How do you go to the blades and go to another blade and then go to another? Every time I try it, I miss.
Well,
is it a skill issue?
Takes a lot of practice, realize. I don't think you play a lot of Ling games.
I play Moskov, though. The best.
Oh, man.
You can
the
also,
business.
You know, you can also actually orient the types of blades, like blade location.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. So you can actually pre-plan, you know, where you want the 4 blades to be in for maximum efficiency.
Yeah.
And a lot of people I know who actually plays Ling a lot, I've caught them like playing and going like, whoa, wait, hang on a second, I can control this? I can turn it? That might be what you're missing, realize, to fulfill your potential.
That's true. The potential of the items now for both teams seems like nothing out of the ordinary. And was that a fleeting time by Witty?
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken. So to pop the ult faster.
And it seems like the similar idea here. Hilda and Glue both diving towards the back line. The roamers, fleeting time and a bit of tankiness, so you can set up with the ultimates, don't get bursted down. It just seems like after those two similarities, everything just went differently for both teams. And for Team Liquid ID, especially, you know, the Kimi is really a big problem, and I think RRQ, I don't know, man, their style really struggles against this Kimi. Then on top of that, he has skill on the Tushin, shout out, he was doing a great job this game. But with Fabian on the Ling, I feel like that immediately puts RRQ on the back foot. Regardless of however they want to set the composition, with Fabian on the Ling in the picture, it's just a whole different, like, you know, a whole different matchup.
Are we entering like a weird stage of MPL ID where it's just styles makes matchups, you know? Like every single matchup is different, right? We have seen that so far.
Yeah. And now we want to listen to Team Liquid ID in this mic check, excuse me.
Hey,
Take it away.
Terus donatin guys kalau bisa.
Lihat mid-nya guys. Bawa yuk.
Udah gicil.
Ya.
Aman.
Balikin.
Nice boys. Tetap orangin terus ya. Karinya nih boy di gua boy. Karinya tuh.
Masuk nih.
Boy mobilnya karinya.
Masuk lotnya, masuk
Kari. Lagi boy. Gua cecain boy. Aman.
Yes boy.
NN ya boy.
Nice, alhamdulillah.
Nice game guys. Aman Ki, santai.
Dia nggak bisa apa-apa nih dulu. Jalur. Bisa main bola. Ini kunci lihat gua. Bentar flicker guys. Ada yang moron.
Telewit.
Aman. Flicker Beatrix ya boy, depan boy.
Gosun.
Udah bisa boy.
Betul.
Masukin wave aja boy.
Oke, dapat nih.
Ayo mid bawa guys, barengin guys, bisa dapat
bisa
ini
sih.
Bawa dulu. Gua pegang mid.
Gak ada ulti Barca.
Retri Suyo.
Beatrix flicker kan?
Iya,
flicker.
Ayo.
3 detik wis.
Bisa. Oke, gua dorong mid ya.
Gas wis. Beatrix boy. Nice boy. Tower
Nice. Mid. Nyantai.
Bisa.
Ayo. Buat Elen. Goman ya.
Bisa. Gua ada Wonimo.
Tower guys.
Aman. Orangnya lo. Guys.
Well, I aspire to acquire the level of calmness that Witty has. Imagine if I play Tigreal, for example, I flicker in, and I get like a 5-man implosion. I'm like, 5-man implosion.
To be fair, he was on a chip. So it's not like a crazy E-Dog kind of play, right? It's not a crazy E-Dog type of, it's not a Keyboy, E-Dog, Tigreal hero, which maybe is why he doesn't play those big moment heroes. Hylos, Gatos,
He's very chill about it.
Cho. It's always, you know, the kind of chill plays. And Witty, he's always been an amazing shot caller.
Yeah.
This goes to show again, when the team's actually in sync and they can listen and they can coordinate, there's still the good OTL.
That's a clean comms though. Crazy.
The individual flair as well was there from everyone.
That's true. Everything is in sync. Just as the playoff tickets are out now, as we are entering batch number 2 for MPL ID Season 15.
Join
it's
us.
now available to buy and to purchase. You can get your tickets on the official MPL ID website.
Official.
And by the way, we have an announcement. What? That the lower brackets
will be best of 7.
Best of 7 to let you know who will determine, or rather, to determine the first team to qualify for MSC.
Who will qualify to MSC? Now it's going to be a tougher road for anyone who's in the lower brackets.
And Onic.
And I like this change. I'll just say I like this change now. If BTR end up losing best of 7, or if they lose in the playoffs, I don't like this change. But I think it's good for MSC and MC. I mean, this is the qualifiers, you know? Like, whoever wins there will make it.
That's true. And if you want to go to the playoffs, you can also have fun in the MPL ID Festival, because we will fill it with a lot of fun and exciting activities that you can participate in. There will be what we call the Land of Fun, offering lots of free entertainment for visitors to enjoy. We have watch parties and even food stalls, and I hold MPL ID Festival a special place in my heart.
Look at this. They picked the right team. There you go. You'd agree with the boys.
But go on with your point, realize that was an important point.
Because this is the place where I got the chance to be here.
Got the chance to cast for the first playoffs, yeah?
And you were the judge. You were like, who's this guy?
No, that was Britama, bro.
Yeah, but it's
No,
still
he's saying the festival.
the festival.
He was a festival purely.
Just the festival.
Because he was in the festival initially when he was trying out, and that was, that was good times, man. Good times.
And Arashi was there as well, chilling. He was looking at me. He was stern look.
He won by a long shot.
Don't say that. I didn't.
Long shot.
It's a close
Massive.
call.
I mean, I was the judge. So,
Hey,
it's my call to make.
You can fabricate decisions.
No, it was a long shot.
It was a long shot.
No one came close.
Wasn't even
This guy
close.
just smacked his opponents. Like,
And by the way, if you're by the festival as well, we have an amazing news for you, Magic Chess fans like me, not like Merc,
No,
like
I don't wanna get
KB
into it.
over in the
It's too
Indonesian
addicting.
desk. Don't forget that MCNC Season 3 is coming soon to the MPL Festival, and this time with much more exciting format than ever before, especially now that Magic Chess has transformed into Magic Chess Go Go and offers a much higher level of competition. And I think I'll be partaking in this.
oh,
I don't
that'll
know.
be cool. And your off day, maybe you can compete in
I do.
MCGG.
I will.
But again, it'll be in the Jakarta International Velodrome, guys. This is a special arena to most people. Just not me, because this was the season when Bigatron got number 1 in the regular season, and then
me, though.
dropped down, got knocked out instantly. Brother,
Poor Pete Velodrome. Exactly.
shut up, realize. Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, this was also a pretty horrible season for you, bro.
That's why I'm keeping quiet, bro. I'm keeping to myself.
Yeah.
Wow,
But it will change. Things change, ladies and gentlemen, and surely BTR will lift the trophy this season. You see that new trophy? Oh my.
Did he just say?
Oh my
Did
God.
he just say Bigatron will lift the trophy? We'll just lift off, because after this we have the closing match. Onic against Alter Ego up in the card, so stay tuned. And MPL ID Season 15. We'll be back after the break. Yeah, we'll be back.
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Where I want that sun.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games match andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, want that sight.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kopi konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Kopi. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kopi baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Ping stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Where I want that sun.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Kope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Street lit, stars bright, lit, just right. Where I want that sun.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Dan selamat datang kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 15 di match penutup hari yang kedua, minggu ke-9. Semua super fans telah berkumpul di MPL Arena. Suasana makin memanas karena mengingat dua tim yang akan menutup hari ini adalah dua tim yang sedang unjuk gigi menutup regular season mereka dengan kemenangan demi kemenangan. Dan kita akan menyaksikan bagaimana tim Onyx dan juga Alter Ego akan berhadapan satu sama lain. Karena di leg pertama kita melihat bahwa Alter Ego berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan 2-1 atas tim Onyx. Namun kali ini di leg yang kedua tentu saja pembalasan dendam diharapkan. Tapi yang lebih penting adalah posisi bagi tim-tim di regular season untuk bekal mereka bagi babak playoff. Dan kalau kita bahas tentang babak playoff, kita tahu bahwa posisi 3 akan melawan posisi 6. Sedangkan posisi 4 akan melawan posisi 5. Dan sekarang posisi mereka bisa jadi ini adalah pertemuan mereka sebelum babak playoff. Kita nggak akan tahu sebenarnya siapa yang akan menempati posisi berapa. Tapi kemungkinan besar bisa saja mereka akan bertemu kembali sebagai teaser untuk babak play-in di babak playoff. Tapi sebelum kita menyaksikan bagaimana tim Onyx dan juga tim Alter Ego bertanding, Budi juga mau mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan juga partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa supplier kita RSP Helmet. Dan semuanya sudah berkumpul pastinya nggak sabar untuk menyaksikan bagaimana gold laner dari kedua tim. Rookie-rookie yang tiba-tiba bersinar dan menjadi bahan perbincangan. Karena kita tahu sendiri bagaimana gold laner dari Alter Ego memecahkan rekor-rekor. Di mana 2 kali save dari 2 gold laner yang berbeda berada di tangan Alter Ego. Sementara Savero juga menjadi gold laner yang patut untuk diacungi jempol. Dia membawa permainan yang semakin kuat di setiap matchnya. Bukan hanya gold laner, namun mata kita juga harus tertuju kepada kedua jungler yang terus menarik perhatian. Di mana ada jungler dengan rambut yang terus berubah setiap minggunya. Jungler berdarah panas Rine. Dan lawannya kali ini dengan jungler yang penuh dengan prestasi, itu Kairi menjadi salah satu tantangan bagi Rine tentunya. Dan di sini Kairi pun harus bisa mungkin membuktikan diri bagaimana The 4P Champions tim Onyx akan menghadapi Alter Ego. Inilah dia pertarungan untuk tim Onyx dan juga Alter Ego. So caster, let's go!
The last match of today will see us watch Onyx as they take on Alter Ego in the last match. Still with me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi. And we will see the Sky Kings take on the 3 masked men. And obviously, so far, Alter Ego has been looking very solid with Arfi. But for Onyx, they have just secured playoffs, so yeah, it's a good time to be an Onyx fan.
Alter Ego figured out, that their identity relies heavily, that their winning condition relies heavily on early game success, on just snowballing out of control from the start of the game. So we're seeing that up against also an Onyx that has found their identity. It almost seems like we're back to Prime Onyx, but we have some inconsistencies here and there from the draft and also the plays. it's just now a battle of who understands their winning conditions more.
And what do you think stands out for Onyx right now? You know, post Yeb takeover.
Post Raja Yeba.
It's the individual prowess, man. Again, I think we've been very vocal about this. It's not just the synergy, right? Of course, that's a big portion of their success. But even individually, they are doing crazy things right now. A lot closer to the prime version of Onyx. And that's a sight for sore eyes, especially if you're an Onyx fan, you know? But we have to see, man. Against Alter Ego today, I feel like this is going to be an interesting one.
Prime Onyx is a mythical creature, and now they are on the rise. How can Onyx win in their last regular season match against Alter Ego? A, don't give Rin assassins. B, match Alter Ego's early game. And C, use flexible picks. Let's talk about point B. Do you think Onyx has the capabilities to match that early game?
I think so. I think we've seen many times that Onyx are able to match out against very good early game teams. Up against Alter Ego as well, I think it's a solid plan. They can try to just match up in the early game, or rather, not match, but deny those heroes. The Phobius is a big reason as to why, you know, Alter Ego are able to win out that early game. The jungles being an assassin for Rin. I think when it comes to hero pool, Kairi definitely has a massive advantage over Rin.
Yep, indeed. And we did see glimpses of a few changes that Onyx made against Megatron in that match that Onyx hardly lost. They picked up the Baxia at Rome, still sitting on a 0% win rate, at least for Keyboy. And now this is going to be a possible play in preview. If Alter Ego win against Onyx but lose to Bigatron, then Onyx and Alter Ego will meet again in the play-ins. Both Onyx and Alter Ego were gone too soon in MPL ID. Season 14 playoffs, we don't want to talk about that. It's sad. It's sad for Nino. He cried on stage, obviously, and it's sad for Onyx that they were a victim of the geek hold in the base.
Right. It's sad for for Realize as well. By the way,
back-to-back sadness. Realize.
Living in the sadness, but hey, they're doing pretty well right now. And again, we have to see if is there even a lot at stake right here? Because if Alter Ego wins here, they can kind of meet again. So sets up for a bit of a rematch afterwards, even if Onyx do take an L here, Realize.
I think this will be the reckoning that Onyx really needs to get back on foot, because they faced a formidable opponent in Bigatron. I was in the stands, by the way, cheering with the Sonics.
Who won that one, by the way?
Onyx postponed their win.
So BTR won?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
just wanted to know, you know, for no particular reason.
And that was Eman going insane, even if Eman did a couple of blunders here and there.
My goat.
But Kairi did the same as well with the Hanzo. I remember that. So yeah, I think that's a wake-up call. Yesterday, they also still looked kind of shaky against Dewa in game number 1. Game number 2 and 3 were rather a one-sided game as well. So at least for Onyx, they have those pocket picks coming in. They had the Paquito as well in their hands, but yesterday it felt like the Paquito was, you know, very surprisingly apparent in Onyx.
I mean, yeah, these surprise picks always have a way of really kind of turning things around immediately. So I do want to see if there's any kind of countermeasure for that factor. But here's the audience predictions results here, Realize.
A, don't give Rin Assassin. B, match Alter Ego's early game. Or C, use flexible picks. Flexible picks.
Flexible.
So are we talking about the Baxia being a flex pick, or maybe grab a Kalea that could still be flexed, or maybe the Kimmy?
We're talking about all three.
Yeah, all three. Like,
or maybe the Glue.
The Glue?
Because he's flexible.
Different type of flex. Not
Elastic.
a flex pick, but literally a flex pick.
My bad, go on.
Yeah, but we talked about these picks, right? I mean, I think most accustomed to is the Kimmy. Yeah. The Kimmy can always still be flexed,
and
the
Kalea.
gold, the Kalea as well. But what does the flexibility mean for Onyx now if they're able to get their hands on these picks?
Well, it means that they have more to say in the draft. They're going to have more ways to control that adaptive draft that Yeb really enjoys. That's why we see more of a red side choice for Onyx after Yeb joined back to the team. It really comes down to the reactive picks, the adaptive picks, and flex picks create the room for that to happen.
Yeah, with those flex picks, it just allows you to hide your cards a bit further, and it allows you to pivot. I think that's the word we want to use here, the pivot drafting style from Yeb. allows him to just switch over immediately. And speaking of switching over, a legacy check here realized.
Oh, legacy check. I like that. Debut seasons compared from Selly Boy to Rin. Obviously, Selly Boy, yeah, he has been a long player of the game. Debuted in MPL ID Season 4 with amazing stats. As for Rin, he debuted in MPL ID Season 15, obviously this season. But do you think he's able to surpass Miracle Boy's achievements in terms of the jungling department?
Will he be able to in the future? Maybe, but when it comes to first season, I gotta say, no. Rin is not on the level of, you know, a Sally Boy, Miracle Boy season in his first season. He's rising up, he's definitely amazing at the game, but Sally Boy was special. Like, he came in, third place finish. Right now, Ultrigo is kind of still struggling.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they have been playing behind Rin, funneling a lot of the lead towards Rin being that hyper carry, and I do agree. Like, it's still his debut season. He has a high skill ceiling that he could always achieve, and that potential is there. But what do you think is hindering Rin from becoming the perfect jungler that he might be in the future?
The perfect jungler? I feel like the flexibility is calling into question. By all means, he can play a vast array of things, but we all know that he does his best work on those assassins.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the replays earlier. He was on a Ling against Team Liquid ID. That says something, you know. We have just seen how Team Liquid ID understands the ins and outs of that Ling, and to be able to play a Ling against them and still do well, you know, it's a show of his skill there. So I think the flexibility definitely is a bit is calling into question a little bit more. On top of that, I feel I will also say and I'll admit that Rin might be better than we give him than he would seem. Just because back then the level of competition is different. The meta as well is also quite different, right?
Yeah.
I believe in Sully Boy's debut season, you know, there's a lot more funneling going on there. Like, he was the carry, you know. Now we're seeing a bit more of a flexible situation. We see the mid lanes pop off, the gold lanes pop off, but, you know, when the jungle does well, they can also pop off. And that way, the resources are kind of like separated, are kind of rationed over to a lot of different people. So I think Rin, you know, in a direct comparison, probably not, but if you add some more context, he's actually quite impressive, all things considered.
Selfless situations as well as a jungler. You can't really be the hyper carry when it used to be in the older seasons where, you know, Selly Boy might have that upper hand. But now, the question becomes, is he that flexible though as a jungler? Because what if the utility meta rolls back? Will Alter Ego be on a cul-de-sac then? Because we haven't seen him that much playing the Fredrins, playing the Baxias. Maybe the Baxia shouldn't be forced with because it's a specific playstyle that teams are looking on.
Yeah.
But for the Fredrin, is he that apt when it comes to these utility picks?
That's a good question because we can go straight into the stats. 0% win, 2 times picked up on the Fredrin, and honestly, I am very unimpressed by his Fredrin. And this is not to say that he's not a good player. He's amazing on Assassins. The question is utility, and no, I don't think so. When it comes to utility jungle, this is where Rin can get exposed. And that's why I brought up the topic of Kyrie compared to Rin. Yeah, Rin plays a better Hanzo than Kyrie, but there's more than just the Hanzo now. There's all the utility junglers that we've been seeing come up, the Bakshias, the Fredrins. And against Onyx, a team that again loves that flex.
Yeah.
Alter Ego, they better not get caught in the flex.
That's true. At least they have another pillar now in RFE. But obviously, when it comes to the gold lane, it is very fragile. A lot of ways to punish it as well. So maybe RFE might be the second carry behind Rin. But I think it's time for Rin to start picking up these type of heroes because there's a possibility where maybe the utility meta might roll back. I don't think they're going to get another jungler by that time. So obviously making the best out of Rin will do the work. But for Selly Boy, did he play that much of utility jungler?
No, back then, like Arashi said, it was the funnel meta. So it was a lot of the assassins, the marksmen in the jungle still as well. So no, we saw more of just pure damage dealers, not utility jungle. What was the time we saw utility jungle? Maybe season 8.
The rise of VYs?
Yeah.
Just about.
Season 8.
Boy, the
MSC,
Martis?
2021, season 8.
The Akai? Yeah, I think these type of heroes.
Akai came along a bit later, a bit further back. But yeah, that's basically the idea there. Having a utility in the jungle, you know, that allows you to actually contest the neutral objectives a bit more. I think that it's not beyond possibility that the utility meta is going to make a comeback, considering the importance of the Lords right now. We just saw, a lot of games right here in the last couple of weeks go the distance, utilizing that evolved Lord. So evolved Lord becomes the key here, because everyone's playing too clean, too calculated. Then, utility meta has a bit more value attached to it.
I don't think it's just about the Lords though, because when we talk about just Lord takes and Lord dances, utility junglers are pretty bad at taking the Lords, like Lord dances still, because of the changes to the Lord in general. When it takes a longer time for you to take the Lord, it deals more damage. And unlike, the fighters in the jungle, your sustain isn't that good. I think what makes it really good right now, the utility jungle, isn't really, it's not the Lord, but it's just the damage dealers being so much better now. You have Kimmy that just got buffed, you have Farsa that recently got buffed, the mages have just been buffed all around with the changes in Lightning Truncheon, the changes in the emblems, the changes in the individual heroes as well. And yeah, to mention one of the few that has been amazing, Kimmy. Like you just go Kimmy Granger and then you can play full front to back with enough damage, both magic and physical.
That's a composition, obviously.
That's what we saw from Geek Fam, right? The Florin with the Fredrin meta, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was just funneling leads to the Kimmy and the Granger. And it was brought upon by a few teams previously playing today as well, so the Kimmy Granger will be a top priority, I feel like, for both teams. RFE also plays the Granger. He was able to acquire a Savage last week, so that is going to be on the ban list probably for Onyx, and that is a possibility. For some he plays it as well. But now, the teams that are going to play today, Alter Ego, it's Nino, Rin Jume, Dreams, and RFE. Still the same 4 or 5 members.
The solid lineup that they have found painstakingly, the balanced one with good early game and late game aggression. Alter Ego, what do they have in store for us today?
The battle for playoff placements. Will Alter Ego be able to rise, or will they fall and stay at 6th place to face off against the 3rd place team? Ladies and gentlemen, the 3-phase masks, it's Alter Ego!
Coming in with full fashion, and they will be able, that they will take down, and they will make sure that they will be able to take down the Sky Kings. The Sky Kings might be humbled today. The fact that they are currently not in a safe spot in terms of the seedings. Now for Onyx, it's Luke P, Kyrie Sands, Keyboy, and still Saveno.
A cornered beast is a dangerous one, and the Sky King Porcupines are no different. Putting all the stops here, they're gonna do all that is required to take down Alter Ego.
A shaky season for the Sky Kings, but with the return of Raja Yeba, now it's time to prove the doubters, the haters wrong, and Onyx can still stand atop the league. Welcome, the 4-peat champions, Onyx!
The Sky was missing its king, and the king now returns. It's King Yeb, Raja Yeba, and he's back to lead the Sky Kings back to their former glory. However, they can all do that starting now, beating Alter Ego to make sure they have a better placement in the playoffs.
Definitely gonna be a massive impact for the standings, for the points, for the mental state and momentum as well. Coach Yeb and Coach Adi to Zephyr and NFR. You can see here the serious looks, but usually for Coach Yeb, it only lasts with a fist bump. Once he gets past the enemy players, it's all smiles there. You know he's up to something.
Yeah, he's just chill. And it's insane how much aura a man can have, because it feels like when he is back, reinstated as a coach. Yeah, exactly, like Ancelotti, obviously. The man who won us 2 UCL titles, by the way, with his eyebrows. And that's the same thing that Yeb can bring. He brings back that presence. Not eyebrows, but like he brings back the confidence in his players. Yeah. And what is it so special about Yeb that Onyx is able to capitalize on?
It's the fact that he's just everything that you want, that you need to develop your players. He's a great drafter. He can spot potential in his players. He can lead them in and out of the game. Again, this is something we've always talked about, but it's just so important. He leads them in the game, but even outside of the game, and that kind of respect that transcends the Land of Dawn, that sticks around, man, and you can see the effect that he has immediately. It's not even just about the players. You get this feeling, right, that any player that gets under this man has potential immediately.
Yeah, indeed. And we did see a few of new faces in Onyx. It was a long time ago. Post Boots, post CW as well. Now it's Savero on the helm and the gold lane. But obviously Alter Ego will have first pick selection, so they will play blue side in the draft compared to Onyx, the Onyx on red side. What can you tell me about Onyx red side when their second pick? Are they trying to be reactive, or are they trying to just dictate the draft?
Reactivity is definitely the name of the game here. As always, if you want to have the first move, you want to force your opponents to react to you, blue side's the way to go. But for Onyx, their utilization of flex picks, their utilization of unexpected pocket picks, like this X-Work, for instance, that we saw against RRQ. It's stuff like that, right? That allows you to just be so much more difficult to deal with in the red side. So that is the side that is just so beneficial, especially with a drafter like Coach Yed. And that is indeed the option that Onyx has gone for.
Indeed. And now, for Onyx and their power picks, they have been in love with the Baxia last week, but it didn't seem to do them wonders. So it's taken off, I think, and it won't be forced unless Coach Yep wants to experiment on something. But lately they have been also picking up the Hanzo, which is actually a very strong pick for them as well. But for Kyrie, it has been the tip of spear for him. But back on that match against EVOS, I feel like that he was handed a silver platter in the fanny. That fanny was given to him for free and gifted by EVOS, so I think that's going to be respected fully by Alter Ego as we enter the drafting phase. Presented by the official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Fanny taking out Tsuyo as well.
Wow.
Just limiting the choices of the assassins for assassin bans, respecting both Rin and Kyrie.
This is really good by Onyx, right? For Alter Ego, yes, they have to ban the Fanny, obviously. The Tsuyo, though, I think could be an angle where they... It could be a pick that they have to pick up themselves, because it does seem like Onyx will just go straight for these bans. Hayabusa, Ling, and probably last ban's gonna be Chip. Or maybe they might just leave the Chip open, go for Fredrin, and counter the Joy.
Indeed.
Badang, last ban for Alter Ego.
Badang. Yeah. Still a very strong pick, but we haven't seen a single Badang game today, have we?
I believe we haven't.
Yeah, we haven't.
Seems like the EXP lanes are all about that sustain, all about that dive, and the Badang isn't as sustainable, and it plays more for big crowd control.
Yeah.
But when both teams are aggressive, or have the potential to be aggressive, like Alter Ego and Onyx, the Badang has a bit more value, but the Hanzo nearly banned away by Onyx. 3 jungle bans.
There you go.
Joy picked up. Should Onyx just respond straight away with a Fredrin here?
I don't think they need to go for the instant Fredrin. Chip, Kalea, they could go for Boxer Granger instead. Or the Kimmy. Oh, they go Harith. That I did not expect, but the Harith is very good against the Joy. To let you guys know back at home. So they're not going to use the normal style of play that we've been seeing from Onyx. Again, utilizing the Kimmy, the Granger flex. We know where the Harith is going.
Indeed. Now it's a Harith pick up for Savero. And Onyx still on the second pick. The possibility Fredrin pick is indeed in the cards. They try to stop down the Joy. So obviously, 2 strong picks for Onyx in response to the Joy pick.
Good picks to counter the Joy for sure. So for Alter Ego now, what's the idea here? With the Joy in the picture, in theory they should have a good trio mid and get someone who can really be a problem for the Fredrin. Me personally, whenever I see the Fredrin, the Valir comes to mind, but hey, might be a bit too early for something like that to pop out of nowhere.
I think the Farsa is definitely going to be a huge prio now. Now, whether they want to go for Farsa plus Granger is the question, in my opinion now. Oh, does seem like they are hovering over the Granger, but it's a Phobius with the Granger. They're not going to go for the Farsa despite going up against the Harith.
Indeed. Phobius and Granger. Obviously very strong in lane as well for the Phobius. For the Granger, how do you think the matchup goes, the Harith and the Granger? It's going to be a 50-50 matchup, isn't it?
Harith Granger, it's a bit of a skill matchup, both with mobility, with outplay tools as well. But later on, I think the Harith will have a lot more potential to really force a move with the Zaman Force. But that is going to be the chip falling into the hands of Onyx as well. So, team like Onyx, man, with good macro, Alter Ego are going to try and brute force it, going with that Phobius, but they're going to need a bit more if they really want to beat Onyx that way.
Chip picked up by Onyx. So offers them the global presence. Juicin taken out to deny Hijume of a strong control mage for Alter Ego. What do they ban?
Wow.
Asha? Have they been experiencing things in scrims?
It is a pick that Ludwig did use, so hey, some information that we might not be privy to. Masha ban for Alter Ego. Wanted to make sure that Nino on the EXP lane has the ability, has the space to actually make the plays happen. And we've seen that when Nino is allowed to do so, he definitely delivers.
This is a setup for Faramis, by the way. They banned out the Heave, the Juicin. Might be a Faramis in the mid lane, and then comboed in together with damage XP, usually.
When the body suffers.
There you go. The Benedetta is what we usually see, but the Arlet is a good shout that I want to put out there again.
Arlet.
With the Fredrin, right? Basically, ultimate, you get the CC reset with the Vengeance so easily.
Yeah.
And it's a Ludwig pick, dude.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Right. Only with the first move here, if they want to... Okay. It's going to be the Low Yi. Low Yi chip. So,
okay.
Did not expect Low Yi plus chip.
Doubling down on the macro potential there. Yeah. Alter Ego. It's going to be the Kimi first.
Kimi. Global presence galore in the hands of Onyx. For Alter Ego, it's fighting the long game, Kimi and Ranger. Protected by Phovius and Gatot Kacha, so they have that poke and the kite. For Onyx, last pick. What do they want to deal with, or what do they want to pick up here?
It does look like they need... Maybe... It looks like they need damage. CC will be a solid choice against Phobius Gatot, but the Kimi and Granger will have a good time because there's no one that can really dive onto them.
You think it goes something like an Edith, maybe, perhaps?
Edith, a bit... I'm thinking more physical damage, honestly.
Right. That's true. They need the damage because Fredrin won't be sufficient. Lowy and Harith both magical damage, so they need that supplemental physical
Are they gonna go
damage.
Paquito again?
Paquito?
We did see it yesterday, but... Oh no.
I don't know, they're laughing. Oh yes, they are.
Wow.
The Paquito again.
Wow,
Paquito.
Pack it up!
Paquito. Pack it up.
100% win rate, by the way.
Paquito.
It won yesterday against Dewa.
Oh my god. So we're gonna see a 1-2 jab cross type of thing.
I mean, good old Paquito, man. I'm a boxing fan myself. So great to see a bit
Please
of
use the
Manny
Manny Pacquiao
Pacquiao
skin.
What?
Please use the Manny Pacquiao skin.
Yes, please. It's a great skin, man. Great to see a bit of the sweet science in the Land of Dawn, that's for sure. See if Ludwig can actually match up to Nino. Paquito against the Phobius, both very aggressive laners technically. Good all-in, good output potential as well. So knowing Nino and his hot-bloodedness, we might see fireworks up in that EXP lane.
And this is match number 1 of Onyx against Alter Ego. Playoffs, seedings in the line. So to the Land of Dawn we go for game number 1.
A very Onyx, with quotations, draft versus the stellar meta draft of Alter Ego.
Yesterday the matchup was against a CC, and today against a Phobius. Do you think the Paquito will fare up easily? Oh wait!
Flicker out from Hijume, revitalize early. Big battle spell.
Kimi has a lot of damage at her disposal, but the Law Yi is no pushover, man. You gotta respect that level 2 or it will kind of bite you in the back. Onyx with the early control already. Having a Fredrin as well. Alter Ego want to avoid giving up too much control here in the early game. Inspire for both Sans and Saviro for the Ambos by Endeho. Witness Blessing as well. All about the rotations. Alter Ego are the ones banking in on more combat stats with a lot of Festival of Bloods, especially for RP and Nino. Sustain is going to be important, especially with Onyx having a lot of damage to kind of deal at a moment's notice.
Sustainability is the name of the game for both players with FOB, so yeah, they have that lifesteal available at their disposal if they want to play the long game. In terms of the sustain, for Onyx, it's all about the proactivity. The first few minutes of the game. And Dream's knocked up. For now, it's Rin coming in.
Yeah, good taunt over by Kyrie. Going for the stun again. Kibo gonna be caught in the back spot. Oh, Appraiser's Wrath and a big stab into the Joy. Wow, the dispersion damage to Dreams. Very low.
Kyrie coming in flying colors. Sans might want to fish for more, but no. The taunt is enough to take down Rin.
This is before the macro threat is even in the picture for Onyx. It's just the early game power, and Alter Ego, they definitely aren't respecting it, Nino.
Uh-oh, Crash Course, double taunt. Now it's an all-in Nino! Able to flicker out, but he might have to just give the turtle away here. There's no way they fight.
The question is now, pick up the Phobies for a dive towards the back line. But what's the most, I'd say, proper target when you have so much tanky members in the face of Onyx?
I think it's more so to just actually fight in the front lines, get the resets, get that damage and crowd control. Because by all means, Onyx are kind of crowding together in these fights, and they have a lot of short-range fighters at their team composition as well. It's like Alter Ego, they just keep moving towards Onyx alone, one by one. And you gotta move in together, buddy, because otherwise, you saw what happened to Rin, to Nino as well. They can lock you down for so long. And before you know it, you've given up a kill.
True. And Onyx, indeed, bumping up together, playing behind the reactions coming in from Sans. And so far, it's just Rin farming up a bunch. For Fredrin, though, for Kyrie, he has hit level 6, same as Rin. And Luffy going for the combo! Wow.
Be careful, man.
What is a learn into a boxer?
Yeah, you might get knocked sparked out. Whoa. Talent prediction here by the new application GoPay, though.
Well, it's Onyx.
What is that MVP? Wait.
Again, Coach!
Oh my god, it's Codelwin!
Wait, it's Codelwin?
It's Codelwin!
Yo!
Crash Course Codelwin! Look away! Just as we see it. Oh, Onyx pull the trigger on Hijime, who already used the flicker. Baited out by Kai.
Proactive plays from Onyx. With a shortcut, Sans might be caught.
Oh, dispersion, rotation, shielding. Gila Sans stands there and takes the beating.
That is aura farming.
He just stands there menacingly, flickers towards the target of Alter Ego and still somehow turns it around. Not missing on those spells, man. Getting all the shields. That's composure. Oh man, Kyrie
steals away the orange buff.
Man,
highway robbery.
We forget about how good the man could be on Fredrin. We speak of his assassins, but on utility jungle, remember, that was still Prime Onyx.
That was Prime Onyx with the Boxia as well, jumping onto the bush.
Oh,
but
man.
That's a story to forget. And now the turtle spawning. And Onyx, they have prio towards this turtle because they have the Fredrin also ready. And the diversion might just lead him to that, but as of now, Kyrie is far up top. Luffy split pushing as well. Getting the turret, so Alter Ego might pull the trigger here. Shortcut though.
Coming down, Kyrie! Unable to go for it now. Look at the TCC! Appraiser's Wrath doing so much damage, and the knockout strike from Lupe changes the trajectory of the fight. Sans, Lupe outside the bush.
Exposed. But it's a 3-for-none trade, although they got the turtle though, Arashi.
Yeah, but at what cost? 3 kills?
Yeah.
Onyx set that up perfectly, man. Hijime.
Crash Course, Kyrie walking up, looking for the stun again. That's, not enough damage, Lupe! Almost getting the knockout onto the guy with a gun.
Is this Onyx just playing the early game perfectly, or do they have the tools needed for that early game? Because the damage is insane.
They have a lot of tools in the early game right here. All the burst damage available, all the rotations, and a good mix of damage and survivability. I mean, look at their composition here. Savero can shield while doing damage. Sans, same thing. Kyrie with the sustain, Lutpi with the sustain as well. This is a comp made to be brawling, and they have picked it against one of the brawliest teams in the league right now.
Oh, is that another steal?
Yes, it is, I think.
Orange buff is Kyrie's property. No buff for you, Rin.
Hippity hoppity.
Your buff is my property.
Your buff is my property. No, that Kyrie though.
Oh, he's too tanky, man. Even with the taunts, he doesn't care. Walks up.
Going in.
T-Boy in the back line, looking for Crash Course, able to find Rin, but he pops the electrifying beats.
Man, this is what's so difficult about this composition from Onyx. Usually, it's too much mobility when you have the low Yi and the chip. But with Onyx, they're using everything so efficiently. They're not wasting time trying to spam out a shortcut or a diversion. They know exactly when they want to use a shortcut, when exactly the diversion is the option to go for. 5k gold lead right here, and Alter Ego seem lost. Onyx are way too tanky, and they are way too willing to get in these fights.
Lutpi is having a field day up top. And that's what a Paquito does, right? It's just going to be playing on the side lanes, pushing on the waves, and if he gets called upon with the shortcut, he's gonna come in. So Onyx, they have assurance up in the top lane, but Kyrie comes in.
Full lockdown in the back. Lutpi immobilized. Dream's gonna be taken out. Lutpi unable to look for the angle. Diversion play to the back line. One back line. The front to back will work. Crash course into the back.
What? Arfi is next on the chopping block. Severo catches him.
Rin electrifying beast, and Severo can walk back into the Zaman Force, and he does. Dash, Todd, and his sons, who picks up the mega kill.
Front to back. What front to back? It's back to back.
When you have all the teleports, there is no front line. There is no safe zone. Onyx, they just take Alter Ego out. Nowhere is safe.
That was a masterclass play.
That's crazy.
From Sans.
There's still 0 kills for Alter Ego, by the way, despite the fact that Severo was diving solo 1v1. Oh, hang on a second, Nino.
Another shortcut, Nino unable to walk. That's a massive set, but it doesn't matter. They're too tanky, goddammit. Kai, unstoppable. Razor's Wrath doesn't get Nino down. But holy moly, is this looking like Prime Onyx?
The Sky Kings are descending to the land of dawn and show once again how immortal they are. Still deathless so far, 11-0, and they have full grasp of this game.
Oh, Kyrie uses the red tree, gets stabbed in the face. The top lands. Lutpi! Oh, Kai! Long range stab.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Oh man, they want more action. Keyboy doesn't have shortcut. He just walks in, dreams. Oh man.
Way too much utility on the side of Onyx, man. And dude, the damage from Lutpi is ridiculous, man. He has a Malefic Roar and a Hunter Strike. It is a full damage Paquito, but dang. Green has nothing to do here.
They're diving in. A flood got open.
Oh man, Nino's isolated by the portal. He's sandwiched by the portal.
No one dares to step in. And as of now, even Severo is up top. He's just farming a bunch, and he knows that he has the guidance of the diversion to come in, flying colors, and Kyrie even just invading this orange buff. No chance for Rin.
Oh, up top too. This is why they pick up the Harith against the Joy. A crash course. But Rin is able to escape.
And Onyx, now with the gold lead and the outplay potential on everyone, right? On the Harith, the Paquito, everyone has a chance to go for an outplay when you're this far ahead in gold. So all you have to do is just do their own thing. Worst comes to shove, there's a shortcut. If they want to go for a setup before, then it's not the shortcut, it's the diversion.
Oh, Rin! Did not see that coming from out of nowhere, the AOG to escape. Severo, Zaman Force, RP getting away, but oh man.
Alter Ego are banking in a moment. They have that setup. They have the traction pulse to be followed up by an AOG, and maybe Nino might come flying. But Onyx is not giving them the chance to create that moment. They're actively on the move. They're making plays across the map, ganking and flanking from behind. So how does Alter Ego deal with this?
The pace is something that Alter Ego cannot deal with. Sans is forced to flicker, but the Lord falls to the hands of Onyx. Dude, this is going from bad to worse here. Lutpi has just picked up a Sea Halberd. He's about to start knocking people out. It doesn't matter if Nino or Dreams walk up.
Oh no, RP, you do not. Okay, he checks the bush. He sees the chip is there. Oh man.
13-0. And Alter Ego now. What are their win conditions, Arashi? I ask you this a lot of times when games are lost. But Alter Ego seems like they don't have a clue on what they have to do.
Simply put, they have to outplay Onyx. They have to not allow Onyx to let Sans get that yin-yang effect on everyone. They have to stop Lutpi from getting to the back line. They have to watch where Kibo is, and they have to try and control Severo on the Harith without a Purify. Again, very easier, much said than done, but that is what they have to aim to try and do.
And we saw slivers of that, right? Like I said, traction pulse into an AOG. The combo is still there. And then Rin can just come in with the electrifying beats, and that's a possibility. But as of now, Onyx are commanding this game together as one. The Lord marching up top. Onyx will also raid on the turret. The Lord charges in. That's a whole defense taken up top, and Onyx might just pull back at this moment.
Oh, they don't want to pull back. They want to
they're
go for
not.
a full turret conceal already by Keyboy. Good dodge away. One last hit. It's Kai who gets it. Loopy up top gets a turret too. Two side lane turrets with the first Lord.
Full damage EXP laners. We haven't seen them in a while. This is exactly what they can do.
I miss them.
Oh, Keyboy.
That's the first kill, ladies and... Oh no, my goodness! They're desperate for the first kill! Diversion! Severo's and Monforce coming down. Now onto Dreams. The AOG already used. Now pops to revitalize as Kyrie just tanks off all of it. Brazer's Wrath! Dodged away from.
Forces to flicker him back, but Kyrie now holding him in place. He's gone. It's Severo. Look me in the back.
You just can't kill Kai! He's legendary! 9-0 and 7 on Picard Gilasan Severo! Diving the base, only leaving Alter Ego with one kill.
The Sky Kings, yet again, asserting their dominance. This time, it is way too dominant. This is a tyranny. Onyx take game 1.
Oh man. Well, how long has it been since you saw an Onyx that dominant, dude? People were expecting a close one. The calculative style of Onyx against the aggression of Alter Ego. But Onyx are the ones aggressing. Alter Ego forced into submission with brute force. Notice only one single kill given from Onyx, and that kill was paid for in a defeat immediately. They ended the game off this bait.
I mean, Keyboy, he took one for the team. Deathless, not anymore. But Sans with the Loyi has always been so active in looking the plays. Again, they want to play front to back, but how do you play when you don't even have a front line? They're coming from behind, just stabbing you in the back like a certain snake.
My goodness. Certainly a stab in the back going on to a different club on a free.
Fortunately, Onyx hasn't had a moment like that.
I feel so satisfied. This is my Onyx.
That's the god in the jungle right there. That's Kyrie!
Kyrie!
That's the whole team, dude. I mean, like, dude. How creative do you have to be? The bait into the in-wall diversion. Like, bro. What is that? How is that possible? How did they improve? Again, not just in the synergy, in the execution. What is that game plan? What is that? The improv.
This is how you separate the men from the boys. And
Dude.
Onyx, certainly, with this game style, it feels like, again, prime Onyx. M5 Onyx, it seems like. But this time with much more grit. Again, still, it's a regular season. Too early to judge, but it's week 9. And they're playing for playoff seeding, so this is, I think, them going all in against Alter Ego.
Look at Kai.
Greed is so cute.
Oh my god, with Greed. That's Greed, by the way.
Not
The new
Beloyski.
one. Obviously, though, 9-0 and 7. The god in the jungle. Kyrie.
On the Impure Rage version, dude.
My man.
Here are the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. All the way from the beginning, dude. Why would Alter Ego brawl against this Onyx? It was just so deadly, so dangerous. So many ways for Onyx to start a fight and to keep Alter Ego in the fight. This fight, though, man, that Appraiser's Wrath decimated the majority of the players on the side of Alter Ego. And with Lutfi coming in, it is just a done deal. Way too much burst damage. This is what you want if you're on a team that wants to go for all these early game snowballs, man. The damage, burst damage, and more importantly, along with a good amount of sustainability. Look at Severo, man, 1v1 against an assassin jungle, and it doesn't even matter.
He was just standing there taking the electrifying beats onto him. And it feels like Alter Ego, or rather Onyx knows that Alter Ego is going to play the brawl game in the early stages of the game. So they pick up a composition that can acquire that can just match that. And this composition is perfect. I mean, Rin wasn't given the chance to play at all. The joy was non-existent.
Oh, man. And again, this is the only kill that Alter Ego we're gonna get. Look at how many ultimates are required to seal that deal there. And what was the cost paid to ensure that that happened. The margins as well from Onyx. It's been a while, I would say, since we saw Onyx so confident they play with HP bar so low, dude.
That damage from Ludpi.
Right here, it's just from it's Kyrie. But before that, Savero, Keyboy, Ludpi. Back when Onyx was prime, this is what made them so terrifying. They would just stand there in front of you, actively playing with about 200 HP, and it feels like you can't touch them.
And then they recall on you.
Yeah. And then they emote on you.
And then they flicker, make a crazy play, and make the casters go, Mila's hands, or Kai, Keyboy, Keyboy!
Kyrie Hayabusa!
Oh my god, Kairi Hayabusa, that's what Keyboy thinks I do.
There's the, oh my god, Ludpi moment as well.
Oh, it's not, oh my god. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, we have to let Realize say.
Why?
Savero, it's just Savero. Savero, we need a moment like that. You need a CW Calvin Minata moment. Savero.
CW! Savero! Still makes sense.
Yeah.
Savero.
So far, Onyx. Yeah, that was Reed. A very dominating game by Onyx, by the way. And it feels like every time the diversion popped, Alter Ego froze. Like they know an impending doom is coming, but they can't do anything about it.
They just actually cannot match up to Onyx in the early game, which is why initially when they were sending out members one by one, there was that moment where Nino in the early game almost got taken out, right? And they were forced to concede a turtle. You cannot allow Onyx to get moments like that. That's exactly what they want. You saw the Phobias that's supposed to be this level 4 menace that was gonna win Alter Ego the turtle fights, you know, the control. He got beat up in a split second, dude. Like Ludpi was beating him up immediately. You know, Sans was just throwing out all that magic damage, and he just was out of the fight immediately.
Bro,
deleted.
Bro, 2 orange buffs. Oh my lord.
4
purple
10.
buffs. 118, bruh. Oh my goodness.
This is...
He did almost less damage than the Gatot Kacha.
Dude, brothers. 12,000 damage on Joy.
You don't want that.
Dude, this is why, guys, you don't first pick Joy anymore when Fredrin's open. Like, oh my god.
Fredrin is the new Joy.
Joy killer. It's always been the Joy killer, even SPS.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen Fredrin pop up anymore for some reason. And now, after the Baksha came up by BTR, by the way, all of a sudden, Utility's back, baby. Best team in the world.
This does seem like the way to go, though, right?
Yeah.
Like fighter jungle and then damage EXP. Like, dude, it works so well.
It does.
We remember when Alter Ego were responding to the bottom push, and they're like, okay, we can save, you know, the one turret. And then on top, Ludpi immediately deletes that turret, man. That's the damage, bro.
Damage. And you know why Onyx are so good?
Damage.
Because they snake.
Snake?
Because they snack like a champ.
They snake like a champ.
We've been talking about snakes a lot of the time, so it's stuck in my head.
Snake's with you now, though. Be careful. Might. You know.
Scared. It'll bite me.
Well,
but Sucro won't bite you, because
you will bite Sucro.
You'll bite Sucro. Gasla.
Superman right there on the banner.
Gasla.
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Why?
Big hit.
Why do you hate Sucro, man?
I don't hate Sucro, man.
That's
what, a tough time in the hospital again?
Yeah, it is.
Well, we didn't say anything, Realize. What you on about?
Gasla.
Go check it out, guys. Gamer snack like champs with Sucro.
Snack, not snake.
Yes.
Rip English.
For you guys back at home as well, if you guys want to join in the second MCGG community tournament, MCCT number 2 is in full swing. Later on during, I believe, the 23rd of May, all the way to the 25th of May, it'll be streaming daily at 7 p.m.
to 11 p.m. Obviously, you can scan the QR codes now to watch the tournament. And total prize pool of $5.1 thousand US.
5.1K, bro. Oh my,
that's
dude,
a
that's
lot.
How many stages or like the little guys can you buy with that?
It's like a lot.
The arenas.
A lot.
I don't play MCGGC because
you have to play it. It's the best game ever.
I play it, I will not want to play MLBB anymore.
That's true. That's the reason why I haven't been playing much of Mobile Legends.
That's how you kill MLBB.
That's
the only way MLBB dies is through Moonton releasing a new game.
Man, that will be
obviously
an interesting storyline for sure. But it's already working. We have a case study right here.
Yeah, he left his Moskov. He never leaves his Moskov.
Yeah.
He's now playing Moskov. He doesn't even play Moskov in MCGG. What do you play? What comp?
Erudicio. I play Natan.
Erudicio. Brother's playing Erudicio, bro.
Erudicio.
Erudicio?
I still have my Nolan, no?
That's Claude, right? Is Claude there?
No.
Oh,
Claude is Los Pecados.
Nolan?
Nolan, Natan, Layla,
But
Diggy.
Oh.
Like Lolita.
Ah.
He's I've been there. I was trash in MCGG. I was epic.
Was?
I was bullied. But now, I'm a mythic. Been able to dominate my
Is
enemies.
Mythic even good? Because like MLBB, you reach Mythic, you're like still a pretty bad player.
Well, I'm Mythic 98. You know, by the way.
Okay, that's pretty good.
By the way, for context, KB, a guy like KB, he breeds MCGG.
He breeds.
Yeah.
He breeds. Breeds or breeds.
Yeah.
Okay, he breeds.
Breeds.
MCG.
Yeah.
But he just makes MCG babies.
He has 600 games played. You
Okay,
know how much I
600
play?
games. How much?
How many games? Guess.
1,000.
200.
800. 829 to be exact.
Damn, you're playing that 24/7, bro.
Are you streaming?
Cause it's a very nice game to play as you chill.
It is, but
Yeah.
damn, bro.
I only
played. So you played 800 games of Eruditio.
Not 800 games.
How much percentage-wise out of the 800 is Eruditio? Just use
92%.
Dude, that's crazy, bro. 700 plus games.
I told you.
You should
Eruditio.
stream, dude.
Yeah, you should stream.
I'm gearing up.
So
for
you have 800
MCNC.
games, but you're only 90. Wait, what's KB? What's his rank?
His rank, like mythic 280 something.
Okay, so he plays less games and he's double
That's
your
true.
star points.
And I've been falling from 92 to 28 now.
You're 28?
Yeah, that's a deep dive. But the season's gonna reset anyway.
Oh my God,
the
bro.
season's gonna
What
reset.
happened? How did you go from 92 to 28?
Because I've been spamming Eruditio, and everybody wants to play Eruditio, so
Just change, man. You gotta change. You
I
can't
can't.
just force the comp.
You're just on a skid.
I don't
You're on
go
a
back.
hardcore skid.
I don't go back on
The
my
whole
word.
time you got to 92, you're a merchant. You're an Eruditio merchant.
By the way, breaking news. M
Whoa.
News, Zeta Division secures a spot
Whoa.
for MSC 2025
Wow.
wildcard through Japan qualifier. I'm a fan of Zeta Division, by the way. I've seen this organization. They have been in other games as well. And I'm so happy to see them finally entering MLBB. Zeta Division, welcome. Onegaishimasu.
Karuto Arutaru.
Tadaima, okaeri.
Suzuki Honda Civic.
Nice.
Nice.
Chicken katsu.
Sushi, ramen.
I love sushi. That's my favorite food, actually. Fun
Really?
facts, yeah.
I like ayam geprek.
Okay, I thought we were talking about Japan. What happened
Yeah.
there?
You don't think ayam geprek is in
What's your
Japan?
favorite food? Rash.
Overall or like Japanese food?
Favorite food overall?
Favorite food overall? Oh, that's a tough one. Steak.
Steak. Ah.
Steak?
I love beef.
Steak, ayam geprek, sushi.
You know what my favorite food is?
Huh?
You know what my favorite food is?
I go for
No.
Wait.
Ikan teri, the anchovies,
Okay.
with eggplants, with tofu, with tempeh, with potatoes, and you put like chili on it.
Ah, there you
So
go.
nice. I love home cooking, so.
Yeah, if you
Oh.
guys, by the way, Indonesia, amazing for you guys to go and eat. And if you're coming for the playoffs in Jakarta International Velodrome, you can go and eat while watching the
Yeah.
glorious MPL ID
MPL
playoffs.
Festival, available. We have a lot of snacks and food and drinks and
You know the
beverages.
guy who's the kingdom, the Pak Haji?
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
Uh-huh.
I hope he opens up a nasi padang stool,
Wait.
a nasi padang
He has a nasi
For-
padang company?
yes
He's very rich, by the way.
in MPL Festival. Because I will just go there every day.
That'll be
and
sick.
buy, yeah.
That'll be sick.
Okay, we definitely can't say the brand name, but
Okay,
nasi padang.
Alter Ego, what do they do, right?
We've been so out of space now because Alter Ego just got stomped.
They got 18
Right
to
there.
1, dude. That's
18
like
to 1, yeah. It was almost a perfect game for Onyx. So now, what did they do?
That's always a tough question after a game that stompy. I feel like before talking about anything, you still have to go back to the drafts first.
It's
Yeah,
the,
but he's stomping.
it's the thing we talked
Yeah,
about.
the Joy Fredrin.
No pick. No, they don't have any other. Okay, let's say they won't go Joy. What do they go for?
Fredrin?
Suyo.
No.
Suyo.
No, they banned it.
I mean, next game.
So they
I
want to
don't
ban Joy instead of Suyo and
Yeah.
then pick up Suyo.
That's true.
Okay, sure.
That
First
Suyo
pick, though?
ban. I think they go second pick.
But second pick, then Onyx takes Suyo.
Do they get a chip maybe? Oh, but they're not really
No, they're not good on chip.
Just saying, by the way. Usually when we see a team go for the Loyi chip, we say, oh, it's overloaded. They can't possibly make it work. And then along comes Onyx, as always. It's like, is it
Look
though?
at that damage now, dude. Kai did more than 2 times.
Kiboy did more than Rin did.
That's
Oh
a
my
Frederick.
Oh, no.
Yo, Dreams almost did more than Rin. Almost did as much as Rin.
Yeah, I mentioned that, dude. The guy that Kashi almost
Okay,
did
total
more.
goal. Oh, GG! Oh my god!
10.1.
Yeah, Kiboy has them out-earned.
Wow.
Well,
All right,
I mean-
guys. So, I think, oh man, I don't know.
Because
Why don't
Onyx
they
also
go for
understands.
Kalea, bro?
Kalea, yeah. It was
But
open.
even then, they need a jungle, to be fair. To
Uh-huh.
be completely honest with you.
Onyx still first pick though, so they have full control. Now, it feels like Onyx are trying to put Rin on a leash because they have been banning all of his heroes. They took out the Hayabusa, they took out the Fanny was basically Alter Ego's ban, but yeah, they took out Rin's favorite picks. The Ling as well was banned, so what does he play now?
I mean, even the Hanzo, right?
The Hanzo as well. We talked about him not capable of playing the utility heroes. Are they forcing him to play a Boxer or a Fredrin maybe?
And that's certainly the idea. Like, okay, you want to ban junglers, right? You want to try and go toe-to-toe in jungle bans? We have Kyrie, like, you know, Rin's great and all, but if that's a glaring weakness, you best bet Onyx are going to take advantage, right? This is not a team that will allow that kind of offense to slide.
A team.
Immediate red card.
Immediate red card?
They won't allow it.
Allow it. Allow it, fam.
Allow it, fam.
Allow it, fam. And now for Onyx. It feels like they have so much untapped powers when you have a jungler so flexible, being able to play anything basically. Aside from the box, yeah, ban it. For Onyx though, now that they have first pick, why do you think they're trying to prioritize the Suyo, but Suyo first pick as well? I don't think it has that much value anymore when you first pick it compared to a few patches ago. But now, the drafting phase will answer our questions as we will jump into the second drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Look, Ling banned out, Hanzo banned out, the Fanny as well out of respect of Kyrie and Ranger.
Okay.
Also,
So,
aged.
I'm not a fan of swapping sides for Alter Ego.
Why?
Because now you give Onyx more of a chance to flex. The Joy banned out again. Onyx could just go Baksha first pick like they Harith banned. Or they might just go Suyo here.
Suyo.
What was not banned in game one? Ling, Hayabusa. Oh my god! Kyrie, Hayabusa!
Kyrie Hayabusa!
Yikes.
That's tough, that's tough.
Oh man, for real? Alright.
Now what
Response.
does he pick? Suyo! Rin, right?
Suyo against Hayabusa though, it's still playable, but Haya's gonna get more burst damage down. It's Alter Ego. Did they go for the Suyo now? Suyo...
I mean, they can wait until like the third pick, maybe, perhaps. You can't flex the Hayabusa anyway, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way that Onyx are gonna take that Suyo away.
Obviously.
For them now, though, do they want to go for some of these macro tools, like the chip at least? At least one of them, right? They don't have to go for both the Loyi and the chip, but I feel like one of them could be good here.
Oh, Kimmy. And
They don't like that macro style, bro.
AK. Kimmy Kalea.
So this is gonna be a Farsa for Onyx. Overload with damage. And then what?
Is it possible they go a box here now? No?
No, I don't think
They're
they still play
roam.
it XP to be fair, or roam.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not a fan of it roam, honestly.
Uh-huh.
Power of Pegasus!
Badang.
Ah, Badang. Okay. So
No
they
Farsa?
need that CC.
Grain, do they want a marksman then?
I think a marksman first would make a bit more sense. The options are certainly dwindling down a bit faster. And technically with the Hayabusa, the Kimmy isn't dealt with by all means, but it's a bit scary to go up against a Hayabusa as a Kimmy, let alone Kyrie's Hayabusa.
Wow.
The Loyi comes through. Alright. The Badang is still flexed technically, so as always, Onyx always leaving some questions up in the air.
Yeah. Makes your opponents guess and wonder. And
There
they'll
we
pick
go.
up the Suyo, obviously, for Rin.
Sasuke against his sensei.
Yeah, I've seen this before. And it was
He is-
Sasuke getting the upper hand.
Really? I mean, earlier at least in the story, Kashi got the better of him.
This
with
ain't early in the story, man. Look at
1,000
him.
years of pain.
Look at them. They're Shippuden. They're not normal.
Yeah,
Alright, so
it's not normal Naruto.
it's Sasuke with Sakura's backup, but you know, that's basically Sasuke and Kakashi 1v1.
That's Sasuke. That's just Sasuke.
Yeah, that's 1v1, bro.
He has Susanoo.
Susanoo. So he doesn't
Wait,
need
they
Sakura.
still ban Baksha?
Interesting.
Out of respect, I think, to just let the Kimmy have the agency to just run rampant. But now, The boxer ban means
They
Onyx
banned
won't pick it
Selena.
up.
Dude, how crazy would it be if we see a Lolita coming out of Onyx, man? Professor KB has been very hyped up about the potential to see a Lolita with this Kimi showing up. I'm not saying it's likely, but it would be cool. It would be pretty hype.
But they need quick setup, right? For Onyx, but they have the Badang though to do that, so
exactly
that's a possibility. And then you follow it up with the Determinant Blast. So I think Lolita still is sensible, but it's all up to Yeb at this point.
They might want to ban the Esmeralda then if they really want to go comment on that. There's so many shields coming through here for Onyx. Badang, Loyi, right? If potentially they want to go for the Lolita as well.
Lolita. Is it Lolita or Lolita?
Depends on which part of the earth you're from.
I just call her Loli.
What? What? Say what?
High Loss banned out.
High Loss taken out as well, so that's another ban for Alter Ego. Onyx. One last ban. Esmeralda ban. Ooh. If they do ban Esmeralda, it's surely a setup for the Lolita, right?
Yeah, and technically if Alter Ego try to deny it from them, like, you know, they don't really have a comp for it. I don't know, hey.
Still kept on guessing. As of now, Gatot Kacha man. That's a Dream staple pick, so yeah, it's denied out of Dreams in this game.
What is Alter Ego going to play then? Dreams.
Not the only one bound.
Phobius gets picked up first. But it's against Badang. It's already, I think, a tough matchup usually because you get locked. Oh man.
In place.
This is an okay Tigreal game, I feel, no?
Certainly
Cho.
could be.
Wait, okay, so the Badang will go roll. Never mind. They'll go glue instead.
Indeed. Glue here. We saw the glue kind of being a bit more lackluster in our Q's match against Team Liquid. See if the glue in the hands of Lutfi here can have a lot more impact in this game. Final pick though.
But Alter Ego will just go Faramis then.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't expect the glue because the Kimi can still go gold.
Yeah.
Are they gonna bait the Faramis out actually?
Claude. This can be a Faramis into a Kimi gold.
It truly is going to be a Faramis pick from Alter Ego.
But they already have the Loyi to deal with it. That's the thing. You nether realm in, and then Loyi just gets so much value with dispersion rotation.
Makes sense.
That's why they go for Moskov. Yeah, they can't. Wow, really good. That's a good quote-unquote ban into the Faramis without banning it.
Nice read.
Well played, Rajayeba. Well played.
He's playing 4D chess, isn't he?
Yeah. Let's see if it's enough though to get them a 2-0 clean sweep.
Do you think it'll be a 2-0?
Looking at how game 1 went, I think it's a real possibility, man.
Still, the sands have shifted for this game at least. And now, let's take a look at the draft index. And wow, 5.7% rating for Onyx. So Onyx still has the upper hand on this.
Yeah.
He's gonna trust the stats immediately. That seems to be the case. If you trust an Onyx, that really seems to be the case.
Sky Kings were able to show their dictatorship in game number 1. Game number 2, will it be no different? Alter Ego on the revolt. It is game number 2 of Onyx against Alter Ego.
Let's see. In the land of Dawn, Kyrie on a Hayabusa. That's Kakashi. And Sans on a signature Gila.
Kakashish.
That's how the early game goes here. The mid lane definitely is gonna be a bit more brawly. If we take any kind of prediction from the action in game number 1. Already Hijime and Dreams, good mix of damage and healing here with the Kalea Kimi. Sans though, as always, level 2, always very, very deadly. But Keyboy, already trying to set up for this little potentially.
So now, on the mid lane, the Kimi against Loi. Kimi definitely has the poke to try to push down the Loi, but Loi's first damage is still going to be apparent just like that. Ooh, Hijime and Dreams taken down to half HP. Sans try to recall emblems though, by the new by IndieHome, by Telkom himself. Anything in particular, Rush?
Tenacity for Arfi here. He feels like he might be in the thick of it in all that danger. Everybody knows. Everybody knows, man. And along with that, no pull yourself together for Dreams on the Kalea. So this is a Kalia that also wants to serve as some kind of front line here. And maybe against a team like Onyx, you might need it, considering that you won't be aggressing most of the time with all the diversion possibilities coming out of Onyx.
Yeah, you want that Tsunami Slam always ready. As Lutfi now pops, spread, and he's gonna be fine as of now. As Rin, he's trying to look for pick-off Dreams. He's gonna go in, but he's gonna be fine. So, still, all even so far in the early game.
It's gonna be tough for Dreams as well later on, with 2 Purifies on the main carries of Onyx and a Badang that can kind of lock you down, stop you from moving. It's gonna be tough as Keyboy is behind enemy lines.
Keyboy doing a good job of trying to bait out a few of the skills. With immobilization, Lutfi jumps in, but still the entry from Rin. Traction pulse. Nino flickering out with Lutfi on him. Keyboy jumps back in, goes for a punch on Dreams. Lutfi should be dead, isolated from the rest of the team. Good night, Lutfi.
It's just a sad blood. Wait a minute. Away!
First blood. Katon from Rin.
Nowhere to run, but Kyrie's gonna re-aggress. But no, first item Sky Piercer from Hijumi. Does this mean that Alter Ego wants to fight early?
I think they want Hijime to really get going, because the Kimi, we've seen that if the Kimi is on curve, especially if the Kimi gets kills and snowballs, it can get quite tough. Looking at the jungle though, hang on a second, Rin, I think his jungle pattern got kind of reversed. Hi Kyrie.
What's the problem? Damage on Hijime, flicker, nice one from Hijime to escape.
Rin is there to back him up, but Hijime just falls back, and it's the down bottom, a gank possibly to Nino.
Won't be able to capitalize on that. Nino backing away. Now it's back to the waiting game. Although again, Onyx, I think they are completely happy just waiting for the neutral objective game before they start doing anything too crazy.
Whoa! All the damage! A Sky Piercer stack, but it's gonna be an all-in onto Rin with the fist crack. Rin taken very low. Lutfi gets a kill. Keyboy still there. Spear! Whoa! Looks like it went through Keyboy, but that's how it is. Nino. Late to the party.
That was Keyboy flirting with death. So close to him. But obviously now that was a good pick off towards Sans, and this is where it turns around, right, for Alter Ego. They have a tool that is very strong to do pick off like that, the traction pulse. So Onyx has to be more wary of that possibility.
Yeah, you gotta punish Sans a bit more, because otherwise he will push you to the limit, man. and he will find that line sooner or later. With the turtle already up, Onyx gearing up, watch for some kind of diversion, but no. Nino.
Traction pulse not landing, but Nino's getting mounted on. Brought back to the team against Sans. Dispersion, rotation, Keyboy! Look at the pin down, Kai! Jumps in with the shadow kill!
Shadow kill to confirm the kill, but it's Lutfi grabbing Nino. Tsunami Slam!
Onto the right for the blazing duet from Savannah! Wipes him, now a pin down with a fist crack, Keyboy! Knocking Hijime out. SOD, don't take it, RP. They'll go for the turret up top. Onyx will get the turtle, a purple, and a lot of gold in the mid lane.
Arfi's spear is blunt. And now, that was 4 members down. An objective as well. Turret, not just yet.
But the gold, big swing here for Onyx. And this is a composition that can snowball really, really handily. Funny enough, Lutfi actually has 3 of the kills out of the 5. Traction pulse?
Spread. It's gonna be fine.
Spreading out, man. Just
spreading.
Making sure he doesn't get pulled back right there. But so far, Onyx hasn't really been able to do anything too crazy, especially towards that gold lane. But again, there are no purifiers on the side of Alter Ego, so if Onyx go for a well-timed play, especially with a roamer like Keyboy, they can kind of shut down the offensive.
Double stun, just one more dispersion should do it! Oh my lord, that damage! Tsunami Slam, Sans keeps the Purify. And now looks for more damage on Dreams. Oh my goodness, Dreams can't move! Kill given to Kai!
Overstaying is welcome. Onyx, like you said, they're just standing in front of Alter Ego. They don't give a single damn. Diversion.
Wait, what? Where did it go? Bottom lane for Kai.
Just scan the map.
You can imagine the panic from Alter Ego, like, oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, he's in the bottom lane. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
But the damage, man, dude, Sans, honestly, right? I play low Yi as well. I don't proc the yin yang effect nearly as much and as reliably as he does. It feels like every single time he goes for an aggressive play, he'll get 2 or 3 procs of it, and that's kind of crazy to me.
There's a reason why you're a caster and he's a player, so.
Okay, bro, relax.
Good play.
I'm kidding.
Zoning Rin.
Oh, Zil.
I don't know about this conceal though. Dream's unable to use it. Yep, won't be able to get any value out of it.
Keyboy though with the Badang also exerts the same pressure. Diversion play to possibly look for a surprise engage. But Alter Ego are now clumping up. Is this what they exactly want?
You want to spread around, make sure that Sans can't really damage everyone. No Blazing Duet's going to swing the fight in favor of Onyx.
Look at this though, Nino. Slam, and spread. But Fraction Pulse won't be able to find anything. Tsunami Slam coming down, but it's going to be only onto the back line. Blazing Duet again from Savero. Oh man, they're getting melted. Arfi in the bottom lane throws the SOD. But it is a bit too far from low HP on the turtle. Diversion, Arfi, how are you going to get out of this one? 3-man gang, Savero with the BMI. Arfi, can he escape?
Can he run? No, he can't! Locked in place, but no. Still able to run with the Abyss Walker. But Kyrie comes from the back.
Good flicker out one more time. Kaikon on the back. Spot block back by Nino. Traction pulse, locking Lippy down. That's an immobilize again. And Alter Ego will just get away with a kill on Kai.
Kyrie a bit too overzealous there. But man, like I said, how do you get to be that reliable with the yin yang effect, dude? Arfi was mid-dash, right? was mid-slide, and he gets cancelled. I'm telling you, it's a lot harder than it looks, what Sans is doing right here. Whoa!
I don't think you can follow it all the way. Arfi! You escape once, Keyboy! With a punch, a fist to crack Arfi's skull.
The old line saying, you can run, but you can't hide. And there's no hiding
You
from
can
Mr.
run, but you
Gila-san.
can't get away from my fist, yo.
He couldn't even run there. That's the problem, man.
Dude, look P. Tsunami Slam. They're knocking Lookpy up, but Lookpy likes it. Yeah, reaction. Oh, good night dreams. Kai with another kill.
Have a nice dream.
Purify from Sans.
Yep. SOD. It lands.
No, don't
But RP won't
no.
take it. Nope, don't take it. Savero though, down bottom, just trying to clear the wave and get the turret as well. T-Boy shadowing him. Hijube!
Assassination solo kill. Good night.
T-Boy?
Oh wait, where's he going? Where's he
He's
going?
just running. He's running laps. Man's Usain Bolt.
Warming up.
Oh, the pin down on Nino. Slam not getting him. Rin with the soul sever. Turret taken by Onyx.
I think with that sequence right there, it's pretty official that Onyx has control over the map right now. They can invade when they want. Alter Ego are banking all of their hopes on Arfi. And to be fair, he is only about 500 gold below Savero. So he's still farming up a storm, but Alter Ego, are they trying to geek it? Can they actually play that macro game when Onyx are just so on point with that diversion?
Alter Ego and macro.
Yeah.
They get carried away though, Onyx, with this lead that they have. Obviously they play it down to the minute details, but you know, Onyx is not a team that is known for their blunders, but a few might happen as Kyrie gets away with the Lord scot-free.
Diversion. Uh-oh, it's right on Hijube!
Keyboy! Keyboy with the Badang! The fist cracks Alter Ego down to pieces.
It's just so good. What do you do against this? Man, just like that, 3 kills out of nowhere. That's before a lot of the ultimates are even expended. Onyx has a lot of fighting potential here, even without the Lord in the picture.
Wow. That is a certified Keyboy moment.
Oh,
Don't need a Tigreal to do it. And Onyx, they're knocking on the base. Traction Pulse misses, so Onyx, they will reset, but the Lord is coming from the bottom lane. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
Oh, it didn't even go over the wall. Lippy slam. Oh, you get reaction. Dreams of Keyboy! Again jumps on RP. Blazing to Emerald Savero! A highlight reel!
Where do you go from here, Onyx? They're just running laps around Alter Ego. Hijube has to defend, but the crystal is exposed!
Gila Sans Keyboy going for moments. It's about Kai with a shadow kill. Everyone running for the hills. 11 minutes. Onyx, make it quick.
Welcome to the king to the Sky Kings domination. This was not a competition, this was a dictatorship. And the Sky Kings once again show their dominance. 2-0, Alter Ego, no response.
There was no argument right there. These are just statements. There are no if, buts, and maybes.
Only absolutes.
They deal with absolutes.
Damn.
That is crazy. That is crazy, man.
Is Keyboy, Gila Sans, Kai, Savero. Oh, that was some good memories, man, back in their prime. But it seems like we might have a running back moment.
Blast from the past. I love when that happens. Man, I'm so happy to see how well they executed this draft, how well they played in this series, in this match. Keyboy getting his moment, Savero with the blazing duet, Kyrie doing Kyrie's thing, or Kyrie things, Lippy just being Lippy, and there goes Sans going Gila. But now up on stage, we are with Onyx and Bude Clara Mongstar. Your time is now.
Penutupan match regular season dari Onyx berbuah manis. 2-0 balas dendam dari leg pertama. Dan ini juga komposisi yang mungkin berbeda pada saat leg 1. Manis banget ya leg kedua untuk tim Onyx ya, Lutfi?
Ya, manis sekali.
2-0. Ini mode apa? Onyx galak banget kayaknya di match penutupan ini.
Nggak ada sih, nggak ada galak. Kita kasih setiap matchnya kasih yang terbaik lah.
Kasih yang terbaik. Hari ini udah versi terbaiknya Onyx berarti nih?
Nggak tahu sih.
Berarti masih bisa naik turun?
Ya bisa. Masih bisa banget.
Naik turun?
Naik terus.
Naik terus?
Ya benar.
Nggak ada turun lagi berarti nih?
Insya Allah.
Insya Allah diharapkan nih ya.
Ya benar.
Kemenangan hari ini. Benar-benar semuanya berteriak dari para caster. Kita lihat game 1 itu benar-benar one-sided. Apa nih yang menyebabkan one-sided di game 1? Game 1 kalian menangnya buset tanpa ampun. Kenapa tuh? Gara-gara apa tuh?
Ini gara-gara Kyrie pakai ini, Younger Tech. Pakai hero power.
Bus, hero power dari Kyrie. Tapi kalau kita lihat, memang dari statistiknya Kyrie, your statistic tells that your tank jungler, the win rate of tank jungler is bigger compared to your assassin jungler.
Apa, sorry, nggak dengar.
Jadi hero jungler assassinmu, win rate-nya lebih low.
Apanya? Heal.
Win rate-nya daripada tank junglermu.
Ya.
Apakah ini ada arti berbeda? Ini Kyrie bukan king jungler lagi nih. Bukan king assassin jungler.
Ya karena emang gua King Bucks ya.
King Bucks ya. Sudah bersatu dengan Baxia.
Kenapa?
Sudah bersatu dengan Baxianya.
Ya manusia setengah Bucks ya.
Manusia setengah Baxia. Oh, langsung dipuji sama Alter Champs ternyata ya. Tapi kalau ngelihat ini apa sih yang membedakan mungkin season ini dengan season sebelumnya buat Kyrie untuk regular season? Is there any difference compare last season, regular season compares this season?
Gak ada sih kayaknya.
Aman aja?
Ya.
Tapi sama-sama melalui play-ins.
Apa?
Play-ins. Onyx will be battle in play-ins.
Oh, ya.
For you, is that mean something? Kita kan Onyx bakal mainnya di play-in nih.
Kenapa udah sorry enggak
Onyx bakal main play-ins, not on the upper bracket.
Oh iya.
So how do you face it? Gimana menghadapi ini? How do you face it?
Ya sama aja kayak season kemarin. Tetap semangat walaupun nggak di upper.
Walaupun nggak di upper, tapi biar hasil banyak yang panik karena historinya pemenang itu selalu masuknya dari upper bracket. Dan ini akan menjadi menarik ketika lawan dari Onyx, tapi dari Onyx sendiri, is there anyone you want to face in play-ins? teams.
Kata Kiboy siapa boy tadi?
Lagi lu anjing.
Siapa?
Savero sih Savero.
Ada nggak tim yang kira-kira bakal kalian lawan nih, pengen kalian lawan di babak play-in?
Kata Kiboy RRQ.
Nggak bisa, Savero. Nggak bisa. Play-in. Ini bisik-bisik semua nih.
Kata Ryota mau ketemu TL Liquid.
Ryota ya, jauh tadi ya, bisik-bisik.
Ya,
Dari kapan Ryota bilang?
udah barusan tadi.
Oh, pakai suara hati ya. Kenapa TL ID untuk Ryota?
Katanya dia mau ketemu Iron lagi.
Jadi menarik ya. Oke, Ryota dan juga Aaron biar ketemu lagi. Dari kalian sendiri nggak ada?
Apa?
Dari kalian sendiri ada nggak? Dari Savero?
Liquid juga.
Liquid juga, kenapa ini?
Gak tahu sih.
Ngikut aja ya? Ngikut aja, tapi menang hari ini di saat tim Alter Ego adalah tim yang punya 2 kali Savage. 2 gold lanernya punya Savage. Savero pengen punya Savage gak sih?
Gak terlalu ngincar Savage sih sebenarnya. Yang penting menang aja.
Yang penting menang aja. Di sini Alter Champs tiba-tiba. Oke. Ini kalau dari Sans sendiri, Sans menutup regular season dengan manis, kemenangan dan juga terlihat sangat sadis. Untuk Onyx sendiri apa nih pelajaran yang mungkin atau bekal apa yang kalian bawa untuk babak playoff?
Sebenarnya belum tahu sih Bude. Kita ada beberapa hari lagi untuk latihan kan. Jadi kita benar-benar siapin untuk itu.
Mempersiapkan untuk. Jadi plan untuk 2 minggu ini apa nih?
Plan belum tahu karena belum mulai latihannya lagi kan. Kita pasti ada libur dulu paling, terus latihan lagi.
Oke, bentar. Kairi. Oh, buset. Apa yang kamu lakukan kepada Alter Champs? Ini Alter Champs dari tadi jeglak gara-gara Kairi ya. Oke, Kairi melakukan sesuatu guys di sini dengan lambaian tangannya Alter Champs langsung tepar. Tapi kalau ngelihat tadi udah dibilang masih belum tahu plannya 2 minggu, masih menjadi waktu yang dinantikan juga. Kalau dari Sans nungguin juga, kalau dari Kiboy plannya apa nih? Untuk bersiap-siap babak playoff di depan mata.
Kalau buat playoff kita bakal lebih try hard lagi sih. Latihannya lebih parah lagi, lebih kasih yang terbaik. Lebih bersatu juga. Kita belajar juga dari playoff kemarin, ya nyawa kita cuma 1. Jadi dengan nyawa 1 itu kita harus alin lah.
Jadi season lalu juga jadi pelajaran untuk kalian?
Iya.
Oke, kalau boleh berkaca dari season lalu apa nih yang akan kalian mungkin gak lakukan? Karena kesalahan playoff kalian dan nyawa 1 itu hilang di season ini. Gimana nih?
Paling lebih mempersiapkan aja sih Bude. Lawan siapa dan kita bakal lebih respect lawan siapapun di playoff.
Memecahkan dari kemenangan harus dari upper bracket, apakah bisa? Biasanya kalau yang menang itu dari memang masuknya lewat upper bracket. 2 top team regular season menjadi pemenang.
Kata Kairi, kalau Onyx pasti bisa.
Jika Onyx pasti bisa, yang penting bersatu. Bersatu. Oke, kita akan bertemu di babak playoff. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan? 2 minggu kita akan break.
Kairi.
Kairi, we will take a break 2 weeks. So is there anything you want to say? Kata Ibo, you have something to say.
Sama Sonic.
Boleh. Sama next
Ya,
lawan kalian di playoff.
Buat fan Sonic ya semangat. Makasih yang udah dukung kita. Makasih yang selalu dukung kita, sama nonton kita terus. Ya jangan lupa dukung kita di playoffs.
For your next opponent, lawannya di playoff, whoever it is.
Semangat. Kata itu musuh kita butuh semangat.
Musuhnya butuh semangat.
Ya.
Karena melawan Onyx ya.
Iya kata Clayton, kata Savero.
Kata Savera harus semangat karena Onyx sudah semakin menaik. Inilah dia tim Onyx. Sambutlah kemenangan di match penutupan dengan senyuman tim Onyx.
You beat Alter Ego.
The Sky Kings, by the way. Alter Ego? Alter Ego is not just Alter Ego.
Are they not now?
They're not.
I mean, if you say so. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Out of the 4 teams in the play-ins, who would you want to meet in the playoffs?
Anyone. We're gonna crush them. We're gonna crush them hard to pieces.
Keyboy!
But obviously, yeah, that was a certified Keyboy moment. Obviously, the call was made by Mirko, and now crucial moments from that game, Arashi.
It's just these team fights, dude. Onyx, they outdo Alter Ego in the individual department, but even as a whole, oh, this was a moment.
Oh my god.
That was beautiful, man.
That's a juicy play, man.
That's
Sweet, sweet sugar.
That was beautiful.
You thought, again, Alter Ego were gonna be the aggressors, but these 2 games in a row, they couldn't do anything, man. Anything.
Hey, Ryota!
Ryota?
Ah!
Ryota is our POTG?
Niall and Ryota.
Nah, it's not. It's obviously Mr. Gila Sans, Mr. Crazy Sans, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Your player of the game and the match is Sans.
Well, we're starting here, by the way, with Lutpi buying a lot of time here. Honestly, that's a weird spot to start the highlights on, but these are the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Look at the fights, man. Every single time, there's just not enough damage. The AoE that Onyx were able to draft for themselves, and the fact that they were able to actually position themselves in such a way that Alter Ego had no choice but to go for these clumped up fights. Even here, dude, Sans on the low Yi is ridiculous. Like, look at this. He gets procced 3 times in a row. Like, there are calculations there to use the right yin or yang effect at the right time. And Sans has got it on lockdown. With only a minimal amount of follow-up or setup from his team, it's a deadly low Yi, dude. And I think Alter Ego severely underestimated it. And afterwards, in the mid-game, they kept going for aggressive fights. But again, if you don't have the right tools, the right damage for the job, you just fall short, man. And Onyx immediately punish.
Oh. Usually when we talk about low E players, we give them credit for the playmaking skills that they have.
Which is still good.
Oh, but look at that. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Man, crazy.
For Sans, it's down to the details. Proccing the yin-yang synergy, the effect, multiple times. Arfi was about to Abyss walk his way out, and he was stuck with the dispersion. So, yeah, Sans, this was a complete game from him. And everybody just followed suit. That's what makes Onyx so strong, is that they can play behind a certain member and everyone just gets activated. And this time it's Sans enabling the whole team with his low Yi. So I think that's another hero down the drain because they're gonna ban it out, I think, starting from now.
For sure, man. Alter Ego, even when they don't do so well, usually you see the one guy that's still able to do something. Because let's say the opposing team focuses on the gold lane, then the EXP lane, Nino, will do something. And vice versa. If Nino gets pressured, Arfi will still have some kind of effect. This game, dude, everything. Every single nail that sticks out gets hammered down. No questions asked.
Bonk, bonk.
And yeah, dude.
That was so good.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, man.
A total of 23 minutes, both games, this match.
Like, dude, all right.
EVOS Na'Vi was longer.
Yeah.
Game 3.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But I gotta say, man, I'm a BTR fan. But when Onyx play like this, it really brings back some good memories, man. Good memories.
Are you trembling now?
No. BTR best team in the world, bro. Come on. I just believe. Respect to Onyx.
You're gonna prepare for tomorrow, though. Alter Ego against Megatron, so...
After this, I'm not really concerned.
Exactly. So, the question is, can Onyx be consistent with their form? Because this feels like once in a blue moon. This performance that they have so far, I think this is the best match they've played in MPL ID Season 15.
It certainly was one of the cleaner executions. I mean, look at it. 6 buffs total given to Alter Ego. Yikes, man. It really seemed like everything they were doing was really, really clean right here. But Mirko mentioned it, right? Alter Ego, they're great, but they're a team with a lot of weaknesses, to say the least. That's just objectively the case right now. They're not as polished as some of the other teams heading over to the playoffs. So we need to see more of this Onyx down the line against, more serious contenders. So
You'll see it.
I think we will actually, but until then,
You'll see it.
we hyped, but for me, I want to keep my expectations low.
Me too.
Right? I don't want to get too hyped up.
Me too.
We'll let them pleasantly surprise us. Let's put it that way.
So, 5 trophies. And then MPL ID.
Okay, like, you're looking a bit too
Oh
far
yeah,
ahead.
okay, my bad.
My guy.
Thanks for keeping me in check, by the way. I'm still dreaming for 15
New trophy, new champion. BTR, baby.
Sorry for that laugh.
Evo's are already out. Onyx are going back to the...
You know what? He's gonna flex his major. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's true. What color, Joe?
Regular season standings, though.
Whoa.
Week 9, day number 2. Alter Ego dropped to 6. Onyx! Boom! Past Bigatron.
Hey, Onyx want to go up against Liquid. Bigatron have one more match. If they win tomorrow against Alter Ego, it'll be Bigatron at number 3. And then Bigatron will go up against Alter Ego, Liquid will go up against Onyx, and both of them get what they want. Because I think Alter Ego kind of want to go up against Bigatron too, to try to get revenge for last season when Bigatron 3-0'd them. And Bandang.
Alright, Mr. Historian.
Historian, man.
Bandang,
That was
bro.
by the way, that was also the season you got knocked out by Geek.
That's true.
3-2, if you remember. Geekable.
I did. Yeah.
Is it geekable?
Is it geekable? No, it's not geekable, it's natanable. Come on. That hero was busted, but now...
Why did you pick it then?
Tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow's schedule. Dewa against EVOS.
Ooh,
Alter Ego
massive.
against Bigatron. That's a massive game.
Oh,
no.
Oh, yo, ladies and gentlemen, can Navi shatter Kaisam Eve's No Puertos record?
He has.
No, they've only broken it.
Right,
They haven't shattered it.
Yeah, they have to shatter it.
A chance to make history.
Because if they go 115, I wouldn't say it's shattering. I would say it's like, they can still have a win. They still have a win.
Yeah.
But 0-16, truly, Wolf, you will not have that achievement. You will not have that record anymore.
It's like the blue pill, red pill meme, you know? It's either you break your curse of not winning, or you shatter the record of Mr. Wolf.
You shatter.
So you take the red
The
pill.
season's over already. No one's going to remember you for being 115. Everybody will remember you for being 0-16.
Record breakers.
Oh, dude. Can you imagine though? That's a kind of record that's gonna
Arashi,
stick
if
around.
Navi beat RRQ, I have concerns. I think you have concerns too.
Because today they were 2-0 as well by TLID. TLID played a clean game, by the way. And yeah, if Navi does beat RRQ tomorrow, there are questions going to be raised.
Massive concerns.
Fair. I'm very concerned.
So that was
should be fine though. Should be fine. Should be.
Yeah, they should be fine. But so that was Onyx's last match in the regular season.
Yep.
Feels emotional. They played a very beautiful game.
Playoffs, man. I'm so ready for playoffs.
Oh my god. Ready for playoffs, but if you're ready for playoffs, you should be ready as well for the MPL Superfans League, because this competition serves as a platform to prove which community is the best and most united across Indonesia.
United.
While also giving Superfans a stage to compete, unite, and show their pride for the favorite team. So,
you want to see the standings?
Yeah, sure.
All right,
Where's
let's
the
check it out.
standings?
That's it.
Pull it out.
These are
Superfan standings.
a reflection of how. Wow.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Sonic number 1,
Fair enough.
Troopers number 1,
Fair enough.
and then the Kingdom all the way down. Wow.
RRQ Kingdom Manis.
Kingdom Bang
Sweet
Bang and Kingdom. That is a very not so sweet standing though.
Yeah. Yeah. Navi though, they're making waves up top.
Oh, unlike
2 teams.
Their own.
Maybe they should recruit the players here.
Oh my. Dang.
Okay, bro,
Would be better than
relax.
some, to be fair.
My bad.
RRQ Kingdom Bang Bang is a funny name though.
It's also a pretty funny placement.
It said that.
EVOS Academy at number 7, by the way. Woo.
Oh my, dude, what is up with them? Number 7 and 2.
Wow. Yeah, a bit on the
Why?
contrary there.
How? How does this keep happening? EVOS, why are you always 7? Even in the...
What's the
Super
secret?
What is the secret, dude?
Maybe because when you spell an E, if you
7 Voss.
If you take out 2 E's,
That's like a super stretch, dude. You're reaching.
My bad.
You're doing some gomu gomu.
Yeah, like
some overrated anime stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Relax.
Overrated. Naruto's the best.
Yes, sir. What's
But
your
that's
your
true.
collab?
Naruto, they don't ride motorcycle, but I do.
No, he
we do.
doesn't. We
and
do.
when you want to ride motorcycle, safety is #1 priority, and you have to do that with RSV helmets. Because with RSV helmets, not only you have the safety protection, but you can also flex the beauty and the style and the fashion that you have with the helmets. It comes with the collaborations with MPL teams. You have the Onyx version, the Dewa version, the EVOS version I've seen by myself last season. So you can now grab these helmets available in your favorite marketplace.
Check it out.
Check it out.
Check it out. Check it out.
In Chefin's words, you don't want to get into an accident when you drive a motorcycle.
No, you do not want to die.
You don't want to die when you...
That's actually facts, though.
Yeah, so grab yourself helmets from RSV Helmets. But once you are in your motorcycle, you know where you want to go. You want to go to the velodrome.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Batch 2.
The Batch 2 tickets for the playoffs are now available. Get your tickets now on the official MPL ID website.
Quick note for you guys, all right? Lower bracket finals will be best of 7. And the upper bracket finals, that's day number 3, will feature the upper bracket finals. And that will determine the first team to qualify for MSC. In case you're wondering, which day should I get? How do I know which team goes to MSC? Day 3.
Day 3. Because the lower bracket final will be day 2.
The lower bracket final will be day 4.
Oh, day 4,
Day 5 will be the grand finals.
Yep. I'm not mathing.
Not mathing. Okay.
Math is overrated anyway.
I'm not the smartest student.
We did not become MPL casters because we are good at math.
If I were good at math, if I was good at math,
You don't even need to be good at math. Yo, what is
Yes,
1
yo.
plus 5 plus 786 times 4?
That's the question.
Wow, he even explains it. He even explains it, dude.
Yeah.
That's...
Thanks.
Thank
Gemini,
you, Gemini.
AI.
That's what's up.
I think I'm in love with AI.
I'm in
Whoa,
love with
an
Gemini.
AI.
Here, you can have it then.
I'll bring it home. But obviously that is it for us today in week 9, day number 2. It's been an amazing time accompanying you guys. It's me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi. We'll see you for day 3 as the curtains close for the regular season. It's been a long week. I've shared a few moments here and there. It's been very emotional seeing my team grow. But that's it for us today. We'll see you tomorrow in MPL ID Season 15. We own this.
Hari Sabtu, ternyata tim-tim memang tidak ingin menunggu. Karena 2-0 di 2 match terakhir membuktikan bahwa tim-tim mereka siap untuk masuk ke dalam babak playoff dengan lebih kuat. Namun juga ada tim-tim yang mendapatkan pelajaran. Dan kita masih belum tahu siapa yang akan menghadapi siapa untuk babak playoff. Karena posisi klasemen bisa berubah dengan match esok hari. Penutupan match di hari yang ketiga, minggu yang ke-9 tentu akan mendebarkan. Karena semua mata akan tertuju kepada siapa lawan yang harus mereka hadapi. Namun sebelum kita berpisah, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua, para super fans dan juga tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan juga partner ini sports kita ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa advertiser kita ada dan juga supplier kita RSV Helmet. Banyak sekali yang harus kita syukuri karena semua tim benar-benar menunjukkan yang terbaik. Esok hari tentu akan ada match-match perpisahan bagi 3 tim yang tidak bisa masuk ke dalam babak playoff. Mereka akan beradu dan mungkin mengucapkan salam perpisahan. Dan juga masih ada tim-tim yang berjuang untuk menempatkan posisi yang menentukan prestasi mereka. Dan di sini Bude akan berpisah dengan kalian. Kita akan bertemu lagi di esok hari, hari terakhir di regular season MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.